or good morning, everybody. I'm glad to be with you today on another Just Success interview this morning with Liana Smith Bautista. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. And we are here in, as you can see, Books and Brews Cafe. This is Liana's cafe,
Yeah, one of my side businesses.
one of her side projects, which we'll learn more about later. All her side projects and side businesses, which include being a successful freelance writer, which is our main focus for today. So, for everybody that's watching, please share this with your friends and family, especially those who want to become freelance writers, or who want to start businesses like this cafe over here. And if you have any questions, please ask us in the comments below. I'm gonna have to open up the app on my phone to check them out. Please ask comments. We'll ask them later during our Q&A session. But let's dive right in with our session today. And I guess we can get started talking about how you came to where you are today, you're doing in the past, and what led you on this path to become a successful writer.
Okay, that's a long and involved story. um, I guess.
Well, we do have a bit of time.
Okay, I've been writing since I think I've been making stories since I before I even learned to read. Because my parents would do this thing called interactive storytelling.
Mm.
So they even when we were like 2 3 years old, they would do like stories like um, they'd make up stories at bedtime where it would be like um, once upon a time there was a princess in a tower, and what was her name, Jason, or what was her name, Leanna, and you would have to think up a name on the spot, or like when the princess was battling the dragon or whatever, what did she do to defeat
Wow.
the dragon, and then you would have to fill in the blank. So from that, we really just got into a culture of storytelling as a family, I guess. And then like once I started school, from first grade onwards, my mom, because my dad had passed on by that time, had
Sorry.
this rule. That's okay. They had this rule that you only get allowance when you get during school months,
Okay.
because during the school months your job is school. But if you want money during the months when you don't have school, then you have to earn it, and you'd have to do it through chores. You'd have to do it
Mhm.
by um, finding other ways to peddle your belongings or your or your skills for cash.
And how old were you?
Like grade seven, that would have been, I probably would have been like 7 years old,
Oh,
6 or 7 years old.
wow.
So back then we had a computer, and not everybody had a computer at home. So I would offer to type stuff up on WordStar for my mom or my
At
titas.
7 years old.
Yeah, like okay, the WordStar stuff maybe at like 8 or 9.
Still, that's
But
very young.
like at 7 years old, I would sell fruits from that my because my lolo is from Cebu, and at the time we were living in Manila, and my lola had a mango farm, and he would send us these baskets of fruit of
Of
mangoes,
Cebu
of
mangoes.
Cebu
Which are the
mangoes.
best mangoes.
Yeah, and then at the time we were living across the street from the British school in Manila,
Mm.
so I would set up a table. I would with my little brother. We would do the kid, and then we would sell all these moms who are picking up their kids from the British school mangoes from Cebu. And as you know, our mangoes are like
Yeah.
really good. So I got repeat customers. So I would know that every 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, I would set up my table, and I could get rid of my mangoes for the day.
Wow.
So
Wow.
we were always selling those things, and then later I learned to write stuff, and sometimes I would like I realized that like later that a lot of my titos and titas were just humoring me because they would be like, "Oh, write me a story or write me something sweet about your cousin or something." But like from then, I would charge like 5 pesos or 10 pesos at the time for like a paragraph about my cousin or something, and then
5 pesos for a paragraph. I think that's okay.
and then like later when we started having family businesses, like we put up a internet cafe, and so during summers and after school I would stay at the internet cafe, and if there were any transcription jobs or data entry jobs that needed to be done in high school, that I was the person who did that. So
For the internet cafe.
yeah, for the internet cafe. So like um we would get these people who, because this was like late 90s, and then like it wasn't like older people tended to not be as technologically like it's true now, but like older people are on Facebook now. So
Yeah.
but back then they didn't really know how to use like Microsoft Word or whatever then. So I would type up their that like I got like a steady client who would send emails to his family in England, but he was based here, but he didn't know how, like he could only do the one finger
Yeah,
typing, so
yeah.
it took him forever. And since I knew how to touch type, like he would happily just bring his letters to his family and then have me type them up, and in 30 minutes or so they would be ready to go. So
So you started. So going back a little bit, you started, or you were trained by your mom as early. Well, you were trained in creative thinking. I'd say as early as 2 years old.
and also in like I guess entrepreneurial thinking, like if I can say to bukao my skills to anybody who's willing to pay for it, just because I wanted to buy, like, because that was what funded my book fund during the summer.
Wow.
So like I was such a nerd. I was always reading books, and like I read really fast. So I would always run out of books.
Hmm.
And usually 1 month into summer vacation I had run out of books, and you couldn't go to school and borrow from the library because school was closed. So I would use my freelancing to fund my book fund. So later, the first time I got a job that was not for family
Mhm.
or for my mom's friends was during college, maybe around end of first year, beginning of second year,
So you're like 17,
around
18,
18, yeah,
18.
like 18, 19, and I started I started that because I was a member of, back in the day when forums were really the rage,
Yeah.
and
Before Facebook.
yeah, so I was part of an online writing forum, and then
Hmm.
we would do what we called round robin writing. So each person takes a turn at a story, and then you don't get to write again until somebody has
The same
written
story or different
the
stories?
same story.
Oh.
So I had a friend from there, and I was helping her with her GeoCities page. It was,
GeoCities.
yes, I was helping her populate her GeoCities
I remember GeoCities.
writer page. So like I guess this is me dating myself. Because yeah, back in the day, guys, if you don't know this, it was GeoCities or Alta Vista, and that was
An
it.
Angel
Yeah,
Fire.
Angel
There was
Fire.
yeah. I had an Angel Fire website, but okay.
Yeah, and then I expanded onto Live Journal.
Yeah, that's more
Yeah, well,
recent.
yeah, Live Journal's still
That's-
alive.
yeah, yeah.
So yeah,
A little more recent than GeoCities.
yeah.
Anyway, yeah, like you were saying, you
So
helped out
I
with
was
it.
helping her. I was helping her with her because she had decided that um she would want to put up like, because she was based in the states, and she wanted to put up a web page to show she was um in with the times as a writer, so that she could, because back then internet content was not what it is
Oh, yeah.
today. And so she like one day she like I was angsting to her because I had fallen in love with Neil Gaiman,
Mhm.
and I wanted to buy the entire Sandman graphic novel collection, which was at that time around 2,200 pesos to five
Per graphic
per
novel.
volume, and there were 10 volumes plus extra non like not in the sequence volume. There were about maybe 4 or 5 young people watching this,
So if there are
but
kids, you
yes,
might wanna.
but yeah, it was writing fantasy erotica and like smutty fantasy erotica.
And you were 18.
I was like 18, 19.
Okay.
Like yeah, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but still a virgin then. And like guys, you want me to write about sex? And like, and my writer friend was like, they don't care, just write it and they'll give you a brief of what the sex should be like. Just watch a lot of hentai and you'll be fine. but
Okay.
at the time but at the time it paid really well because the peso was down,
Hmm.
so they were willing to pay me something like $10 per story, and I could crank out a story to pay me that. And there was a complicated at that time, like, I don't know if there was PayPal then, but I didn't know that there was PayPal then.
Yeah, it
So
was pretty new. Yeah.
so like we had this complicated thing of like um they would pay my friend, and then my friend
Hmm.
who was friends with some other friends would get the money to me somehow.
They send you a
So
check or.
yeah, so like she would wait for it to pile up, and then she would send me like a bulk of like okay, at that time she would I think when we the first couple, she would send me like Christmas cards or birthday cards, and she would stick the money in the
Cash?
yeah.
Oh,
She would pay
wow.
me dollars in cash, and she would send it, and it would take like 3 months to get from the states to the
Yeah.
Philippines, and like she would put it in the form of a greeting card because that way the paper was thicker and it wasn't so obvious that you were well, I thought it wasn't so obvious that you were sending cash anyway. I didn't get any, like, I never got my cash stolen, so I guess it
Okay.
worked at the time. And so yeah, I started writing a bunch of smut.
Well, it
And
makes good money. It's still until
yeah,
today.
it
It
makes
pays
good
very
money
well.
until
Yeah.
today. I mean, I recently I okay, not so recent, like last year, I got published in Women's Erotica Anthology, and they were paying up about like upwards of $150 per story. So
Per story.
yeah,
And how long is one story?
around 3,000 words.
Okay, that's
So not bad.
yeah, not
Yeah,
bad.
3,000 to 4,000 words.
Yeah.
So that like I still dabble. Like I don't do that as a primary mode of income anymore, but um I had gotten my worth 20 something thousand collection of graphic novels within a year. So it wasn't that bad.
It paid off, and it was something you were unfamiliar with, but
Yeah, so like it was just like, can you write this? And I was just like, I've never done it before, but go. And I guess that kind of set the tone for all my freelancing gigs that followed, because the next time somebody like a few months into the erotica writing gig, someone asked me if I wanted to write for the now defunct MTV Inc. magazine locally because they had a campus section, so they would ask me to write about college life, and so I did. And like I was like, I've never submitted an article, but go. And so since then, I've been picking up jobs here and there. That erotica job was until I graduated,
Hmm.
and then I was like submitting articles to people or doing ghostwriting. Well, it was a ghostwriting gig, so I just continued doing ghostwriting for other things.
For what kind of writing, or where do you and where do you find these clients to write for?
Okay, I'm terrible because like I've never actually actively looked for clients. Like just suddenly, like if I just put it out there that like at that time I was just like posting on everything, and then like when we were chatting with friends on like ICQ or
You were going on forums.
yeah, and just like if there was a call out like, hey, I'm looking for writers, I'd be like, oh, I'm a writer, and they'd ask me for samples. If I didn't have samples, I would invent them.
Yeah.
So, so one of my earlier clients was someone who wanted me to write about real estate in the States.
Okay.
So yeah, search is your friend. Internet search is your friend when you don't know anything about what you need to write about. But they were pretty happy because they came back to me with like a series of articles after my first one for them. So I guess it worked.
Yeah, and before this Upwork, before Odesk got popular, it was all on forums. Jobs like
Forums. Sometimes people would come on forums and say I had posted a job that like, hey, I'm looking for writers. Here's the job link to the job on Craigslist. So Craigslist, which is still very much
very
like it
functional.
is.
Yes.
Like if you look at Craigslist now, it's still very much like it was 10, 15
almost,
years ago.
Almost 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Now. Yeah.
So yeah, Craigslist. So then they'd have the details about the job there, and then you just email and say, okay, I'm interested, and then you'd send your samples or invent your samples and go from there. And so I didn't really like go out and go for like cold, like look for cold leads in terms of clients, because like usually they were already there and they're like, hey, you're or sometimes I would get like Yahoo Messenger, or like usually if I was in forums I had like my and you know how like when in forums you have your signature at the bottom of your post, and you usually have your Yahoo ID, your ICQ number. So usually, so it got to the point where I just would sometimes get messages on ICQ or Yahoo.
And later on in your career, this was still
that was still early, and then like early 2000s, first half of the 2000, the noughties, I guess.
But later on, you wrote for some pretty popular magazines locally, right?
Yeah, because what happened was after I moved to Manila in 2009, 2008, which was when I got married, actually, because I married a guy from Manila, and I moved to Manila in 2008, and I was applying for a job, and like I was kind of I kind of had a trick that my HR friends get mad at me for, because I would apply for jobs, and then even if I wasn't really interested in a job, I'd apply for it, because if they would call me in for an interview, I would kind of use it as practice so that when I did get a job that I wanted, I would be able to give a good interview.
Mhm.
So that's what I did. And then like my HR friends now are saying, don't tell anyone to do that because you're just wasting our time. But it's out there, guys. That's what
The
I did.
secret is out there.
That's what I did. And
And
then
people can do that with with Upwork
yeah.
interviews as well. You just get interviews and then use them for practice.
Yeah. Well, I
It's
just
okay.
started Upwork, so I haven't like gone through the entire process of Upwork yet. So this is how late I am to the game that I signed up for Upwork like maybe 3 years ago
Mhm.
or 4 years ago, and then I populated my profile this month.
This month.
This month because you told me it was my homework during the flip meetup last month.
Yeah, to
And
fill up your profile.
yeah,
Finally, after 3 years.
I know, right? So like after hearing Odesk, Upwork, Elancer, and other things like for years, people would be like, "Oh, have you had much success on these platforms?" And I'm like, I've signed up and then never came back. So
But you've never really needed it.
yeah, because like after I got to Manila and I got jobs, I took a job with an internet security company doing their consumer tech solutions on their website. So, if you're a home user and you're trying to troubleshoot a problem, I'm the one who writes the articles that say, quick start, quick,
Tech writing.
yeah. And like, because it was for consumer field, it was super basic. So
Yeah.
you always had to say, okay, you can't just say go to the control panel. You have to explain how
Like
to
on the
get to
start menu.
yeah. Or
I've written
like,
stuff like that.
like how to clear cache on your browser, that kind of thing. So I did that for about a year, and then I got a call from an interview that I had submitted the previous year. Sorry, a resume and cover letter that I had submitted the previous year to Summit Media, and they hired me for a website called Female Network
Mhm.
for that, and so I got the job, and I was terrible. Um, well, I mean, like I could, like my foundation with writing was pretty solid, but this was a site that was very rooted
Mhm.
in local concerns, and there was an element of showbiz, and I didn't even I didn't even own a TV. I still don't own a TV, and so like I remember first writing assignments was my boss flops a press release on my table, and she says, I need you to write a story about Tweety, and I need you to write it by this afternoon. And I said, the Looney Tune?
Tweety Bird.
Yeah. I was
Write a
like,
story about Tweety Bird.
yeah, but like from Looney Tunes, I thought I saw a pudding cat, and my boss burst out laughing, and she's like, no, dear, it was Tweety De Leon Gonzalez. And I was like, I have no idea who that is. So if you ever meet anybody who knew me in Summit, they knew like my Tagalog was terrible. And then like even though later like I basically learned Tagalog, even though I'd gone to college in Manila and had lived in Manila as a child, I only really learned Tagalog when I was in Summit. So like I learned it on the job. And the other thing was like I'm really bad with celebrities, and like I like to tell people I have partial face blindness. It's not diagnosed, but I'm just really bad at recognizing people. And so I'm not very, but like slightly notorious among certain circles as the girl who asked Regine to spell her name because I didn't know who she was.
Regine
Um, Regine,
Velasquez?
yeah, Regine, like one of the Regines.
One of
And
the
like,
Regine. You're not even sure which
yeah.
Regine.
Or like one time, like usually what I would do was if I knew I was interviewing somebody, I would stalk them online and like look for lots of pictures of them with different hairstyles, especially the women, because like sometimes you change your hair and you look completely different. And so I like the night before I would like look at their pictures so that I could like inception myself into knowing who they were. But sometimes like when you're in media, sometimes it's like you're on your way to work and your boss will text and say, don't go to work, go here and interview this person instead. And then it's kind of mild panic, because that's what happened when I had to interview Aga Mulak and I didn't know who Aga Mulak was. Yeah, so
Okay.
so yeah, you might like, if there are fans, I'm very sorry. But yeah, I was clueless, and I met the photographer who was assigned with me, and I was like, we were good thing we were early, because I'm like, okay, who's this Agamula? And
Who
like
is Uncle?
and then they were like, oh, have you seen this show? Have you seen this movie? And I had seen nothing. And then Agamula finally comes out. Like, good thing I wasn't like my interview was scheduled for after the thing that he was shooting for, because he came out and like the photographer was like, that is
That's
Agamula.
Agamula.
And then, and then and I'm like, oh, he's the guy on the Jollibee stand deer eating chicken joy. Why didn't you just say that?
So we asked him about Chicken Joy during the interview.
No, I I just watched the shoot for the show that he was recording, and then the questions were all based on the show. So
Okay, at
Played
least you
it
weren't just
safe.
asking about Jollibee
I
the whole
know,
time.
right? Because that was
You
the
know
only
nothing.
thing I knew about Agamula.
Okay, so you were working in Summit as an
Yeah, in
employee.
Summit. And then the thing is, Summit is pretty good at recruiting freelancers from within its ranks.
Mhm.
So
So you became a freelancer
Yeah,
for Summit. You
yeah.
still are, right, until today?
Not recently. Probably my last article was in the last issue of Good Housekeeping Philippines, which was in August, I
Oh.
think. And I think they featured Liberty
Yeah,
in that
yeah.
issue also.
Liberty was
So,
there. Liberty
like,
Balbino.
like, hey, I know this person. Well, not really, but like I know this person from the group.
Yeah,
So-
you'll meet her. You'll meet her next month.
Okay, so yeah, and then that was a little bit of like, hey, my 6 degrees of separation has reduced to like 1 degree because we were in the same magazine together. But yeah, I used to write for Good Housekeeping, and I wrote for Cosmo, both the website and the magazine, and then I've done some writing for Spot as well.
So you both employed and as a freelancer.
Yeah, and even when I was employed by them, I was freelancing for their other publications. So they that was one thing. So like I did my Spot work while I was still working with Female Network. My first Cosmo articles were still while I was with
Female
Female
Network.
Network.
Okay. So you have a good amount
Yeah.
of experience.
Yeah, and like I think the one thing I took away from Summit was I got a good network of fellow writers and media practitioners. So even when I was out of Summit already, people were asking me, hey, can you write a press release, or hey, can you write a story? I've done stuff for like I've had a couple of stories in Manila Bulletin, I think, and that kind of thing. So just my like a lot of writers and editors tend to just crowdsource from their walls. So if you're friends with them on Facebook, they will like, you don't go a month without having an editor friend saying, guys, I need writers for this. And that's one thing. Like network building is huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Having a strong network, building those relationships, and I've also gotten referrals from people who I guess I didn't expect them from. Where contact Jason for this and that. So yeah, that's a very good point to make. That building those relationships, both online and offline, will ensure that you have future jobs coming in, future
Yeah,
gigs coming in?
because like honestly, I'm at a point where I don't need to look for jobs anymore. Although I'm starting it because I'm taking John's freelance movement
Mhm.
class. So which you have a module in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have
and
a lesson there.
you have a course in. So um I'm I decided, okay, I'm gonna kind of shift towards actually taking freelancing seriously, and also because now that I've moved to Cebu, a lot of my clients in Manila who require that I pick up my checks from them.
Physical check.
Yeah, it's kind of a hassle because I have to, I have to ask a friend and
Mhm.
then send an authorization
Authorization.
letter, and
Yeah.
then if it's late, you have to get sometimes you get the if you forget that you have a check with them, and then it gets to be like 3 or 6 months, and the check goes stale. You have to ask them to reissue the check.
Such a
So
hassle.
yeah, so I was thinking, and then I met you, and you're like online, and I'm like, oh, online, which I've never done before. So I guess now, like that's where I am now, where I'm exploring the online thing. Like I said, I just made my Upwork profile
This
this
month.
month.
But aside from that, you're also writing. You're still writing books on Kindle.
Yeah, I like in was it 2013 or 2014, I think. I wrote my first steamy novella and published it myself. Like I had done writing, ghost writing in the past,
Mhm.
but not like done it like where I published it myself.
KDP using.
Actually, at first it wasn't KDP. It was under a local online bookstore called Buko.
Oh.
Yeah, and then I put it out in print, and then I took a course on how to publish your book on Kindle,
Okay.
and then I put it on Kindle, and then this year and by the way, I published that book under a different name, just because, guys, Google, you don't, like, if you're still getting clients, like I'm still getting clients from like where the topics are real estate or families, and you don't want to,
Wholesome topics.
yeah, wholesome topics or business related topics, and you don't want those things to intersect. So like one thing that I always ask my authors that I work with, because I also edit books, is the pen name question. Are you going to use a pen name? Because if you're a school teacher, or you're doing work unrelated to the thing that you write,
Erotica.
yeah, especially if it's steamy, because people do form a certain perception, then you might want to consider using a pen name. But
Yeah.
I don't hide it. It's Kate Sebastian. So I published that novella, and then this year I edited an anthology of um, romance stories, love stories by local, all Filipino authors, and all set in the Philippines. And then we published that on Amazon also, and released printed copies locally also. And we, in our first week, we got into the Amazon like top 100 for the category.
Nice.
So yeah,
Congratulations.
so it was pretty good, and like it was a good learning experience, and I got to work with authors that I'd never worked with before. So it was fun.
So so you're doing that. You're still getting some freelance. You're trying
Yeah.
to start with Upwork.
Yeah.
And then you're also managing a few of the family businesses, right?
Well, I'm managing this business,
Books and
and
Brews.
yes, Books and Brews, and I'm helping out with some of the menu development and the marketing for our business upstairs, which is a kind of a leveled up carinderia.
Mhm.
So it's called Sakanunay, which is a Bisaya term.
Back then.
Yeah. Well, well, yeah. It was what your lolo would have used to sign his love letters to your lola.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Sa kanunay Lolo Jason, whatever. and And then I haven't been so hands-on yet, but starting next year, I'll also be helping with the reservations and events for our beach resort down south in Moalboal.
Yeah, Halimana.
Yes, Halimana.
Yeah. It's a very nice resort. If anyone wants to check it out in Malbal. We were there a couple of months ago.
Thanks.
Very
Yeah,
pleasant.
but you were there for like such a short time.
4 days, I think.
Oh, were you? I thought
Yeah.
you were overnight. Okay.
No, it was
I
like-
didn't know. I didn't know you were there 4 days.
We were there 4 days. It was really nice. Very serene and very quiet.
Did you do the whole adventure stuff?
No, we
No.
just relaxed.
Okay.
'Cause it's a very relaxing.
Yeah, we
resort.
like to say that part of the thing that we like for our customers is to practice what we call the art of doing nothing.
Yeah.
Where it's like a concentrated effort to get away from your cell phone and your laptop or whatever. So it's very like we try to make it hard to work at the resort.
Exactly.
And like we like people to get out of their rooms. So I don't like we only have I think one room that has a TV.
The other one upstairs, right? I think.
That's a family room. So we notice it like at night, like when we get large family, like to stay together and like maybe watch a movie. But the honeymoon suite is the only one with a TV
Okay, so
inside the room.
So you're managing, of course, you're managing this cafe. You're in charge
Yeah.
of that. Also, you also have a hand in Handurao as well, right?
Not so much. That's more handled like that's a pizza restaurant and event venue, and it's more handled by my brother and my sister.
Okay.
And like actually I'm the black sheep of the family who has finally come back into the family business fold after how many years away. and then the other thing that I'm doing is Ginger Arboleda has Manila workshops, and she recruited me to do Cebu workshops. So we've done a couple. I've done one with EJ from Texumo, and then we had one with Tony Chan from This Happy Blogger, and she did her brand clarity workshop here. So just last month.
Nice.
So we've started that, and then I have more on the roster for next year.
So you have all these things going on.
Yes.
And you're married. You have your husband.
Yes.
So how do you manage to not go crazy?
Well, I kind of just embrace the craziness.
So you are okay. You're not refuting that.
I like because my other homework was to get accountability partners.
Yeah.
I have about 3 or 4 now, and like one is always just telling me like I'm how crazy I am because like I am slightly extroverted only on chat. So like I guess it's like I just go for it, and like because I've kind of crafted a career being kind of game for anything. I mean, even stuff that I hated, I've done. I mean, I've done like I know that some of the jobs that I've had previously, because I've been like a lifestyle editor, and I've been a travel and food editor, which people think is amazing. But guys, when you have like 8 food reviews in a week, it's somewhat amazing, somewhat expensive because of how much you're spending on maalox and other antacids, and also there is a point where people will just have to roll you home, and like you don't enjoy like there is a point where you don't enjoy food anymore because your whole life is about food. But you know, on the other hand, like I got to take like a 4-day tour of Singapore for free.
Nice.
Just like because they wanted me to write about it, and like I've been offered hotel stays, that kind of thing. So like I think one thing is there are good things, there are bad things, and sometimes the good things for you are not necessarily good things for other people, and sometimes the bad things for you are not necessarily the bad things for other people. So like for example, one assignment I hated was they sent me to Boracay during Labor Day weekend, and they had me do a sequence of um physically active activity.
The
And like
banana boat
and like they partnered me up with a guy who was fresh off Survivor Philippines, and like they had it hosted by local celebrities. Oh God, here we go again. Bianca Gonzalez.
okay.
And like here are like these two like tall statuesque people, and then like how come I'm the one that they're making like do skimboarding and wall climbing? They stuffed me in a zorb and threw me down a hill, and I was like, guys, understand that I'm not very active. You're filming me doing these things, and like we're holding up the activities because like you're just gonna have to find an angle. So I made the cameraman lie on the ground when I was doing the rock climbing, so that it looked like I was higher up than I actually was. But like I honestly hated it, and I was like, I'm never going back to Boracay again, guys.
But that's, I guess, that kind of attitude where you say yes to everything. That's opened a lot of doors for you.
Yeah, I'm like, because like I'm that with like I think part of the reason why food editor job was because I'm like that with food also. Like
Say yes to everything.
yeah, try everything. So, like there's one where they're like, can we send you to eat some crocodile? And I'm like, okay. And yeah, like I'm not, and so I'm not picky with my food. I'm not picky with assignments.
And I think I
yeah.
think based on this interview and based on me knowing you,
And
a lot of that stems from how you were brought up.
I think so. Like I guess like because you're not like, also I didn't like I went to like an international school where learning is very much like, yes, you have classroom learning, but it's kind of also self-driven. So like tutoring is not really a thing like in the schools that I went to. Like unless you're borderline failing, you don't really get a tutor.
So you have to
Yeah, so like it's
work
only
hard
like
on your
now
own.
when I have friends who have kids, and like I realize that like you have you have straight A students who have tutors in other
Subjects.
in other schools, and I'm like, really? But why does your child need a tutor? And we didn't have that, but instead we were encouraged to do a lot of like to experience a lot outside. So like clubs, you had to be in a club, and like some of our clubs have done crazy things. Like we did like island hopping.
Wow.
Or like outreach. You teach students from public schools, that kind of thing. So you kind of do get out in the world. And I don't like, I'm not saying this doesn't happen in other schools. I don't know if it does, because I didn't get to a local school until college. And but I felt like that was a big thing, that um, we had limited homework. Our school ended at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and like when 3 o'clock, it's like we didn't have that much homework, so I could go and do these extra jobs. I spent time shadowing my sister because she was a DJ at NU 107 Cebu. So like I was the button monster for a while in NU 107.
And these are all
you learn you like it. I guess the culture of like both the family, and that was also reinforced by the schools I went to, was you don't stop learning, because nothing, you don't know what's useful and not useful. So
being open to
yeah.
everything that comes to you. And
my gosh, I'm sorry that the MLM movement has like co-opted the open-minded phrase, but it really is being open-minded.
being open-minded, even as a kid, even though your mom could have probably got a yaya to do chores, she taught you how
Yeah.
to do chores, and then you get reward for them.
Yeah, and like we also had this thing that I didn't realize until I was older that not all parents do, is that my mom was made us very conscious of our budgets. So because she was a single mom, and when I was a kid, my mom was working three jobs to keep us in school, to keep us like financially stable, and she would say, like, for example, when you, especially around Christmas time, around this time and around the time of our birthdays, and it just so happened, unfortunately for my mom, that my brother, my sister, and I are all born in April. So birthday time is very expensive because we're all born in the same month. And so she would say, okay, here, this is my budget for your gift this year. And like, so if it was like 500 for your Christmas, one big Christmas gift, or you could have multiple small Christmas gifts, um we would negotiate. And like, sometimes if I wanted something that cost 1,000, my mom would make me sign a contract to say, okay, I'm willing to spot the 500 because that's what my budget was for you for Christmas. But how are we going to make the other 500 happen so that you can get the gift you want? So in some cases it would be allowance deduction. So we would have contracts that said, okay, if you get allowance every week, this is how much is subtracted from your allowance every week. And it goes to paying back for your very expensive Christmas gift. Or you could sign another contract which said, you forfeit your birthday gift. So if you really want this Christmas gift, then you forfeit your birthday gift and you sign a contract for that. And like, it was always like, it was on the fridge or in my mom's home office. So you could not escape. You could not escape the contract that you had signed. And like, I remember a couple of times when I did the whole paying back from allowance deduction thing. That was because I felt the deduction. That was part of what spurred me on to like
Do
earn
extra
more. Yeah,
jobs.
do extra jobs to earn more.
So and all of that was something that was taught to you, like all the siblings, and
Yep.
all of you are, I'd say, relatively successful, right?
Yep.
That with that upbringing, I guess being taught the value of money at a
Mhm.
young age, being taught the value of hard work, um, and the creative storytelling, the no
Yeah.
TV.
Yeah, we had this rule that we could watch one TV show a day. Each child could watch one TV show a day, and there was always a chart on the fridge to say what your one TV show was. You could watch two TV shows if you shared in what your sibling watched. If you watched the show that your sibling watched, but you could not choose for that sibling. And I kind of learned to make money from that also, because there were shows that like my sister would want to watch or my brother would want to watch, and I would say, okay, give me your money or give me your chocolate or something that I wanted, and I will give on Tuesdays or something like that.
That's a very very smart way of earning extra money, giving away your TV slot.
Yeah, so like it was just like, because the constraints were universal, I get, like, for at least in our family.
Mm.
You kind of learn to work around things, and you kind of learn to problem solve. Okay, how much, and you learn to prioritize, because how much do I want to watch this TV versus eat my sister's chocolate. And
So
and
priorities and discipline
I get, yeah.
were lessons that you guys learned at a young age.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's I see that a lot of that contributes to where you are right now.
Yeah, I think it helps. I think like I don't know, like, obviously, like, when it's done in your family and it's done the whole time you're growing up, you don't necessarily know until you talk to other people what other people's upbringings are like. But I think one thing was, really from a young age we had that idea that if you work for others, then you're earning money for other people. But if you work for yourself, then you're then at least the money that you get is, or the
Goes
effort
to
that
you.
you put in, the rewards will go to you and your family. So
That's a great lesson to teach.
yeah.
Yeah. And we're gonna go to the comments
Okay, sure.
in a bit. But for those of you watching, if you have any questions, please let us know in the comments. If if you think that this is valuable, I think this is very valuable to those that want to become aspiring authors, those that want to venture into freelancing, especially local. And there are a lot of lessons that a lot of mothers are watching. So there are a lot of lessons that you can teach your kids at a young age. You can see how Leanna is right now. She's successful, and the kind of lessons she learned as a child are probably things that you can teach your kids as well. I'll take note of this
Yeah.
when I have a
Feel
kid
free
too.
to steal my mother's tactics.
Okay.
Like I think you mentioned in the description for this show that you wanted to touch on how newbie writers can get started on the local market.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah, so I thought I would just, because I've worked with a lot of writers who are just starting out, and one thing is most editors will have a pool, like either it's an Excel file or like a dedicated contact list, which is just their go-to writers. And if you can get on that list, it's ideal. So so feel free to email editors. Like most like websites will have an email contact, like there will have contact details. If not for the editor directly, then you can just make sure to address it to the editor who's credited for a website or a newspaper, and just say, hey, I would love to write for your publication, whether it's a magazine, a website, a newspaper.
Just reaching out.
Yeah, that all goes into a file. And like when we don't have because I've worked on both sides of the spectrum, so I know that when we need more writers, we have that file and we go through it. And a lot of a lot of people tend to be concerned about portfolios. The good thing about writing is that if you don't have an existing portfolio, you can make your own, and you don't have to get, like, if you publish it on your blog, that's considered published. So like if you don't have a blog, then you can just write the article, and you can actually say, like, I've actually done it like a couple of times where I've written an article for just to show that I had something in that field or like related to a certain topic, and then later I turned around and say, by the way, I never published this article, it's for sale. And then somebody would buy it, and like it's work that I've already done, and if I charge less for it, then that's fine, because I wasn't going to sell it anyway. So like that's something that you can always do. And honestly, just build your network, because I don't go a month without recommending a writer to somebody who needs a writer, for example. So, and I know a lot of other writers and editors who do the same. So, and I've gotten a lot of gigs because I've received that kind of referral. So just keep building, because like it's not a competition. Writers are so in demand right now. And like writers, editors, content strategists are just so in demand right now that you're like, if there's like two of us like sitting on this couch and we're both writers, there's enough work to go around. And like if I'm successful and you're maybe less successful, that doesn't mean that I've taken work away from you. That probably means that if I get to the point where I'm so successful, I have a surplus of work, I will pass it on to you.
Yeah, so having that network, having those sample articles that you can peddle if ever you need to.
Because like decide what you want to write about, and then just write about it, whether somebody's buying it or not, if you have the time, because that stuff can be used to build your portfolio or be sold later on.
And not only for writing, that also applies in other fields as well, like websites, graphic design. But for writers, you can create.
Yeah, like one person I know of who was a graphic artist wanted to get into the book cover
Mm.
creation business. I told him, just put up a website, put up your sample book covers, and then the ones that you haven't sold, the ones that you just invented, just put a generic title and author name, and then just say this cover is for sale. And he actually sold a couple. So
that's good advice for any field.
yeah, so it works.
Yeah, it definitely works.
Yeah,
In my
like
experience,
don't
as well.
be afraid of a lack of portfolio, because I feel like if like just work on developing your skills, because if you have the skills, then the portfolio is very easy for you to generate.
Exactly. So I'm going to the comments here.
Yes.
Good morning, Anne, Josie, Red, Ethel, Relj, Live Great, Ball. A lot of people saying good morning. Mary, Mikuru, Milo.
Yeah.
Shirt, face to face. A lot of people like the shirt. Yeah, this is our new flip shirt. This is a new edition, the red edition.
Yeah,
and
I was gonna say, like, I'm so used to seeing the blue one. The red one is nice.
Yeah, we just
surprise.
got it a couple of days ago, or a week. Yeah, a few days ago, and we're not selling them. They're special editions once again. Yeah, we'll announce how you can get them through contests and other things. Very good childhood. A lot of people are saying GeoCities is dead. What is GeoCities?
Yes, what is GeoCities? Oh, that just shows our age.
Yeah, I was a baby when.
Oh, okay, so it shows my age.
No, I was around. I created a GeoCities website when I was 1 year old. Of course, I'd like to ask samples of work. Johanna wants to see some of the work you've done. Probably not the. I'm not sure if it's the erotica or the other work.
Oh, you can actually just go to my website. I have like one thing I tell writers is just buy your name, buy your .com, buy your name as early as you can afford it. Just buy it and keep paying for it. It's probably like it'll cost anywhere between $5 and $15 a year.
So it's LianaSmithBautista.com?
Yeah, so it's LianaSmithBautista.com. I also and I actually did this thing where I bought domains that I didn't even know if I would use, but like I bought LianaSmith.com, and then just so that if ever I wanted it, then I would still have it, and then for my author name I bought KateSebastian.com also. Okay. So I have like the details about my books are there, and the details about my writing. I also have my portfolio on LianaSmithBautista.com, both for writing and for editing.
Yeah, and we'll include those links in the replay and on the YouTube video. So you'll be able to, if you're watching the replay, just look for those links in the description. Okay. What are some of your secrets or proven tips for good articles? Joanna's asking.
Oh, actually, I have a good one. It's like one thing, especially if you have a regular client, is to really get a good understanding of the kind of content that they really like to publish a lot of, and then start thinking about that early on. So, for example, when I used to assign writers to interview someone for a website that I was editing for, I would tell me, okay, your interview needs to be worth 3 articles, and they would freak out because one thing is like you think, okay, you're gonna interview, for example, if I'm interviewing Jason Dulay, then I think that I'm just gonna write about what your life has been like or whatever angle that the editor requested for the main article. But like said, okay, and like ask him his top 5 tips for new freelancers. And if he gives 5 tips, then that's an article.
Okay.
Ask him who were his inspirations. Like what are the 5 books that he's read. Ask him his like 5 people to follow if you're in that thing. And that's instantly what you have the profile story, you have the 5 tips for newbies, you have the 5 books to read, and you have the 5 influencers to follow, and that's 4 articles. And that you can do that all in one interview. And then the other thing is like, especially if you're doing interviews, because that's no effort writing, guys. Because all the content will come from the person that you're interviewing, so you don't actually have to do like that much legwork outside of the interview itself. So the other thing I like to do is do omnibus stories. So for example, I'll say, Jason, what's your motto? What's your motto for like approaching business thing? So like, what's the, like, an inspirational quote that you can give? And then like the next 5 interviews I do, I'll say, what's an inspirational quote you can give? And then I'll say, and then like a month later, I'll put up an article that says the 5 inspirational quotes from these 5 people that we interviewed, or like find a unifying theme. Like if it's artistas, for example, sometimes I'd be like, oh, sometimes it's even super babaw, like what's your favorite Filipino food? And like but then like that article gets super successful because you have 10 celebrities saying, oh, I love sinigang, or so stuff like that, like use your time wisely, and you don't, like, try not to think too in too linear a fashion when you're doing your research or doing your interviews. Because also research is like, for example, if you're researching a story on, say, the top 5 destinations for summer, then you're probably going to be able to match that with like looking for top 5 beaches or top 5 shopping destinations or whatever. And so if you do a 5 destinations and like it's different categories, then that's one story. But then in the meantime, might as well save the information that you got while researching this article, and pitch another story, if not to the same publisher, then to another publisher. And you're like, hey, I already got the stock photos, because that's the thing that they need, like, especially if it's a site that has a low budget. Sometimes they'll ask you to look for Creative Commons photos. So on like Wikimedia or Pixabay, or other creative, like other places where you can get photos for free with just like attribution, or even like in cases like Pixabay, they don't even require attribution.
Oh yeah.
So you've already downloaded the photos. That means you don't have to spend, because one thing that takes a lot of time if you're an article writer is you spend a lot of time looking for photos, if that's part of the brief. So at least if you have the photos already, or like look for photos for another thing, might as well download something like another photo that you think you might use for another article later. Save the details about where you took it from, and then move on. So like, don't waste your time.
That's definitely a good tip. Shin, you already answered this. Advice for newbie writers, and I think the creating your portfolio was a very good tip that can apply to a lot of different fields.
And especially like if you're trying to write for a website, then having a blog is already instantly a portfolio. Especially if it's a blog related to the website that you want to write for.
Instant portfolio right there. Joy Bata, I'm a newbie. I still don't know what to focus on as a VA, but I really want to change career and do VA full time. Check out our free course, our free VA course, if you haven't enrolled in it, so you can find out more about becoming a virtual assistant. Watching from Las Marinas. Something's wrong with I followed that by your name. Oh, Carla Joyce. She bought.
Yes, congrats on that. I was bugging her to do it.
How do you deal with writer's block?
Writer's block. Okay, I come from a school like where there is no writer's block, and like that's a scary idea, because then you realize that writer's block is just an excuse. But what I always say is just write through it, because even if it's crap, then you can fix crap. Am I allowed to say crap? I already said it, but
Yeah,
like, okay,
we've already crossed that.
yeah, I'm sorry. If it's not good, you can fix it. What you can't fix is nothing. So like, and honestly, like, if you look at any successful writer, it they will tell you that you write on the good days and you write on the bad days. I mean, Stephen King says, he writes, he'll write writer's block or no. You get like a lot of famous people where they all give the same advice: just write through it. And if you really just can't write through it, then do things related to writing, like outlining. Like, if you outline when you have your idea, when you're not feeling the writing or you don't know where to start, you can go back to that outline and just fill in the blanks. Because so I used to keep a notebook. Actually, I still keep a notebook where it's just story ideas. So and sometimes um it'll be inspired by a problem I'm having. So for example, I moved into a condo, and now my husband and I are talking about maybe getting a dog. But what's a dog that would be happy in a condo? So, okay, oh, this is an article. Okay, so I'm researching it for myself, but but I'll probably want to do an article about it, that kind of thing. Or like, I'm having coffee, and like, what are different ways to make your coffee more interesting? Or if, for example, if you're lactose intolerant, what are your
Options. Yeah.
options for getting that caffeine fix? For example, like, you can't just, like, okay, you could just be Americano all day long, but eventually you'll get jittery, and stuff like that. Like, one thing my husband recently was got um has got me into, which I stopped and which I'm starting again, um actually next week, is intermittent fasting. So like, I researched that, and like, because I'm doing it for myself. But like, I'm if I was gonna if I was gonna look for people to pitch to, then since I've already done the work of researching, which actually takes the most time, which should take the most time, because writing would just be a matter of putting together the things that you've researched, um, then I can pitch a story on intermittent fasting. So that kind of thing, like, let your life inspire what you write. And I think when you do that, it'll be very clear what spheres your interests lie in. So for example, um, with me, I've written a lot. The bulk of my article writing is general lifestyle, just because I like to do it that way. But I do know people who focus exclusively on travel and leisure. I know people who are very concerned about like home stuff. I know people who write, like, who are the mommy writers, who are the business writers. I know somebody who is the sex education writer. I know somebody who writes about like breastfeeding, like breastfeeding and babies exclusively. Like, even when you say mommy writers, there's
More
the
niche topics.
yeah, there are niche topics where you can be the authority there. And anytime somebody needs an article on that, people, like, once you get a few articles out there, people will start going to you. Because I've gotten a lot of article, I'm not sure what you say, like, invites to write articles based on articles I've written previously.
So yeah, dealing with writer's block, just write through it, or
Yeah.
do other activities that are related
Yeah.
to writing.
So
There's
yeah, because
others.
like,
Okay, go ahead.
there's no, like, you can't afford writer's block. If you're trying to make money out of writing, you can't afford to wait until you feel like writing to do the work that you need to do. I mean, if you look at it as in any other career, for example, if you're in a call center, you can't say, I'm not taking calls right now because I don't feel like writing it, or like, I'm not inspired to give the customer my service, therefore I won't do it. You can't do that. So writing is the same way.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Great advice. We have one last question, and then we're gonna wrap up with some advice from you
All right.
for everybody. some great advice. What's your regular writing day look like?
Oh gosh, I don't, honestly, I write when I need to write. So if there's no like assignment, then sometimes I'm not writing and I'm doing my other business stuff.
You have enough things to keep you
Yeah.
busy.
Yeah, but like sometimes like I write a lot at night, mostly because like the businesses are closed during the at night, and I have always been an owl, so my most productive times are actually around 11 to 3 in the morning. Like that's my peak productivity period. And like it doesn't have to be like I know that's kind of like cliche for writers na, oh, calling out in the night with my hugot, but like I know writers who write best in the morning. So I say if you can track when you're most creative, when the words come easily to you, then work around that. So like for example, if I know that I have to do an article, then I'll try to get everything out of the way, and then I'll work on that article during that period, because that's when I know that like during like maybe if I try to do it in the morning, like right now, if I had to do an article right now, it would probably take me a little bit longer than if I had to do it than if I did it like at midnight. And again, like just don't, like I said, don't waste your time. So if you know that you'll do it faster, then focus on the other stuff you can do now that you need to do anyway, and then do it when you're creative.
Oh, yeah. So find your own rhythm.
Yeah, find
And work around
like
it.
every writer is different. But you do have to have your discipline, but like what schedule you stick to for that tends to be up to you.
All right,
Yeah.
that's great advice. So that's all our questions. We've
All
gone
right.
a little bit over the time.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. So as we close out, what's some advice that you can give to our audience right now?
In terms of
So just
writing,
in general for there, because we have more than writers in the
mhm.
audience. So in general, what's one, if they were to take away one thing that you want to leave them with, and these are most aspiring freelancers, existing freelancers in different fields, and we have a lot of writers listening as
Mhm.
well. What's your that one advice that you want to them to take home?
I think it's that you should never stop upskilling, because you never know what skills you might need. And even if you don't use the skill yourself, it's still good, like if you can be conversant in certain areas, especially um like that are related to your field. So for example, I'm a writer, but in this day and age, you can't be a writer or a content generator without talking about video. Now, maybe I'm not great at shooting video myself or writing scripts, but I need to know what goes into a successful video and how it can be incorporated into say an article. And or for example, if you're a copywriter, but you're not familiar with SEO, like even if you don't primarily focus on SEO, you don't know what SEO is, then that's kind of you're crippling yourself, because your clients will be like, oh, okay, then I guess I'll go find a writer who knows what SEO is,
Hmm.
or email marketing, that kind of thing. Then even if you're not the one making the email, for example, if you're writing for a website that has a daily newsletter or a weekly news, then you want to make sure that your article is featured in that newsletter, because you'll get more views. And if you get more views on your article, then the chances that that website will keep hiring you are higher. So like even though it's not a direct 1:1, I learned this skill, therefore I make money from it, you don't know what contributes to it later on. So like yeah,
Definitely
just
agree.
keep learning.
That's great advice. Just keep learning, keep upskilling. And I can also personally say I've always kept learning, and that has opened a lot of opportunities for me as well. Well, I want to thank you so much, Liana, for taking this time. I know you're busy. It's a business day for
No
the cafe as
problem.
well. Thank you everybody for staying on. Once again, I I would like to ask you to share this interview. If you found anything that's helpful for your family or friends, hit that share button. All right, guys. Um, you guys have a great rest of the day. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Today, I have a very special guest with us. We have, most of you guys know him as Shoden-san, but that's not really his real name. His real name is Dennis Abad. And Shoden, as you know, his nickname is I guess like the premier video freelancer, or the premier freelancer when it comes to videos and video marketing. You might have seen, you might have seen some of his videos. I'm sure you've seen some of his videos sometime. Any popular ones that you can share with us?
Well,
That you're allowed to share?
if you know John Pagulayan, then you probably seen some
You've
of my
worked
videos.
you've worked on John Pagulayan's videos. You've worked on. Are we
Act-
allowed to say your other clients?
For a lot of, it's the thing, because I can actually mention some of the internet marketers that I'm working with, like John Orana. He's also a mentor of mine, and I'm currently working with Alan Ngo as well. If because this is in our world of freelancers, this is the domain where I like to work now. But previously, I've had documentary work in corporate films. So a lot of them typically don't get publicly credited to my name, but it's okay because it's always an NDA with me.
So there might have been some public videos that that the audience has seen, but you're not allowed to talk about. But here we have the master Shoden with us this afternoon. By the way, guys, if you're watching, please say hi. Please let us know things are working well. Please say hi. Please say where you're from, and if you have any questions for Master Shoden, please type them in the comments. We'll be sure to ask them during this live interview as well. All right. So thank you once again, Shoden. It's a pleasure interviewing you. You're one of the bigger known names, I guess.
Yeah, grabe.
And you have a great story. You're here to I guess talk to us about your, aside from your story, um, you being a full time dad. Is that accurate to say?
I think so. Yeah.
Full time dad, full time freelancer, and how you manage all of that. So I guess we can just go ahead and get started. Let's talk about you, and how you got started. We know you came from corporate. You had some experience there. So what were you doing before freelancing? Let's talk a little bit about your corporate life and how you transitioned over into what you're doing today.
Okay. So uh, in corporate, actually, I had many tasks, and like Steve Jobs always likes to say, connect the dots moving forward, right? So you're not really sure what's gonna happen with your life. I think one of your guests before also mentioned it. The guy who was a 400K project manager, uh, uh also
Mike, yeah,
Cebuano, Mike.
Mike,
Yeah, he's
yeah.
very inspirational. So all along, he didn't know that all of his skills would tie up to make him the person who owns the BPO that he has today. So essentially, I think it's true for all of us. My first job right after college was also a BPO. So I was a technical support agent for Convergys for the Bell South account. So I used to have a fake Texas accent, and I would be doing callbacks for Hurricane Katrina victims. So that was the so you'd have a guess about the first year that I got into employment was during Hurricane Katrina. So
Can you give us the Texan accent?
so, so it would go like this. Thank you for calling Bell South. My name is Dennis. How may I help you?
Okay, that'll work. Yeah, we've been in the call center.
Yeah.
A lot of us have been in the call center. Okay, you were doing work with Bell South, doing customer callbacks,
Hmm.
and then what happened from there?
What happened right after that was, uh, incidentally though, I took up European languages back in university, right? So
Hmm.
this was something that I really just feared that I would lose this skill in European languages because my first job was the job that they called me for because in effect that well ako nung time na yun patay gutom kasi ako, the first person who called me for a job interview was Convergys, and I was just so happy to get a job. So I took it, but I left my training for European languages behind. So I got into Convergys for full almost 2 years. Then I went back to European languages work. So thankfully I got into an account inside of Emerson Process Management, which gave me the opportunity to practice my German again. So
Hmm.
I got to travel, go to Europe, work in Europe for a few months at a time, and then that was the routine for the next 3 years. So, and after that, I felt that um, I would want to try the solar industry. So I actually transferred to Sun Power Philippines. I worked as a solar advisor, also working with the German language. So I was an administrator for the offices in Germany when you wanted to set up a solar panel on your
Hmm.
warehouse, on your roof. So yeah, these are all really day jobs in effect. So even if you get to travel, the thing that people don't realize is that you're in Europe, but you're in an office 8 to 5. So it's not really well. I'm really thankful for the opportunity to travel and stuff, but that's what people don't realize because you're there to work. You're not really there for vacation. So that's the difference. But yeah, after that, I went into the IT hotel industry. So I worked for Docomo entity, uh, German support as well. And after that, my last corporate job was Shell Philippines. So I was working for the accounts payable department. So it was a really, if you think about it, it's a really sort of unrelated things that
Yeah.
it's a mishmash of IT, engineering, and customer support and logistics. But yeah, it turns out that if you want to become your own business, really you have to pick up bits and pieces of this here. Develop a skill set here, like people skills, management, also being more organized, which is something that I'm not really not, but you're forced to do it when you're in the job.
So during this time, you were tech support in Convergys. You did process management. You did admin work. You did IT. You were in Germany for how many years? Were you in Germany?
It's not really years, bro, but I the job was I would be there for a few months at a time
And traveling
every
back and forth.
every year. Yeah, so like on one year, I'm there for 3 months, and then next year another 2 months. So the job was really to transfer the process from Germany to Manila. So it
Uh,
was not so pleasant.
so you had process management, admin work, accounts payable work, and nothing. This has nothing to do with video. Like all of these jobs have nothing to do with video. I would never have guessed that you went into video from these. But at this time, were you interested in video?
The funny thing is, now that you mention it, Jason, and now that you're giving me perspective on how I'm supposed to tell my story, it's the fact that before I went into my first job. So that's the thing. There is a sort of a first love that happens even before you get a job, right? So you get exposed to certain elements that you really desire and you really want to work in. So in college, to support myself, one of my favorite part-time jobs was to edit videos for people with projects. So
Hmm.
that's where the link comes in. So I couldn't afford the cameras back then, right? So and then back then we had bootleg copies of Photoshop, Adobe. All of those things were practically bootleg. You could never afford any of those things if you were a college kid
Yeah,
without.
even now, it's very
Yeah.
expensive.
So that's the case. I used to work with a lot of graphics, and then I transitioned into video editing first before I actually got into video shooting, because it's only recently that DSLRs became, more manageable in price. So that was when I actually went to Europe, when I was enabled finally to save up some money and see the sights. So, sayang yung tourist spots
Mm-mm.
if you don't take photos or videos of them. Diba? You remember the time when I was giving you tourist tips? Yun yung
Yeah, yeah.
ginagawa ko dati, bro. So, I was traveling through several places, and then people started noticing. And at one point, somebody actually asked me for my rates, and then I was like, okay, you want
So
to?
so they saw your video like on Facebook or something, and they asked you how much it would cost.
Oh, something like that. Yeah. So I think most of my first gigs were actually free, because I was just really happy to do it. So I was doing birthdays for friends, and one of my friends who got married that time, I think maybe almost 10 years ago now. Yeah, 9 years ago. Uh, she was getting married, but I volunteered to shoot her wedding video, but not the official team, right? Just sort of a salin pusa. Yung parang they'll allow me to shoot, but I won't interfere with the actual videographers. So she was kind enough to do that. And that's when I realized that, oh my God, I don't know what I'm doing. I have so much to learn. And then, so that's when I think that was 2010. I decided to invest in myself to upgrade my skills, because I was looking for a videography school. And that was also the time when I was already working in Sun Power, I think. So I still got to travel.
Mm-mm.
Uh, but yun nga, the pull or the force was getting stronger with the weekend warrior, because when I started owning a camera myself, I went on weekend gigs where you get paid as a freelancer. So that was the time when
Hmm.
I really was into the offline freelancing thing, where every week I
So
would do that.
So the thing is, how did you transition? Okay, so let me get the story straight. And for everybody here, this is really my first time hearing the entire story. But if you are amazed at Shodan's story, right now he earns a lot of money as a video guy, but he never even started video. He never did this for corporate. He just did it outside corporate, and he only learned recently, 7 years ago. So if this is something that you find inspiring and shocking, maybe you have please hit the share button. Please hit the share button. Share his story with friends and family. We want to learn more, and be sure to ask questions later. But going back to you, Shodan. So you okay, college time, you were doing some video editing on the
Hmm.
side,
Hmm.
which isn't that hard. You just cut and paste maybe. You
Yeah,
weren't.
these were for presentations in classes like Humanities 1, Com 2, Com 3,
Oh,
those
okay,
subjects.
okay. So no like fancy effects and things. Just
Ooh,
cut and paste a little bit and
yeah, the basics of, but we did have some music videos. Those were pretty, the really crappy ones, like
yeah.
with
What?
the fake effects, like page turning and stuff.
Yeah. I wonder what
Yeah,
year this is. But
this was
maybe.
back in college, because I was a freshman in 1998. Okay.
So you're dating yourself there. But okay, so in
Yeah,
1998,
yep,
you did some video editing a little bit. Those corny effects, those page turn, the stars, and things like
yep,
that.
yep, yep.
But it wasn't until 2010 that you bought your own camera.
It was actually 2007,
Okay,
because I was
2007.
already employed with Emerson Process by then, and I was able to afford those cameras by then.
Yeah, because
So yeah,
especially back, right now the cameras are cheaper, but in 2007, they were still extremely expensive. So 2007, you bought a camera, you bought your first SLR,
Mm-hmm.
you bought your first SLR, and then you did, some just weekend shoots. Like all of us do that, right? And you guys watching, you do that too, right? You go, right now we even do it on our camera phones because our camera phones are nice now. But for those
Yeah,
of
yeah,
you
true.
that, yeah, for those of you that have SLRs, who can afford SLRs, I don't even have one myself. You go to Boracay or you go to Baguio. I don't know if you can take a picture of, but you go to Cebu and you take pictures, you take videos, you post them on Facebook. So that's what you were doing. And then from there, is this when your friends asked you, hey, Shoden, you have some great videos, some great pictures, and this is how you started doing gigs for your friends?
That started like that, but also there was this realization where when they started to ask, right,
Hmm, hmm,
that one gig would actually be 1 day's worth of gig would be if you did it every day, you only need to work like maybe 5 days a month. So that was the realization. So that you became sort of an entrepreneur. Like, wait a minute, this is what's happening. So those are the things that. So you're shooting, right, and then they're starting to give you a good amount of TF or talent fee for your work, and you're getting lots of projects. And on the weekends, if you total the amount of like what you get,
hmm,
if you do the math, the weekends are really like your daily rate soars up as opposed to being in an office,
hmm,
going through traffic, being cooped up and doing the regular work. So that's it became sort of an entrepreneurial thing where
hmm, hmm, hmm.
okay, so yeah. And then I had this, we have this because you're young, you have this sort of arrogance where you think like kaya ko to itong si Jason Magbano or itong si kaya ko naman yun eh. And then I was really I was really like so full of myself, like I was full of it. And then I realized when I did the wedding of my friend, like I told you earlier, I realized, oh my god, I do not know what I'm doing. So that's when I actually had to find courses, but there wasn't any available in the Philippines back then. So I had to go to Singapore. I borrowed
Wow.
money from my best friend and some other friends so I could afford the course. It was $1,000 back then. And
US or Singaporean?
yes, so I had to like crash at my other friend's house in Singapore, those things. But turns out naman it was really great because I got to network with some of the big time filmmakers in the
Mm.
Philippines back then who were also in Singapore, so they just flew for that event.
So
And
you enrolled, you invested in this training for
mm,
50, let's say 50,000 pesos.
yeah, more or less, yeah.
Yeah, 50,000 pesos.
Well, hindi
But
actually kasi bro, it was cheaper back then. It's about
oh,
yung $1,000 was 40,000 lang.
say 40. So you invested 40,000 well, including the flight. So let's say
Oh
mga
yeah, that's mas mahal pala. Sorry.
oh,
So around maybe flight plus food kasi free na ako dun sa accommodations eh. So yan, flight plus food.
so let's say mga 50k. Ganun. You
Yeah.
invested mga 50k. And at that time you were still an amateur videographer. Yeah, and you were doing gigs, but would you consider yourself an amateur at that time? You realized that you needed to learn more, diba?
Ano yun bro eh. At that time I considered myself as a like a like a really good videographer.
Yabang,
I was so full of
yabang.
myself. And then when I went to the training, I realized how small and how basic my work was. So I had this video that I was so proud of, and I went to the course here, but sir, can you check my work and give me a critique? And then frowning, looking at my work, everything was in slow motion. Kaya, kasi that's a crutch kasi if you're always doing slow motion, you're not really telling the story so well kasi it's just moments that are slowed down, diba?
Oo.
So dati, akala ko yun na yung parang the best that was there, out there talaga. So yun, I at first, that's what you get when you actually try to expand your horizon, is you realize that you're not really that good, but you have a chance to level up really. So that's what you really want to do. So whatever field you're in, freelancing or videography or whatever field you're in, you surround yourself with people who are way better than you, so that you're gonna level up yourself. So sabi nga nila, a rising tide raises all boats. May
Mm-mm.
sense ba yun? Pero ano yun
Uh,
bro eh. Ganun. So you really have to raise your bar. And then,
Tagalog mo, so that,
paano ba? A rising tide?
pag
Uh,
umakyat, when the water goes up, yun.
I don't know eh. Kasi, so, ano guys, sorry kasi,
Pag, pag
I'm
high
from
tide,
I'm from Tacloban, so hindi ako Tagalog masyado.
oh yeah, yeah. Pag
So
high
yun.
tide, umakyat yung mga,
Oh, yun.
lahat
So
ng barko.
pag pag I'm gonna
Bisaya
give
na
up.
tayo.
Magbisaya na lang tabay.
Okay. So you, but the thing is, I find striking is that, you weren't really earning that much yet. You had some gigs, but you weren't. It was a risk kasi, and you risked like 50,000. You didn't have that. Sabi mo, you borrowed money, di ba? So you borrowed 50,000 pesos to invest in yourself, to take that risk, and that's something that most people wouldn't do, to make that big of a leap. So aside sa kayabangan mo, you said you really felt that you were the best videographer at that time. What assurance did you have that you'd make the money back?
Actually, I didn't have any assurance, bro. You're making me reflect on a lot of things. Like, it could have been a really stupid move, thinking about it now, because like the way you're uh you know asking the questions, like, oh no, you're right, like I could have had made a stupid mistake. But yeah, because that's the thing, if you really have your skin in the game, you really pushing yourself. So even if you're not really that skilled yet, and you have to admit that, guys, kasi yun nga, humble pa talaga yun. Pero as I learned na I have a lot to learn pa talaga, I decided to make it work kasi lugi. Tapos I would disappoint not just my friends and everyone else, but syempre yung I tried something, and at least diba, if I gave it my all, I would be able to say na sana if I just applied myself pa, diba? Ayun, so yun nga, as you realize that you had a lot to lose, it would really spur you to do your best, just because you're really in it now, you're in the game now.
Mm-mm,
So what I
mm-mm.
did right after that, I joined organizations. Like, for example, right now I'm trying to become a better online freelancer. So I joined Flip, I joined the community of Marv, Alan, John, everyone who has a name in the industry. I have to really immerse myself in, and also if I'm able to help out with my current skill set if they need parang something, kasi that's how I actually learn, kasi I'm sort of a, what you call, slacker, bro. So when I actually learn things, I love it when I'm having fun. Otherwise I won't remember it. So yun yung problem. So the thing is, with videography kasi there's a lot of technical stuff, pero if you just enjoy it, you forget about the hardships. Kasi mahirap nga siya. It's a lot of f-stops, apertures, all those things. Pero if you do it day by day, and just realize that at first you're gonna suck. Yun talaga. at first, at
Mm-mm.
first you're really gonna suck. Everybody says this in our industry. So, but that's the thing. You should rejoice na you're actually moving forward. So if you realize that in yourself na you suck, you're gonna try to do it better the next day, and then do it a little less suckier the next day. So ayun
Okay.
yun.
Yeah, and that's great. At first, you're definitely gonna suck. I remember my first, because I do a lot of videos nowadays, like of my own face. Unlike you take videos of other people. You have a lot of that. But my first videos of myself were really, really bad. especially at first. But yeah, that's good. Know that at first you're gonna suck, and then move forward slowly. But like what Sheldon said, I do want to reiterate what he said, that he didn't have any insurance. I guess he didn't think about it so much at the time. He was
It,
young, he was excited.
yeah, let's just chalk it up to I thought it was a good idea at the time.
He thought it was,
You know yun.
and it was a good idea. It worked out. But he put all his parang all or nothing, diba? All in. Kung sa poker, all in, diba? You bet everything on it. You borrowed money pa. But what that meant is that you didn't have any plan B. Parang ganun. Do or
Yeah,
die. Ganun.
sort of. Pero yung thing kasi medyo cheat siya kasi there was yung skill set ko kasi with the German language. It pays really high sa atin sa Pilipinas kasi 'di ba? There's a language premium. So I was sort of banking if I'm really gonna fail, then I could always go back to taking German call center work, 'di ba? Pero that was the farthest from my mind when I was trying to do video. And actually, the German thing became a sort of uh, uh, special thing. So my USP, my service, I mean, my unique
Selling
value
point,
prop, selling point, because I could then actually pitch to European NGOs, European companies like European Union, and I would get the job because I had this connection with them. So yun.
Mm-mm. Okay. That's great. That what you learned in the past is still effective right now. So let's go back to your story a little bit. You invested. You were getting gigs, and then at what point did you go to the next level in your freelancing, or how did you? Because anybody can go to a school, anybody can study, but that doesn't make them a successful freelancer. So how did you do it?
That's a very good question, bro. So, diba, so I was doing freelance work na. So uh, when I finally left corporate, it was 2012 pa lang. So, pero luckily because of all of the gigs and all of the practice that you have, ano siya, I got a 7-figure deal in 2013. So,
Nice.
yun siya, yun nga, so what I had to do, because I did not have credentials yet, even if I was able to do a lot of great editing work and filmmaking work, I didn't have the firepower yet. So I teamed up with my friend and actually my partner right now with the video school, EJ Mijares. He was my mentor as well in documentary work. And I used to go out for him doing projects. Pero yun nga, when we got the big fish project and we successfully got several other big fish projects na account ko. So yun, dun actually pumasok yung soft skills na work, especially with, kasi yun nga, there was a German company, the German NGO called GIZ. So it's the name is Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit.
What?
And yeah, yun. Pero it's the English translation is Society for International Cooperation.
Okay.
So para siyang USAID, but it's a German version of USAID.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a series to produce 9 documentary videos on climate change.
Wow.
So yun. So it was something that was close to my heart. Lalo pa na taga-Tacloban ako. So yun, climate change yung bahay namin. Like you're in the middle of filming the documentary when the Yolanda climate changed our house. Like wapak. So yun, bro. So that was sort of, I think, feeling ko yung little bit of confidence that also actually helped. Kasi nga, if you were super mahiyain naman and didn't know how to approach, didn't know how to pitch, and these are skills that you gradually develop over the other jobs, diba? Kasi you're talking to strangers every single day in the call center. You're talking to bosses, then sa process management, you're organizing logistics for other companies, diba? So maraming mga skills that are actually coming together that you didn't realize were molding you to be able to kumbaga, accept the challenges that you have right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's the same in your case then, bro, diba? Kasi you were an OFW then, but when you came back, marami kang natutunan doon that you also eventually used here, and then when you put the courses, ganun siya eh. So I see it in a lot of our friends then, that they use the hardship that they've had as a stepping stone. So ganun yung nangyari. After that, my friend EJ, yun nga yung mentor ko, he he had a dream din pala to set up a school kasi wala kasing video school eh sa Pilipinas. Ako naman, I was looking for that school 3 years ago. Where was it when I needed it? So wala. And then so we set it up. So it was 2014 when we set up the shoot practical videography school.
Nice.
So
Sure.
yun siya bro. It came about kasi sa side ni ng partner ko si EJ, his dream was to parang prevent people from making bad videos out of other people's milestones. Kasi di ba, this was the time now, 2014, that DSLRs are becoming cheaper. So practically anybody who had a DSLR could pretend, like me before, di ba? That they could shoot weddings, di ba? So buti lang I had the sort of foresight to say na, don't get me as the main wedding videographer. I'm just gonna practice. But pero a lot of people are actually practicing at the expense of the milestone of the bride and groom. So which is very sad. So it happened to EJ's I think it was his cousin who had a really bad wedding video that did not cause tears of joy but tears of
Sadness.
sadness kasi sobrang pangit talaga. Tapos they paid them like tapos hindi naman cheap magpagawa ng wedding video, di ba? So yun. Ako naman on my side, parang I adopted the cause kasi ako naman yung naghanap ng school, so I could relate to the market kasi I came from corporate, and gusto ko rin yung challenge kasi nga I was the one who set up the website, yung mga email marketing, online marketing na ginagawa natin. So ako yung nag-set up ng side na yun. So all of the sequences. So I had to actually learn that way. That was my introduction into online freelancing naman. So I got to know people like Ginger back in 2014. I actually met Marv, Charlie Aquino. So these are the people I started to get to know along the way in my own journey to become a better businessman naman. So to get our school online and we have more students. So parang ano siya bro, it's like it's all building up to something. So parang ganun. So we started our courses, people liked it. Right now we're on our 3rd year. Nag-anniversary kami nung November, and thankful kami na mga almost 400 graduates na bro. So
nice. Congratulations, bro.
Ikaw mas marami kang graduates sa work from home roadmap.
For 400 is a good number. That's still a lot of students, and specific to a niche like videography. But for an in-person class, that's very admirable. What you've done. So congratulations, Shodan, for achieving that. Now, I do have a couple of questions for you. Like, so you started the school 2014. It's been running for 3 years now. Rewinding the timelines a little bit, 2012 you left corporate, you were doing video gigs. 2013 you got the big gig, the seven figure guys. For those of you that can't count properly, that's million. 7-figure. Just in case, you know.
Yun yung contract price, guys. So of course after expenses, six figures lang siya.
And then you split it out with your partner. So
yep.
definitely it's no longer 7, but the deal itself, 7 figures. Yeah. That's a very exciting deal. I guess when you first,
I was like, I couldn't believe it myself actually, bro. Kasi nga, I was just giving it a shot, like for what it's worth. Kasi nga, nobody would actually hire. They wouldn't give other people a shot because the chief advisor was German, but I was able to cut through the bureaucratic,
Yeah, it's very strict. Tape. Germans are very strict. They're very detailed.
So yeah, maraming revisions, pero we were able to finish it kasi ganun nga. But it was a great project for me kasi after that things got easier. We got other projects then mas mabilis. So yun yung parang one of the things that happened after that project kasi this guy also recommended us to other organizations. So meron kaming European Union, meron kaming
Nice, nice.
mga ganong projects. So we get sent all over the place to to make documentaries for them.
Wow. So it just took one big client, and then they referred you to a lot of other clients. Did you still need to reach out to other potential clients on your own, or did you have enough work coming in from referrals?
Syempre in the documentary and in that kind of world sa NGO work, you would need to pitch pa rin kasi of course the bidding process is it has to be fair, di ba? So even if it's a good project, may bidding process pa din. So yun nga, dun sa German client na yun, we actually had to bid for it pa din. Pero ultimately they chose us nga because of the communication and the ability to produce. So I initially used the firepower and experience of my partners. So yung isa was a TV writer, the isa si EJ. He is a parang full-time documentary filmmaker for the past 15 years ng time na yun. So he really had the street cred. Ako naman, I came in as the film editor pero I was fully in the project, so shooting, editing, and then coordinating. So I was really into it. So yun, masaya siya. And after that, you still had to pitch, pero because nandun na sa folio mo yung project na yun, it's easier to land the deal or get you into the meeting at least to to further cement your stake or your attempt. Yun siya, bro.
That one, parang if you have a successful portfolio or case study, that really helps you get more. I do have like I'm curious then, maybe before you got that big project, or even after, like how did you, aside from referrals, because referrals were your number one way of getting clients and finding about gigs. So aside from referrals, what else did you do, or did you have to do anything else? Did you try doing other things?
Oh, actually, yun the videography organization that I told you about. That was pivotal kasi yun yan. I learned about other studios who were looking for freelancers, and then you would apply to any of the available gigs na meron sila. For example, they have a wedding shoot. You would contact them. So meron kaming message board, like similar to what we have sa Flip, where the job boards that we have. Meron din kaming gano'n dun sa videography forum namin. So it's also a Facebook group that it's literally just looking for ganito ganyan on this day, and I need this kind of shooter or I need an editor. So ganun siya. Parang gig economy din siya. But live, you have to show up, you have to go there. So yun, it's similar to what we do, pero yung transition naman to get into wanting to stay at home and do video marketing, it comes in around 2016, 2017 when we were about to have our first child. So parang mas gusto ko kasi magstay sa bahay para magala. kaya I wanted to be able to earn money from just staying at home, diba? And still use the video skills. Kasi syempre, I'm an editor naman so I can really still get some income by doing film work as an editor. Hindi na ngayon kasi I'm not really shooting as much kasi medyo mayroon akong back injury, but I like to direct and then also edit. So yun siya, bro.
Okay, so and you've you said you've been, your recent your wife just gave birth about recently, so congratulations on the new baby. But that made you kind of refocus into doing more video marketing, which you're also really good at. And you've recently been working with John Arana, John Bogolayan, Alan Ngo. What else is parang in the future for you? Like, what are your plans moving forward?
It's a really great question. Pero yun nga, the thing with what I'm doing right now, kasi I'm sort of on a parang medyo sabbatical from the operations sa school kasi yun nga, incidentally, wala rin kasi kaming yaya eh. So, hindi lang siya basta-basta na gusto mong magstay sa bahay, pero wala ka ring choice. Pero masarap din naman na you're able to watch over the baby. Kasi ang bilis na mag-grow up eh.
Mm-mm.
Kaya, what's in it for me in the future? I think kasi yun din I'm looking for something na I've started to learn. Actually, I invested in online marketing courses and yun nga ginagawa natin. And then email marketing and really being with the folks that are up there in the pantheon of Pinoy freelancing greats like you guys. So ano siya eh, gusto ko ng parang income na I would still really love to do filmmaking pa rin, pero not for survival na like before. Like you would go out because you need to put food on the table. I would love to do it as a parang project and advocacy, help other people, make people see or change or affect their behavior through your films. Kasi ganun yung magic ng movies or videos, diba? You have this ability to impart feelings on your audience using an inanimate object na nandyan lang
Oo.
naman. Pero ano siya, for me it's sort of magical and medyo nerdy if you guys are listening to this the first time. Kasi that's how I actually think about things. Kasi yun nga, the camera is a piece of glass, rubber, diba? And then software and then metal. Pero if you're able to pass through the camera with your feelings and you impart it on your audience, you're you're doing something special. So that's what I always want to be able to do whenever I'm creating a video. Kasi yun nga, with video, people get emotional eh. And if you're doing it the right way, you're doing for the right reasons, you can help make change. Yeah. So,
Mm-mm.
ganun siya. Medyo cheesy siya, bro. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay because I mean, you have to. I guess the most successful people, and you're very successful in the video world, and in the business world. The most successful people are those that have really strong convictions with what they're doing. Na hindi lang basta-basta, video, wala lang ganun. But you really have a vision. You really have a strong conviction that what you're doing has a positive effect on the society and on the world. And those are
Oh, bro.
those are the people that can really make change.
Ano siya, it's sort of a special kind of high. Kasi if you're doing corporate work lang lagi din, and may fulfillment kasi there is infusion ng cash and you get paid. Pero if you're able to, let's say, create a video where you help an entire community get noticed on the map and then get their livelihoods parang given focus by the government kasi nga may sila doon, may problema sila. You just put the spotlight on them with your video, di ba? If
Mm-mm.
you're able to do that, and then it really feels good kasi kahit actually yung gig na yun, they paid me they still paid me for that gig, pero it helped change that place for the better. So yun yung astig sa I'll show you the link for that, guys, pala later para hindi vaporware yung mga pinagsasabi ko.
Totoo yun. Totoo lahat, of course. Sige, sige. All right, let's take a look and see if you guys have any questions. Rick say wants to know if he should buy an SLR or a GoPro.
Ano siya, bro? My usual advice kasi is always use the camera that's in your hand. So if it makes it easier for you to use a GoPro all the time, then you get to capture memories that are there happening in the moment. Kasi yun nga there's this thing about quality versus convenience, and even today's cell phones, like as you know, diba, they're good enough for capturing video,
Mm-mm.
pero they're not the highest quality. Yun yung thing. Pero if that's the camera you always have in your hand, you have ready all the time, then that's the camera that's gonna capture the moments, as opposed to bringing a heavy DSLR all the time. Pagod ka na, ayaw mo na mag-shoot kasi pagod ka na, you're gonna have to
Yeah.
go through all of the hassle of ano ba yung nangyayari dito? Bad trip naman. Do I have to set up a tripod? That's what happens when you have big DSLRs, diba?
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
So it's up to you if you really prefer to, kasi it's a state of mind din kasi. Right now, I'm not I'm not so much for DSLRs except when I'm doing professional work where some clients need to see like bigger cameras kahit hindi naman kailangan na talaga. Pero yun.
Or the newer phones are good enough for most shoots, you'd say?
Mm-mm. Pero ano siya, the merong limitation kasi yung mga cellphone kasi they typically parang have yung maliit na sensor. 'Di ba? Kasi it's just a cell phone, so the sensor size inside of your phone limits your ability to have more bandwidth in post processing. So kung ganyan na yung ilaw mo and you try to tweak it, it doesn't have enough data for you to work with. So it's good for as is, like Facebook videos, social videos. It looks okay for that. Pero if you want to have a longer lasting video, that's something that looks timeless, mahirap siya na gawin sa cellphone. But you can do it. You really just have to control your lighting, control everything around it. And then put the cell phone on manual settings. If your phone has manual settings, then do the manual settings. So yun yung thing. Pero right now at our current technology, like the iPhone can shoot really well. You can even shoot movies on it. Pero yun nga, the latitude for editing is not so high.
Oh, yung Samsung din not just iPhones. Because I'm a Samsung user, so yung mga Android din
Oh
representing.
bro, yung Samsung mo, that's a really high quality camera there kasi yun nga. Pero that's the thing, dahil nga okay naman yung lens niya, pero yung sensor sa likod, it's just really just the size of your fingernail, so it's not gonna really help you when. Pero yun nga, you can still use it, guys. Use it whatever you have in your hand, and I think that's the best. Yung convenience sa inyo, it makes it easy. Kumbaga, eliminate the use the path of least resistance, sabi nga nila.
Whatever is convenient, whatever you have. Yeah. Any photo better than no photo, diba? If you don't bring your SLR with you, well, useless naman siya. Liana is asking if you're using a diffuser right now, because your lighting looks amazing. You're like in the Dove commercial.
Oh, bro. It's actually, I mentioned this to some of my freelancer friends. Kasi I'm getting into coaching, diba? So I want to be able to also communicate and connect with the audience better. So medyo I'm producing the shot right now. Actually, we're using a DSLR to broadcast this. So
nice.
We're using a portrait lens. So ano siya? Let me see. Let me see if I can. Ano siya? I'll show you guys what it looks like dun sa kabila.
I'm trying to.
Ayan siya guys. So yung look. That's what I'm using.
Ring lens. Ring LED na ring flash na.
Yeah. So there's a ring light or and then it's also diffused but with warm colors para medyo hindi ako magmumukhang dead guy. So ano naman to, actually this is overkill for Facebook Live, pero I'm starting to use this kasi because of the coaching that I'm gonna, like the courses that I'm gonna create. So para ano lang, para mas matagal siya. Yeah.
May ilaw na ako.
Ayun.
Using a stabilizer, is my phone stabilizer. Yeah.
Nice. Nga pala, you got the stabilizer.
Yeah, I'm using a stabilizer. Okay, that answered the question regarding ring light. Shin's asking, hi sir, is your wife also working? How did you manage being a full-time hubby and being a freelancer? Do you actually help your wife do the household chores like the laundry?
So actually the Jeans, yung wife ko, she starts work at 2 p.m. and gets back home at 11. So right now nasa work siya. Si baby kasi tulog ngayon. And good thing. Tapos typically when may shoot ako, what I do is I try to schedule it really early, like 6 a.m., 5 a.m. And then I try to be home before 2 p.m. So
shifting
and then,
kayo.
Tapos kapag medyo malaki yung project, medyo maayos yung kita, i-request ko sa wife ko na to stay at home na lang kasi parang mababawi naman dun sa, like, if you do the math, you do the day rate and stuff. Kung okay naman yung kikita, and then I request. So she files a leave na lang, or minsan she does sick leave. Tapos what she actually does is, we have this project kasi together, we're creating a storybook. So she's a watercolor artist right now.
Mm.
Ginagawa namin yung book. So exciting stuff niya, bro.
Nice. Yeah, that sounds definitely exciting. I'm looking forward to getting a copy of that coloring book, for adults, diba? Not for kids.
It's a ano siya, it's a customized story book. So kumbaga, you go to a website, you enter your kid's name. So if it's like your niece or your son, yung demographic kasi that we're targeting is between 4 years old to 7 years old na boy.
The parents.
Boy muna.
Okay.
I mean, yung kids na yun, pero it's their parents that we're targeting syempre on Facebook.
Mm-mm.
But inandun kasi yung arte. It looks like a 4 to 7-year-old boy that whatever the name of your kid or your niece or your nephew pala or your apo is, nandun siya sa art ng book. So it's about a magic pencil that your kid uses in order that mawala yung addiction niya to mobile screens or tablets and stuff. So there's some sort of advocacy going on, pero it's really packaged into getting kids to love reading because they see their name, and getting them sort of to step away from mobile and from always just playing with computer games all day.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely a concern nowadays, with iPads and Nintendo Switches and everything. IC also wants to learn. I guess you can let her know about your photography and videography school. What's the website?
Yun. Actually, the website is shootpracticalvideos.com.
Shootpracticalvideos.com.
Yun siya. It's really about practical videography. Hindi kasi kami film school where you need to be there for a full course, like 4 years.
Mm-mm.
So what it's really intended for is people who are already working or who have other things going on in their life, pero they want to try out videography, like pretty much like I was before, and they want to see if it's gonna work out for them. So it's sort of like a litmus test for that. So yun, that is the school. So we have short courses on wedding videography. So it's a boot camp, like what you have a boot camp where you really learn the ropes. You really learn what it is like to have a wedding client, how to deal with them, how to be professional, how to get those clients for weddings, how to find your market. Para siyang ano siya, para siyang in a box. It's like a business in a box, but you also have to learn the skills. So ano siya, you learn how to block your team off, parang ano yung positions nyo in the church, ano yung etiquette mo with working with the bride, how do you parang relate to the parents of the bride or groom, yung mga, kasi there's a lot of things, parang nuances that you have to do, you have to learn. It's not just you are up in there as a videographer, like, oh, I'm a videographer. So hindi siya ganun. It's, you have to really, parang ganun pa rin. You have to make sure that the bride and the groom have one less thing to worry about on the day of their biggest milestone, diba? Something na they're gonna forget what it was like during that day. It's gonna be a blur for them, and it's your job to capture those moments in the best way that you can. And when they watch it 10, 20 years from now, they're still gonna feel that magic dun sa nangyari sa day na yun.
Nice,
so ano
nice.
siya, you're not yun nga, other people are in it for the money, like, oh, I have a camera, I'm gonna shoot your wedding, and then you're all up in the faces of the bride and groom. You don't notice the friends of the bride and groom who traveled from another country just to visit their friends on their special day. Pero some videographers are gonna crowd up to in between the bride and groom and the guests, diba? Of course, you're gonna get a great shot, pero they're gonna give a crappy experience for the guests, and that's, diba, something to think about. So mga ganun.
Yeah, so everything you need to know, basically, like all those things. I'm sure there's a lot more. But if you want to get into this field, head over to Video Practical Shooting. shoot practical video.
Videos.
Was it?
Yeah.
shootpracticalvideos.com to learn more about that, and then you can find his courses there, which are very, he's trained over 400 people, so it's very successful. Just head over to shootpracticalvideos.com to learn more about it. And I guess you can just run us through the different courses you have. You have the different short courses. Just give us a list.
Mm-hmm. So there is wedding and events videography. So that's the flagship course, where that's the thing. So there's a business side of wedding filmmaking, and then there's the technical side of wedding filmmaking, where we teach you how to hold the camera, how to move the tripod, all of those technical stuff, how to use audio, and really know what to expect when shooting a wedding, and give you the sort of presence of mind to be able to satisfactorily give a great wedding video for your first client. So yun siya, hindi siya practice. So you get to make all your mistakes inside of the lab. Kasi meron kaming simulation ng actual wedding, we have a real
Nice.
bride and groom, may makeup. Other courses are medyo more advanced, like creative shooting. So how to make those wedding ring shots. We have also editing courses like Adobe Premiere, and then the same day edit. So it's a different skill set where you learn how to edit videos fast, but also still have a story in the video that you're editing. So ano siya, it's specifically for wedding filmmakers who need to produce on the same day. So
Okay.
you need, for more information, guys, just visit the website. It's easy to remember: shootpracticalvideos.com.
Yeah, and somebody posted a link. I saw IC post a link, so thank you for posting that. Just hit that link. You can find out more if you do want to get into this field. Sheldon's the guy you should talk to. His courses are the ones you should take. All right, let's go to some other questions here. Michael Duruin wants to know if you have a list of don't do's. I guess do you have like 3 don't do's when it comes to both on the tech and business standpoint when you started your videography career?
Actually, ano siya, it's sort of a looking back in hindsight na lang do eh. It's a thing that I didn't actually get to avoid myself so much. Kasi, yun nga, di ba I mentioned earlier na medyo parang headstrong yung pagpasok ko dun sa training. I was just really into it, and then I just sort of forced the gigs, like I really found clients that way, and then connected with bigger clients. So ano siya, I guess yun yung do's and don'ts ko dun. So don't be shy to make mistakes. Siguro yun. Don't be afraid to put yourself out there in the world. Kasi ganun yung thing eh. If people start noticing who you are, like if you're the video guy, you're gonna be known as a video guy in your circle of friends first. That's your circle of friends, and then they're gonna refer you, recommend you to a bigger circle, and then when you start advertising, so yun eh. You just put yourself in the playing field, and at first talaga marami kang mali. So yun, don't be afraid to make a mistake, and then even if you make mistakes, move forward, learn from those mistakes. So yun. I could not stress this enough. Pagka simula talaga, you're gonna suck. Talaga.
You're gonna suck when you start. Okay, that's
yun din. And a second, ano pala bro, a second do. So that was the don't. And what I suggest you do is also invest in yourself more than you invest in gear if you're going with video. So don't just upgrade your tools. Also upgrade your mind by investing in courses or mentors. Kasi yun nga the tools are always they're quick to come by. Like for example, now first we have all these beautiful drones. Now we have these cameras, and then they're going to be obsolete in a few months, and then there's this other thing coming. Pero if what you have in your head, nobody can steal that too. Nobody can take that from you basta. So you can always be learning.
Always be learning.
Yeah.
Very good tips. I see and challenging ng videography pala compared to mga usual tasks ko as a freelancer. Marifa wants to try freelancing, a little bit hesitant. Marifa, if you want us to try freelancing, check out our free course about freelancing. head over to freevacourse.com. If somebody could paste that in the comments, I'd appreciate it. Freevacourse.com. If people are watching, they want to get started with freelancing, not in video. They just want to start in general, head over to freevacourse.com. But if you want to go learn about video, head over to shootpracticalvideos.com. We'll have all the links added in the description. What software do you use for editing videos?
Ano siya, primarily I use Adobe Premiere Pro, pero you also have to parang check out the other software. So I use Filmora then for shorter, smaller projects. And I have a separate video editing app on my phone. It's called Kino. It's a Korean video editing tool on your phone. So
Nice.
yeah,
So you
may
have
mga... Yes, bro, go ahead.
You have one on your phone. You have Filmora for shorter, and then Adobe Premiere for like bigger projects.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Ring light. They Rixie and Charm want to buy one. How much though? A lot of people are asking how much. 2K?
Ayun, so this ring light, the better ones, kumbaga, if you really want to go high quality with durability, ha. So this one we're just going for the results, and it's sort of enough for what we have right now. Kasi we're not able to broadcast in full HD quality naman kasi you're on Facebook Live. Pero this one that you're seeing here is something I got from Kim's store lang. But the one on Kim's store is for 880. It's called the Prestigio ACC ring light. So that's what
480 pesos lang.
No, 4880. So it's 4,800.
Sorry, that's 480.
Pero ano siya, the branded ones actually can reach up to 20,000. So this one is really the lower end, just for Facebook and for podcasting and stuff. Kasi meron pang ibang mga lights talaga, they're really really better looking, but I'm just setting it up here dito sa bahay, so it's a really low cost light that looks great, and then you think it's expensive, but it's really not. So yun siya.
Okay, great. Macbell is asking, do you have a separate training for Adobe Premiere?
Yes, we actually have basic trainings. It's one of the basic post-production trainings. So we have production where you learn how to shoot, but we also have editing training. So we have training on basic video editing, which is a walkthrough of Adobe Premiere Pro. And the more advanced course in editing is the same day edit, where we put you in a pressure cooker with clips, and you have to edit it in one day and deliver a great looking video.
Nice. That's high pressure training course. Rixie has last question niya daw. Minimum specs ng laptop when it comes to video editing. Maybe you can give RAM and processor.
Ayun. So for the most part, kasi laptops themselves, the architecture for laptops have largely improved over time. So diba we have Moore's law, where it's actually a piece of software or hardware actually goes obsolete or doubles in strength or performance every 18 months. And that's been true for almost the past 20 years. So ngayon, even the most parang basic laptops that you have in stores can get you some video editing powers na. But what you really want to do is soup up or beef up your RAM. So if you have 8 gigs of RAM, try to double it, and or as much as you can, as much as you can afford, because it really is RAM intensive, and your video card is also it's going to eat up a lot of video card RAM. So if you have a lot of RAM in your video card, the better. So yun, practically laptops around 40,000 up, those are good.
Yeah, I've edited videos on a 4 gig, 8 gig, and 16 gig computer. Like on a 4 gig, it would take like for a 5-minute video, it would take maybe an hour to produce the video. On a 16 gig, it just takes like a few minutes lang, like less than 5 minutes. So
Also,
there's a huge difference.
To put things in context, when I was starting out with video editing back in college, I had to sleep overnight for a 5-minute video.
Overnight.
And we were rendering on an AMD K6 K6250. So 250 lang, hindi pa 1 gig yung yung processor nun. So
Wow.
hindi pa siya ganun
Overnight
kalakas. It's
overnight
overnight.
processing.
Tapos pagka nagkamali ka, napindot mo yung cancel, you're gonna have to do it all over again. So
Oof.
bad trip siya. Pero yun dati eh. And then now, even our laptops can do it very, very easily, di ba? Dati, only desktops could really afford to, have enough firepower for because laptops didn't have the capability dati. So ano talaga, it's really a very great time to be editing videos now. It's really
Yeah.
easy now.
Even mga phones, di ba? They can edit videos now. Grabe na yun. Grabe na talaga.
Mm.
How about I guess Levy wants to know what your hardware specs are on your computer.
I'm actually working off an Asus ROG at the moment.
Gaming laptop in there.
It's a gaming laptop na-upgrade pa yung specs. So it's not running on a hard drive. It's running on 2 solid state drives that are in parallel with each other, so that any of the RAM that gets processed gets accessed very quickly. It's much faster than a regular hard disk. So meron ka ring RAM na pangtulak, pero even your hard disk is solid state, so it's easy to access and write. So
and then
yun.
how much RAM do you have on your
at the
ROG?
moment I have around 16 gigs of RAM on my ROG.
Okay. And you have like a graphics card pa?
Ayun. The graphics card is medyo yun yung medyo mataas. So it's running off an NVIDIA. Let me check. I have a
960.
I have a GL752BW. So parang hindi ko na dito eh, pero yun, mataas siyang card kasi siya, it can render 4K pretty easily.
Nice. Yeah, video card would make a difference then. But if you're starting out, I guess like I started out on I've even done editing on a 4 gig laptop, which is mga cheap laptops, mga 20,000 peso level. Kaso lang it'll take a long time.
Tama.
Downside lang. All right. Macbell, up to you though. He has a 4 gig i7 up. He can upgrade.
Yun, i7 is actually good yung i7 na. So whatever you see on the market right now, if ever you can get the latest generation that your budget can allow, go for that. Kasi if you want to be heavy with video editing or doing graphics, rendering 3D objects, those things eat up resources on your system. So RAM and video card and CPU. Parang i-max up mo lang. So like I said, I don't want to be purely technical kasi nga, it's going to be a long day for us if we go into that.
and I guess a good rule is whatever, it's an investment. Whether or not you're doing video, for those of you, I know a lot of you guys watching are not into video, so you might be thinking, oh, this is not for me. But whether or not you're doing video, my advice is to get a computer get the best computer you can afford. Because the faster you work, the more money you can make. Basically, whether you're doing VA work, whether you're doing, thank you, whether you're doing graphic design, web design, and I can attest to that. I try to get the best computer I can afford talaga.
Tapos may siya the effect kasi of having to wait, it ruins your creative flow. So there's this thing we know as freelancers called creative flow, where you're in the zone. So if you're a writer, your words are flowing, and if you're a video editor, your music and video and everything else is coming together, pero you always have to wait. And if you're trying to render, nawala na yung thought na yun, that sucks kasi like you start and stop. So try to get the best that you can afford at the moment.
And you don't want, you're in the mood talaga, you're writing or you're editing a picture or something, tapos biglang mag-hang yung computer, diba? So nakaka-bad trip, you lose.
Meron kang vision na gusto mo, and for a lot of us, like a lot of experienced freelancers, not just video, kung meron kang gustong ma-achieve and your laptop or your computer or any of your tools is an extension of your creativity, that's when you really start to parang create a lot of great content.
Mm,
Pero if you stop in your tracks with your tools, mahihirapan ka mag-express ng creativity mo. So, syempre, we don't advocate na you buy expensive stuff kagad because it's always, syempre, a hard thing to do. It's not always possible.
mm,
Pero, ako rin naman, before I started with the cheap, yun nga, case 8, AMD K6250, it's a really very slow processor na ginagamit namin before. And we were only rendering a 3-minute movie nung time na yun. Tapos overnight siya, di
so
ba?
so it definitely does matter. All right. So I'm just going to summarize Bell's question here. Mac, Windows, or Linux? What do you use?
I'm on a Windows system at the moment. So, yun dun kasi ako nahiyang. So, it's not always about um, whatever system's better. Use the system to see if if it works for you. So, for example, if you're on a Windows PC, marami siyang pros and cons. Mac,
Mm-mm.
syempre meron din. Pero if dun ka hiyang and nandun yung tools mo and dun ka nag-training, then yeah, unless talaga sobrang bad trip yung system na yun, you should start considering moving, pero focus on the tools, not the OS. Kasi for example, Adobe Premiere, it exists in both the Windows environment and the Mac environment. So you don't really have a problem. Parehas pa rin yung controls. Iba lang yung control V sa Windows
Uh,
is command V sa
oh.
Mac. So may mga lang nuances, pero it's the same software developer that's deploying it in a different platform now.
Yeah, Windows din ako. Go mga Windows. All right.
Oh, yun.
Oo. Okay. Yeah. If you're bad trip ka sa Windows, it might be like Shodan said. It might be the specs of your computer, not necessarily the OS that has the problem. So that's something you might want to look at.
I
It's
really
great.
appreciate you, bro, by the way, for doing this and really spreading the word in the community and giving people a great venue to learn new things. And for example, ako din, I'm thankful for your community kasi I got to know a lot of great people. I have actually good friends and people who are on the way to becoming great friends just because you formed this parang siya, it's a collection of like-minded people who were formerly parang malungkot kasi isolated sila as freelancers. Now they're having a Christmas party on the 9th, diba? That's
Oo.
the thing. So, yeah, thank you, bro, for having me over then. And guys, I really appreciate the likes and the support. And yun nga, I'm not really all that much kasi syempre I'm struggling pa din, pero I'm just happy na I got to where I am and I still have my own syempre mga struggles pa din, pero I hope that I was able to sort of give you an overview of what it is to be like a videographer, a video editor in an online freelancing context. So, yun, this is me, and yeah, Jason, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you guys for staying. Oh, by the way, Shodan, let's not say goodbye to you yet. Before you go, I do want to ask you, like, what's your one tip? If there's one thing that you want the audience, everyone watching right now, to take home, to remember, and everyone who watches the replay, what's the one tip that you want to share and want them to take home?
Ano siya? Yun nga. So, most people kasi get discouraged kasi mahirap. Pero a good way to think about it would be to just enjoy the hardship. Kasi ganun siya eh. It's when you feel na you're being pushed to the limits when you know na you're growing kasi you're being uncomfortable, you're doing things that you haven't been used to before. So look for that whenever you want to go into a different venture or parang don't be complacent. I think that's the thing. Kasi yun nga, I don't always manage to do that in my own life. Pero when I see na may something na I want to pursue, tas nandun yung excitement ng parang, wow, it's you're being a noob again, yun nga, and then you're learning things, you're researching, you're in the moment, you're in the flow. So enjoy that process. I know it's difficult because yun nga, nothing is really easy to master. If you want mastery over things, it takes syempre, patience and a lot of mistakes to get there, diba? So acknowledge na you are gonna make mistakes and enjoy the hardship or just the process. So yun nga, if you're feeling na difficult siya, isipin mo, uy, sabi ni Shoden, difficult. Enjoy daw, yun. So, i-enjoy mo yun pagka nahihirapan ka na. And you'll feel na your positive outlook on a difficult situation will totally change the outcome of what you're experiencing.
All right. Yes.
So,
It's just, and I definitely agree with what you said, Shodan. It's a matter of perspective. When you face struggles, you can view them as something bad, or you can view them with, um, you know, view them happily. Now, okay, I'm facing these struggles, I'm facing these challenges, and then you get through them. You know, if you face them more happily, I guess, you know, you get through them easily. Whether as if you face them and you're always complaining and you're saying, "Ah, bakit naman ganito?" then it's going to be really tough for you. So you will don't be discouraged. You will face challenges. You will face difficulties. All of us had, all of us who are successful in our fields right now, we face challenges, and you will face challenges too. So thank you so much for that advice, and that's very good advice for people to take home from. Thank you once again, Shodan, for your time. I know you're well, right now is your it's your shift to watch over your baby. So thank you for taking this time with us, and thank you everyone as well for watching, for staying on. For those that are watching the replay, thank you as well for watching this. If you found this valuable, you know, me and Jordan, we're doing this for free. Hit the share button, share Shodan's story with your friends, your family. If you have people who are working like in the call center, and like so many, you know, they maybe they take pictures and they're nice pictures, and you think, hey, maybe they can become photographers or videographers. This story can definitely inspire them, or those that want to get started in freelancing, those are having trouble. Hit that share button, so that, you know, they'll learn more about this wonderful world of freelancing, and maybe they can get those 7-figure contracts as well, like Shodan got back
it's
then.
not, ano guys, it's not always that you get that. You have to have a disclaimer there. There's
Yeah,
some
yeah.
of those times where you don't get those projects, pero it's just nice that in a year you get a chance to hit some of those you know, deals. Pero
Oh,
yun nga, thank you then for having me over, Jason. I
you're
really
very
appreciate
welcome.
it. And for the Flip community, guys, I really appreciate all the support. And yun then, this is a really exciting time for me kasi yun nga videos and freelancing are more and more parang they're parang, di ba, online, digital and video are sort of becoming the thing now. So I would really encourage you guys to start maybe dabbling in video because video is the current thing of the internet right now. As internet speeds improve and connectivity improves, there's a global revolution. You know it's happening already, pero in the Philippines, medyo marami pang hindi nagtitake kasi baduy, hindi baduy, pero masagwa yung internet natin. Kaya we're not able to really express ourselves well with video yet kasi nga, that's the thing. There's a problem with having creative videos kasi nga, it's always slow. We can't really work. Pero if you've learned stuff na and then video quality starts to improve, video speed starts to improve, you're there in that wave and you could probably also get a lot of gigs for that.
Definitely,
So yeah.
definitely. Yeah. So thank you guys for staying on. And head over, for those of you that are new to freelancing, want to get started, check out freevacourse.com. And for those of you that want to learn more about videos, which are the future, you know, videos are the future, head over to shootpracticalvideos.com. All right, guys. Thank you, everybody, and you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you guys. Bye bye.
Bye, everyone. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Just Success, and with a very special interview with Lina Hugutan.
Hugutan, yes. Very special talaga.
You might recognize Lina. She's famous now. She's in some of our videos. In the We released a video a few months ago, and she has some of our pictures and materials for WFHR. So you may recognize her from there, or if you're in our Facebook group, you may have recognized her story as well. You may have seen her sharing her success story, and you may have been inspired by that. And let me make sure I'm just going to share this in our Facebook group. Speaking about that, okay. And yes, okay, there we go. Shared right now. And I'm very glad to have interviewed you, Lina. You know, you've shared so much about your story. You've been very generous with your time, with your inspiring words for others. So I'm glad to have you. Thank you for agreeing to be interviewed today,
You're
Lina.
welcome. Yes, I'm excited and kinakabahan din ako.
Well,
Ayan.
no need to worry. We won't bite naman, di ba? Our audience isn't scary naman. And if you're watching this, please say hi, say hi in the comment section. Tell us where you're watching from so that we can say hi to you as well. And if if you have friends or family who would love to learn how to work from home, if you want to share this with them, hit that share button. It would be great if you could hit that share button so more people can learn about working from home, more people can be inspired from stories such as Lina's story. Lina, the Uragong customer service rep na Albay.
Albay, yes.
All right.
Uragon di ba Uragon? Sana explain ko later yung meaning.
Sige. So let's go ahead and let's dive right in. And yeah, let's go ahead and get started. I know you have a lot to share today. Lina said, she might take 2 hours sharing.
Ready kayo guys? 2 hours?
But we'll keep it to 1 hour. We'll try to shorten it.
Concise and short. Yeah.
Concise and short. But yeah, let's dive right in. Let's go ahead and get started. So, Lina, let us know, how did you get started with freelancing? Like what were you doing before? And explain how the transition is into the world of freelancing.
Yes. Actually, before freelancing, I was travel agent, no? That was my career. And kumbaga, if you can see naman the picture, sablay, yung sablay, or taas na yung career ko, ganyan. So I've been traveling a lot, of course, as a travel agent, yun yung mga perks namin. Then, aside from that, naging din ako part-time professor. Tourism subjects din yung mga tinuturo ko. But, as you get older, nangangarap ka magkaroon ng family. So, dati sabi ko, kaya yung office, yung family. But when I saw yung mga office mate ko, kasi talagang pag nasa travel agency ka, grabe yung work of load. It's lalo na pag summer, yung mga peak season na sinasabi, no. Those are the time na kung saan yung mga friends mo nagta-travel, ikaw busy. Christmas season, ikaw nagbo-book. I got a chance before to go home dito sa Bicol. Tapos sabi ng nanay ko, bumalik ka na nga lang sa Manila, December yon, Christmas. Kasi I have my laptop. Mama, wait lang, may tumatawag yung kliyente ko, gano'n. That was my previous career, no? And I decided, I don't like this kind of work. Kasi sabi ko, I want to be a full-time mom. May ganun pa ako. Sabi ko, I really wanted to be hands-on, simpleng nanay, magluluto, yung mga papakainin yung mga anak. So, nangyari din naman. So, after kong maging travel agent, professor, and then, I got married last 2013. Then, Yan lang, sobrang blessed ako. Magkasunod agad yung anak ko. Ayun, so my baby was a honeymoon baby when we got married last December 2013, no? Immediately, hindi na ako dinatnan and I had my first and blessing naman siya. And then, because of the difficulty in Manila, no, we needed to go back home kasi ang hirap ng yaya, ganyan. So, yan, talagang doon nakat yung career ko. Kumbaga, naging full-time mom. Tapos after 9 months, siya nabuntis ulit. So, hindi ako nakabalik. Dapat pabalik na ako ng career. Sabi ko, hindi ako dinadatnan. Bakit kaya? So, ayun. So, naputol na naman. So, yun na. Kumbaga, before ako nag-freelancing, full-time mom. As in, hands-on na mom. So, yun. Yun aking past life. Yan siya.
So from a full-time mom,
Mm-mm.
and when did you start freelancing? This was, diba, you got married 2013, had
Yes.
kids
Oo.
sa mga 2014, 2015?
Actually, 2016.
2016. Okay.
Oo. Kasi what happened was, di ba, balik probinsya and then nag-adjust. Kasi from, na ako nun like mga 10 years na ako, Manila life, ganyan. And then yung husband ko is not from Bicol. Sa ibang lugar siya. So, ang dami naming transitions. That is the most difficult transitions in our life. We don't have our own house. Siyempre, nakikitara ka. You know, the struggles. Nakikitara, yung may biyanan, may lahat ng pinakikisamahan. But sa side ko yun. Kumbaga, hindi kami nakaalagwa agad. Kasi nga magkasunod. Even you have your savings, naging magkasunod yung baby. So, sobrang naging difficult sa amin yung buhay. To the point na we're very negative. As in, hindi nga break even eh. Alam mo yun, yung kinikita mo ay hindi na sumasapat. Hindi mo alam kung kakayanin mo na yung the next day, yung ganong yung challenge, no? And then, ang ginawa ng husband ko, nag-try siya mag-work sa call center dito, Legazpi. So, ang una kasi niya naging struggle, how I can adapt dito sa ganitong environment. Sobra kaming opposite yung culture. So, nahirapan din siya even on the paghanap ng work. Kasi syempre yung rate niya, hindi kaya maibigay. Yung dinidemand niya, diba? Manila rate ako, tapos sa provincial rate, halos kalahati. Parang ganun. So, hindi niya ma-attempt na parang mag-apply. Parang, bakit naman ganun, mami? Ganto, ganyan. So, ngayon, nag-apply muna si husband. Anong nangyari? Bagyuhin dito, di ba? So, anong nangyayari? Kahit bumabagyo, syempre call center siya. Required siyang pumasok. Minsan doon na siya matutulog para hindi para hindi siya umabsent. We have 2 kids nga, we don't have yaya. So, naging ganun yung struggle. And then, sabi ko, tas ako nag-postpartum depression. To the all moms there, hope nakaka-relate kayo. Yung parang feeling mo, sabi ko, UP ako, ang dami ko experiences, wala ako may tulong sa husband ko. Kasi nandun yung parang, alam mo yun, you've been successful before. Tapos parang feeling mo, awang-awa ka na, abang-aba ka na sa buhay mo. Tapos, yung husband mo hindi mo matulungan kasi nagmumotor siya eh. Tapos ang shift niya is night shift kasi walang sasakyan dito, hindi siya 24/7. Tapos sabi ko, ano ba yan? Parang feeling ko I'm so, parang wala na akong career, wala na akong pwedeng gawin. And then si Phoebe, hi Phoebe, one of my classmates and dating travel agent din siya before. Naalala ko may sinabi siya, sabi niya 2012, nag-work from home na siya. Sabi ko, ano kaya yun? Tapos chinat ko siya, sabi ko, Phoebes, can you parang tell me what's freelancing is? Tapos sabi ko, alam ko may laptop ako, pero sira. May laptop. Pinakauna ko na. Guess what? Mga mami, nabuhusan ng milk. So, hindi gumagana yung keypad, hindi gumagana yung charger. Pero sabi ko, I need to do something, ganyan. So, yan, nakikihiram ako ng laptop sa kapatid ko. Tapos yan, kinanta ko si Phoebe and that was, she was the one who introduced me to freelancing. Doon nag-start. Yung depression, kasi kaya nga minsan we need to appreciate yung down na down tayo sa buhay. Doon tayo magiging parang open sa opportunity. Kasi naghahanap ka eh, may hinahanap ka. So, yun yung naging turning point. So, naging curious ako. I talked to Phoebe. Tapos binigay niyang link, unang-unang binigay niyang link, yung sa yung link. Tapos eager ako, lahat sinubscribe ko talagang. Ay, ano kaya to? Ano naman sa ano namin, ba't kaya nakaya ni Phoebes to? Parang ganon. So, ayun, dun na. Actually, that's the very step dun sa freelancing journey ko.
Oh, so
Mm.
doon nag-start. And I think it's important to highlight yung sinabi mo nung parang when we're really down, di ba?
Mm-mm.
And troubled.
Yes. Parang kanta yan when we're down and trouble. Go. Ayun
Oh,
siya.
it's important for us to remember those times. Diba? Right
Yeah.
now, you're doing well naman right now.
Mm-mm.
A lot of us are doing well. Pero there were times where we were really struggling.
Yes.
And most of us, naman, including everyone who's watching right now, we've been through a part of our lives where we were struggling. And for others watching right now, maybe you're struggling right now. Diba? Maybe
Mm-mm.
that's what you're facing. Maybe you're facing the
Right.
challenges. Maybe you're in the place where Lina was before na parang yung na-depressed, diba?
Mm-mm.
Pero you can get past that. You can get past that. And you see, like, right now, we look at where we are, right? We can really appreciate what we have. Diba? It's, I don't know about you, pero parang what I have right now, what I've been able to achieve, parang hindi, never ko na-imagine. yung earnings, yung mga ganun, never ko na-imagine na I'd be earning this much. Parang dati, I felt na, ay, imposible naman yun, di ba?
Right, oo. Actually, ako nga, sabi ko, paano to? Bicol, paano? Yan yung mga tumatakbo sa isip ko. Tapos I have 2 babies. Sabi ko, paano ko siya gagawin? Kasi all of my kids were breastfeeding. Sabi ko, paano yun? Gumaganyan ako. Tapos sabi, type ganyan. Or, syempre, you plan and you think, paano ko siya gagawin? Yun. Masaya siyang alalahanin now that we are, in a good situation. Then, parang it humbles me every time na, alam mo yun, nare-reflect ko na kung saan ako nanggaling. Kasi, sabi nga namin ni Daddy, yung house namin before, yung bahay lang namin yung walang tulo. As in, anahaw siya kasi that was the bahay of our lola. Kasi really matigas ang ulo, no? We wanted to separate kasi we believe na when you get married, you live and cleave. So, sabi ko kahit mag-start tayo, tapos walang gripo, bomba, buntis ako, di ba? Kasi yung mga moments na mapapaiyak ka kasi sabi ko, saan ako mag-ano dito? Tapos yung, kunyari nung nagtatry na ako nag-start ng freelancing, no? Parang kapalibot sa akin, balde, planggana, kasi sinasahod. Ayun, those are the, funny na lang siya ngayon, pero nung time na yun, iyak talaga ako. Ayun. So, yan yung mga moments na, regarding the challenges, sobrang, nakakatuwa na, kaya sabi ko nga sa mga nagko-comment, nagtatanong, huwag kayong tumigil, kasi pag tumigil kayo, yun na, tapos na. But if you push hard, and sinuong mo kung ano yung nasa harap mo, malalampasan mo din. Then you will see that, other people pala, mas ano pa sa akin. Doon ako, kasi yung katabi namin, may ganun ding bahay. Pagpasok ko, mas malala pala yung sa kanila. Sabi ko, Lord, I'm so blessed. At least sa amin may space pa rin. Ayan yung mga, we need to be so thankful kung anong meron.
Kahit mga small blessings, it's important to have that gratitude na mindset. So you started, you were introduced to freelancing. Well, Phoebe gave you the link, yung mga free course ng WFHR. For those that are watching, it's freevacourse.com. You can check it out. And so you watched the free course, and did you was it diretso na? Did you get hired?
Yes, actually what happened was, sabi ko sa asawa ko, hari ako ng scholarship and free trainings. Ay, Reyna pala. Kasi what happened was, syempre, di ba, nag-share ka, tapos yun, link to link yan. I-click ko yung link, basta naka-hyperlink. Ang gagawin ko, pagtulog yung mga kids, yung madaling araw, kaya naging close kami ni Miss Ana, kasi gising din siya. Hi, Miss Ana. Sabihin ko, Miss Ana, gising ka pa, paano to gagawin? So, nung time na yon, bale, nagsimula ako sa FHR. So lahat na binabasa ko, tapos sinuscribe ko lahat. And then pag may nakikita pa akong iba, nag-a-apply ako. So yung mga scholarship, yung ganyan, free VA. So ang dami ko yan. Kaya doon ako nakabuild ng mga friends, mga classmates, ayan. And then, after that, di natuto ako, no? In-establish ko yung profile ko. In-establish ko. Kumbaga, sa bawat learning, ginagawa ko siya. Pero wala pang results. Tapos, sabay kami ni Daddy na nag-aayos ng profile.
Siya din.
Siya din, oo, sabay kami. Tapos siya, na-approve na. Tapos ako, sabi ko ba yan? Ako yung gabi-gabi, hindi na-approve. Parang check ako, palit na naman. Hindi pa rin approve. Tapos, ayan, magto 2 months na parang nalulose hope na ako. Sabi ko, hindi yata akin to. Sabi ko, ganun. Hindi para sa akin to. Tapos ready meron doon. Huwag mo kasing i-state lahat ng qualifications mo. Parang hindi siya katulad ng offline. Di ba sa atin yung resume?
Iba yung approach.
Iba yung approach eh. Yung parang as much as possible, you need to short and concise and you need to let the client do their job. Ganun. Sabi sa akin, asawa ko, kasi hindi ka kasi nakikipag-deal sa mga kano. Ganun. Sabi niya, simple lang yan. Sasabihin niya lang sa inyo, can you do the job? Ganun na sagutin mo. Di ako naman ako, sige, type ako, pakicheck ng English ko, gano'n. So, magandang nagkakatulungan kayo na asawa mo. Tapos, yun, after that, di marami, mga siguro sa isang araw, wala pang yung mga limit na sa Upwork, di ba? So, try ako ng try, yan, customer service. Tapos, pag mag-i-interview, magko-quote pa ako kunyari, ganyan. So, syempre, first time yan, di ba?
Formal na formal.
Oo, kasi parang second ba, yan, naka-short sa baba. tapos malalaman ko, voice lang pala. Alam mo yun, nag-lipstick ako and everything. Yung mga ganong, parang, ewan ko ba, pinagagawa ko nun. Tapos, and then, yan, merong nag-reply yung pinakaunang work ko, which is the PageWiz. It's a company, no? Israeli. So, ang dami niyang binigay na questionnaires. Tapos, sabi ko, sige, subukan ko to. Chat support. So, sabi ko, mas better to. Tapos yung oras niya pa is 2 to 6. Kalaliman ng tulog ng 2 chikiting. Ayan. So, sinaga ko siya. Pero, ang nangyari nun, sa sobrang, dahil nga, may bata, di ba, nag-a-adjust. Ang ginagawa, medyo na-late kami. Parang isa na kami sa mga last batch na sinendan niya, mga invites. Tapos, nung mga time na sa sobrang engrossed na talaga ako, gusto kong aralin. Nagkakandalaglag na yung anak ko. Sabi ng daddy, tigilan mo na nga yan. Sabi niya, anak mo, napapabayaan mo na. Kasi parang kakahabol ng anak ko sa akin. Sabi ko, diyan ka lang muna. Teka lang, tinatapos ko. Ganyan. So, sabi ko, 2 question na lang kasi 10 yun. Tapos ito-trial mo talaga yung, yung platform. Tapos, ano nangyari? Yun na, sabi ko, sabi ko sa kanya, tapusin natin siya. Then, sabi pa nung hindi nag-submit na kami, you'll let me know after 2 weeks. Sabi niya. Tapos sabi ko, naku, kinakabahan ako kasi nasa 200 plus. Di ba makikita natin sa Upwork, ang dami nag-apply ka ako. Tapos yun. Tapos yun, doon na pumasok yung sabi ko sa'yo na parang everything just fall into place. Oo na, ay ko, Lord, sige, kung wala talaga, kasi lahat negative, it's either dead ma, minsan naman i-interview hanggang interview lang. Na we went to Manila. So, sabi ko, sige, kumbaga, inano ko siya. Hindi, we went to Manila to take, nag-visit kami sa side ng asawa ko. So, parang inano ko muna, tinanggal ko siya sa isip ko na parang hindi ka ma-depress, ganyan. Tapos, so hindi mo na ako naggawa-gawa. Tapos, pagbalik namin, eto nakakaloka, bagyo. Pagbalik namin dito sa Bicol, bagyo ng Niña. Then, ayun, syempre, yung una kong problema, laptop. I don't have my own laptop, sira. Pangalawa, bagyo.
Until now, in this time, wala ka pa ring laptop?
Meron na! 2 na. Here's that.
Wow.
Yes. So, eto, bago na to yung ginagamit. Kaya malinaw siya. So, yan. Yung unang problema ko, wala akong laptop. Kaya medyo na-discourage ako. Pangalawa is that, wala akong globe. Tapos hindi kami makapag-apply kasi si husband may parang na-remain na account. So, natitrace siya. So, sabi ko, hindi naman makapag-apply. Tapos, pangatlo, syempre yung pag-start mo, di ba, kailangan mo ng mas mataas na, yun nga, yung mga memory, taas mouse, maayos na table, kahit pa paano. So those are the challenges pagbalik namin. Tapos what I did was, sabi ko, Dad, sige, pursigihin na natin to. So pagkabalik namin, nakita ko kasi nag-reply yung client. Sabi niya, okay lang ba interviewin kita? Reply, napakaganda. So, sabi ko, positive, ganyan ako. Tapos, sabi ko, sige, Dad, isang araw, we decided, we decided. Sabi ko, sige, Dad, ano na to, wala nang balikan. What we did is sabi ko, Dad, buong araw maghangilap tayo ng pera sa lahat na kamag-anakan, ganyan. Sabi ko, for a cause naman to, para mabago yung buhay, hindi naman tayo magsusugal, magaganyan, kapalan na ng mukha, sabi ko. So, nag-house to house kami, as in literal, house to house. Then pag-uwi namin, guess what, guys? Luhaan. Wala ni isa na nagpahiram sa amin. Kasi nga, pa-December eh. So, alam mo yan, paubuhan yung ano. So, sabi ko, Dad, wala. So, yung bagay yung pag-uwi namin sa house, sabi ko, Dad, sige, let's pray, bahala na si Lord. Kung para sa atin, para sa atin. Kinagabihan, one of our ninang sa kasal, nag-chat. Oh, how are you? Ganyan. So, open ko, sabi ko, Nang, sorry, I'm so tired. Ganyan. We were planning kasi ito, ganito, ganyan. Sabi, how much do you need? Sabi ko, mga 10K po. Ganyan. Kasi papayos ko yung laptop, ganyan. Tapos, kumbaga, isi-set ko na lahat. Sabi ko, okay, sige, papadala ako, sabi niya. Sabi ko, sige po, bayaran ko na lang. Ganun ako. So, that's one of the miracles, no? Sabi ko, kaya siguro hinold ni Lord yung pagbibigay kasi may darating. At ang pinaka-good nun, alam niyo kung bakit. Di ba, sabi ko utang, by January, nung natanggap ako doon sa page, sabi niya, actually, no, it's my gift to you. Di ba? So, sabi ko, oh my gosh. Napatalon ako pag sabi ng nina ko, oh my gosh. Tapos yung globe line namin, ito yung nakakatawa, guys. Yung friend namin, halos kapitbahay lang namin, they decided na hindi i-continue yung plan ng globe nila. Tapos, nung nag-church kami ng one Sunday, sabi niya, Ate Lynn, di ba, sabi mo, gusto mo mag-freelance? Sabi ko, yes, bakit? Transfer na lang namin yung globe kasi mas mahal pa magpa-cancel. Sabi ko, ganun, alam mo, yung reaction ko talaga. Sabi ko, sige, ganun ako. So, tapos sabi niya, sige, bayaran niyo na lang pag meron na kayo. Ready yun na, di ba? Wow. As in, one step at a time, talagang parang everything was provided. Pasunod-sunod yon. Then, naayos yung laptop. Tapos, yun na. Sabi ko, okay. Then, yun na. May, di ba, provision na lahat. Nang natanggap ako, after 3 days, bumagyo. Sabi ng page, you're hired! Congratulations!
Parang
grabe talaga.
Sana yung parang...
sunod-sunod na. Sabi ko, yung energy level namin, yes, pamaskong handog ni Lord. Pamaskong handog, mga ginamit ni Lord. No? Bumagyo. Sabi ko, tinitest ata ang desisyon ko nito kung tutuloy. Di sige, bagyo. Imagine guys, sabi ko sa client, Sir, I know that I'm only 3 days, no? Ayan. But this is the link. Please check. May bagyo talaga kami. And then, sabi ng client, sige, no problem. How long is the power outage? Sabi ko, patay tayo. 1 buwan yan. Kasi dito sa Bicol, medyo mabagal ang process. Sabi ko, Sir, I think 2 weeks, gano'n ako. But don't worry, I'll do something na, I'll make a solution for that. Yun. Thank God, sa kapitbahay na may generator. So, buti na lang yun pa lang yung client ko na 2 a.m. to 6. Ang gagawin ko, every morning, every afternoon doon nila sisimulan, no? Gabi lang ang generator. Kapalan ulit ng mukha. Nakiki-stay in. Sir, alam ko po na 10 o'clock or 7 ng gabi ganyan. Makikiupo po, makiki-charge. Tapos nahiraw ako ng 2 laptop para 3 hilera sila. Diba?
Backup.
I-backup. Tapos then, sabi ng client ko, let's have a con call. Sabi ko, shucks, con call. 10:00 ng gabi, walang kuryente. Jay, nag-con call kami, nakakandila ako. Diba?
Nakakatakot naman.
Sabi niya, it's so dark there. How can you do the job? It's magic. Joke lang. So, yun, sabi ko nga brown out. Doon natuwa yung client ko. So,
Kasi naka-wireless kayo, di ba? Sa connection. Oo.
yes. Buti na lang, yung kapatid ko, binentahan ako ng kasi paalis siya. Remember guys, yung nanalo ako sa video, siya yung dinner ko noon. Sabi ko, mananalo ako, tandaan mo, makakaalis ka. Siya yon. Binenta niya sa akin kasi kailangan ko ng pera para makaalis ako ulit. So, binigyan niya ako ng packet wifi. Nabuhay ako doon for 2 months. So, yun. Tapos siya, naging ko na yung ng clients. Tapos sunod-sunod na. Kay Peaches, nag-anniversary ako last December.
Oh, nag 1 year na, no?
Yes, nag 1 year ako. Tapos doon, yan, yun yung mga challenges sa sabi ko nga. Minsan, sasabihin mo, ginawa ko naman na lahat. May ganun tayong emote, di ba? Change ko na, nag-apply na ako. Ang isa sa natutunan ko sa buhay, no, sabi ko nga, kung ginawa mo na lahat, baka minsan napagod ka na sa kakatayo. Kasi tinatayuan mo yung paniniwala mo eh. Ang lagi ko sinasabi sa mga kausap ko, minsan baka kailangan na lumuhod. Gets nyo? Baka minsan hindi na yung effort mo kasi. Baka you need to kneel and pray and let God do His job.
Oo.
So, ayan.
Oo,
Yun
it's
na-realize
a combination. It's a combination
yes,
talaga.
of your effort and the work of God. Yung hand niya. Yun, based on my personal experience, yun talaga yung nangyari.
And hindi naman pwede na all you're gonna do is pray tapos wala kang gawin.
Yes, totoo yun. Ay sabi ko, guys, dapat ginawa niyo na lahat. Actually, pray ka muna for guidance. And then, tried everything na. Tulad nga namin, di ba? Lumabas kami ng hiram lahat. Tapos wala talaga. Feeling namin hindi kagustuhan ni Lord. Yung pala, may iba siyang way. Sometimes ganun nakakatuwa. No? Iba pala yung way niya sa way natin. Kung nakautang kami, tapos pinilit pa namin na, sige, kahit porsyentohan na lang. May ganun pa. Yun. Mas maganda pa rin yung kalooban ng Diyos, sabi nga.
Yung anong verse? Yung plans ni Lord, di ba?
Jeremiah 29:11.
I have plans for you, ganun. Sometimes we just have to trust. Sometimes we just have to trust the Lord naman. It might not, it might not come, di ba? Not in our time na gusto natin agad-agad. But yung tamang time. And sometimes, I believe na sometimes na God will let us face mga challenges muna din. For us
Kasi
to...
yung character building, doon ako natuto na, maghanap ka ng course. Diba sa atin, mga freelancers, maging creative ka. Kung walang kuryente, saan ka pupunta? Nagmo-mall. Sige, doon may generator, doon kami tumatambay. Diba? Tapos ko-compute ko, okay, namasahe ako, pero yung per hour ko, sige, go to the mall. Yan. Na-build yung character ko through that challenges. Yung patience, yung endurance, lalong-lalo na. Yung endurance.
And yung iba mag-give up, diba? A lot of people give up. Pero we have to parang face the challenges and be creative, mag-generator. Kaya may generator na kayo sa bahay?
No, what we're planning is solar panel. Nagkaroon ako ng increase dahil dyan. Sabi ko sa client ko, sir, if you want a very reliable power, hindi naman sinabi kong increasean mo ako. Sabi ko, I'm planning, sir, to buy. That's one of my dreams. Tapos sabi niya, we want to share on your dream. Tapos, ayun, that was my very first increase. Kasi they wanted part sila ng dream na magkaroon sa solar panel. Mas kasi safe. Kasi may kids kami. Yung generator kasi gasolina yun medyo mahirap. So, yun. Yun yung plans.
And that's good na mabait naman si client, diba?
Yes.
And I think most clients naman, mabait naman sila. As long as you maintain yung relationship.
Yeah, the open communication, what's really happening. Tapos sometimes be open on your dreams as well. And how can you help them and how they can help you. Ganun naman Diba? We're helping each other to build each other's dreams. So, ayun. Actually, nasabi ko naman yun, hindi naman after 1 month, guys. Mga siguro, hindi mo ora-ora, sir, walang kuryente, magbigay ka. Hindi. Siguro mga 6 months na.
Build trust. You build trust muna.
6 months na. Yung na-build ko na yung trust.
Oo.
So, ayan siya.
By the way, guys, if you have any questions for Lena or for me, please let us know in the comments. Just type them in the comments so you can ask questions. And this story is very inspiring for those that are struggling, for those that are in periods of transitions. You know, that's always something difficult. Hit that share button, share this with your family and friends so that they know that there are blessings available for them. Let me just go through I'll go through the comments here. Kaway sa kapwang Bicolano, sabi ni April. Good morning,
Yes.
Anna, Honey, Julius, Holly, Bong, Brian. Good morning. Yorlan from Legazpi, Albay. Good morning. Len from
Hi
Sudan.
po.
Good morning. Mai, nice to see you. Nice to have you. Your first time here. Nice to have you here. Joycelyn from Laguna. Joanna, Cynthia, Rona. One of your dreams to be interviewed. And yeah, we'll
Yes.
get you
So,
successful, and
mm-mm.
then you can get here as well. Lena was struggling as well. Sabi niya,
Yeah.
as of now, I'm struggling.
Mm-mm.
Lena struggled as well, but now she's very successful.
Ano pa lang, successful. Parating na sa very, very.
Pupunta, meron
Yes.
pa.
Meron pa. There's more.
More to come.
Yes.
Glenn, Joanna, yeah, Brian said God is indeed our provider.
Yes.
Tama. Holly, wow, kapag gusto, marami talagang paraan.
Yes.
Um,
True.
Marie is saying, I'm so blessed with your experience.
Thank you. Thank you. Yun yung reason kasi ko kay Sir J, go! Let's talk. Biglang ganun eh. Kasi, yun nga, nakikita ko yung mga comments, maraming nagsistruggle. Hindi porket kasi, minsan nakikita lang natin success agad eh. But we don't know what's behind those successes. Tumbling, untog na naranasan ng mga naging successful. So,
And this is partly why do we do these stories then kasi when you're when you're going through the challenges and the struggles, minsan, a lot of people, a lot of the newbies and ako din, when I was struggling before, nakita ko yung iba may success, parang ay bakit sila, parang,
yes.
and you feel discouraged kasi
Right.
feeling mo galing nila tapos ikaw parang ganun. But what you don't know is they also went through struggles din.
Right. Iba-ibang way, iba-ibang level, iba-iba lang yung pagkakaharap sa kanila ng struggles. Minsan nga pare-pareho struggles, iba-iba lang kasi tayo ng pag-respond. Yun siya.
We'll all face challenges, and so if you're facing struggles and challenges, like Lena said, you do your best and then pray din, di ba? Yung dalawa na yun. Sige. So right now, di ba, you're still with that client?
Yes, nadagdagan pa siya. Dagdagan siya. Gumana yung beauty ko. Pinalitan ko kasi yung profile pic ko, hindi yung ganito kataba. Medyo tayo napiyas ko ng konti.
Photoshop na ano.
Doon ako natuto, yung mga edit. Sabi ko, kaya palang gawin sa mukha yun. Hindi, joke. Hindi, kasi yung isa kong natutunan ko din yan. Yung parang, kasi customer service ako. Yan yung title. So, yung una ko nilagay na pic, parang yung half smile. Parang ganon.
Mataray.
Parang smile siya, pero parang pilit. Ganon yata siguro yung tingin ng mga client. Pinalitan ko siya ng bonggang-bonggang nakangiti. Doon dumagdag yung invitation.
Sample yung smile mo.
Ganyan. So, yun. So, isa pa yung tip. Kasi nakita ko nga yun sa pagbabasa. Yung smile, it adds to the attraction. Yung parang, customer service, pwede to. Kasi, siya, happy agad yung aura. Uma-aura ka. So, yun. Nadagdagan siya. Tapos sabi ko nga, di ba, meron tayong mga courses. Communicate sa mga classmates, sa mga, si Miss Honey. Hi, Miss Honey. Nakilala ko yan dahil kay Miss Anna. Dahil nga, sabi ko, kailangan ko ng help sa social media manager. So, nagkaroon kasi ako ng part-time work. So, yun, kumonek ako. So, let's connect, guys, kasi sometime, yun nga, remote kayo, tapos hindi ka pa marunong kumonek. Paano na yung buhay? Di ba? So, let's connect. Kasi, from there, doon ako nagkaroon ng client. sa mga klase ko din. Sabi niya, ate, naghahanap si boss. Gusto niya yung mga referrals namin. So, yun. Nadagdagan, aside sa profile pic, nadagdagan ako ng invitation, mga classmates. Yan, si Miss Chris, classmate ko sa isang course, nagkaroon siya, na kailangan niya ng help. So, yun. Dagdag kita. Oo, yun. Tapos yun nga, na-build mo din yung, you'll learn from each other's experience. So, yun yung halaga nun.
Yeah,
We
and
connect each other.
it's a great experience talaga.
Mm-mm.
Because when you enroll in a course, diba, you enrolled
Right.
in a couple of courses. Social media, nag-enroll ka, diba?
Yes, oo.
When you
Saka
enroll in
blog.
tsaka blogging, tama pala.
Blogging.
When you enroll in courses, it's not just what you have to look at then is the community, yung students,
Yes.
may classmates kasi you know, iba if the course is really nice pero ikaw lang mag-isa, wala kang classmates.
Mag-isa ka na nga lang sa house, di ba? Parang, okay. Yun. May kasama tayo, guys. Kailangan lang pindutin ng mouse. Yan.
Mag-message. Oh, and
May
we have the group, diba? Yung students groups of the FHR. And I'm very proud to say na yung the people we get, mga kaklase nyo is they're very parang yung open-minded, they're very friendly. So we have a very strong support group sa students, which is very nice. Kasi for those that are yung iba nagsa-struggle, they can find support with each other. So it's an important thing na when you enroll in a course, don't just, of course, watch the lessons, but be involved with the students. Yung iba nga parang they mas valuable sa kanila yung support than the actual lessons. Yung iba naman,
Yes.
diba? So
kasi we don't have someone to top our back. Kasi minsan, lalo na dito sa province, nagugulat sila. Hindi man siya challenge. Actually, nakakatawa. Kasi, di ba kami mag-asawa, freelancers. So, yung mga kapitbahay namin, kasi they don't know the idea about freelancing. Sabi sa helper namin, yung magulang mo, sabi niya, yung mga boss mo weird, no? Sabi, hindi lumalabas yan. Paano kumakain? Kasi nga hindi kami weird daw. Tapos sabi nila, in the middle of the night, gising. Yun. Tapos, diba, uso dito, aswang-aswang pa niya, mga remote air. Tapos madaling araw, naririnig namin, gising. Ano ba yung boss mo? Sabi gano'n. Ay, hindi po. Syempre, namin, nag-help siya sa mga kids ko pag may mga, racket, no? Yung gano'n. So, sabi ng helper namin, hindi nag-freelancing po yan. So, parang, ano yun? So, yun, medyo dito sa amin, hindi pa ganun. Tapos, paano kumikita dyan? Ay, naku, yun, makaka-face ka talaga ng negatrons. Yung una pa, kamag-anak ko pa, mismo mga kapatid ko, nanay ko, ano yan, Facebook lang kayo ng Facebook, sayang kuryente. Hindi niya alam, business na pala. As one time, nag-i-interview ako, pinapagalitan niya ako, doon ka muna, ganyan. Kasi feeling niya, aksaya oras lang. So, ayun. Kaya hindi mo siya challenge, nakakatawa lang kasi they really don't understand nga the concept, no? Ayun. Na-experience niyo ba yun, guys? Experience niyo ba yun? Pagkamala kayong aswang. Lalo na ako, 2 to 6 a.m. yung shift ko. Diyos ko.
witching hour pa yun, mga ganun.
Yes. Naghahalo ako sa kawa ng mantika. Ayun.
So right now, ilan mang clients mo right now?
Right now, I have 3. Yung isa, transfer company. So, Australian account naman. Yung isa naman is natural health products. Yun, on my own time. So, tickets lang kasi. Pero, sabi ni client, mukhang i-upgrade na naman. May chat na naman siya. So, kinakareer ko na pagiging email and chat support. US naman siya. USD. So, tatlo yung existing clients ko. So, yun. Mga long-term po. Long-term yung nakukuha natin.
Tapos yung asawa mo?
Ganon din. Sa kanya naman yung mga project-based sa kanya. Kasi yun, hindi kami pwedeng parehong nakaupo ng yung kasi we have kids 3 years old and 2. So, nasa kakulitan stage.
Oo.
Yun.
Pero nag-support din siya or?
Yes, kasi call center siya, more on support. actually siya yung nag-apply for the social media. Yun daw ang gusto niyang careerin. Yung marketing. So, sige, tig-isa tayo. Ayun, social media marketing. Dati medyo siya yung, hindi naman parang isa din siya sa, ay, kaya ba, ganon. Yung parang nagcha-challenge na hindi yata natin kaya. Pero in the long run, nung nakita niya that it can support the family and it can bring comfortable life. Dito sa Bicol, na yung kinikita namin, kumbaga, komportable na yung buhay ng mga bata. Dun siya, sabi niya, sige, let's focus on that. And then, let's invest. Yan, siya yung nag-decide to buy new laptops na.
Dalawang laptop, tapos may backup kayo, di ba? So, tatlo lahat.
Oo. So, yan siya.
Tapos,
hindi kaya kasi, di ba, marketing. Yung isa kasing, naglalaging sa sobrang daming apps. Yan siya.
Importante talaga yung investment. Well, when you're starting out, you can usually use mga cheaper computers, pero once you can afford it, worth it talaga to invest in fast computers.
Yes, totoo. Kasi pag like kunyari isa kong client, ang dami yung apps na kailangan mo buksan habang nag-ooperate ka. So, kung malapagong, masasagot mo yung client 1 hour na. E di tapos chat siya, di ba? Mainit na sa'yo. Ayun. So, yun. Kailangan. One step at a time. Yeah.
Oo. Importante. Look at the comments here. Julius, not our will, but God's will. Tama.
Yes.
Tama. Marie, may pagkakataon ba na di mo na-meet yung expectations ng client? Anong ginawa mo?
Teka. So far, to be honest guys, so far, wala naman yung tipong nagalit yung client. I don't have that kind of Kasi pag nagkamali ako, ano ba nangyari? Wala akong maalala na yung talaga. Pero siguro yung sa social media, doon ako nagkaroon ng challenge, yung isa kong client, na gusto niya agad-agad, may results. Tapos nag-explain ako na, sir, kailangan natin i-build yung mo muna, yung market mo. Di ba? We know that. Tapos, gusto niya rush. Tapos, hindi siya irate. Pero syempre, yun nga, hindi na-meet yung expectation niya. Pero I explain. Usually, tapos willing ako na if there's someone na mas gusto mong gumawa, lalo na kung kaysa naman magkasira kayo, may nagaganon ako na parang, sir, if you want to parang delegate this to other, if you know that I am not performing well, okay lang. Parang ganon. So, pero hindi naman. Dahil nga na-explain ko. Kunyari po, kasi mahilig ako magbigay ng samples. This one, you want this one, pero ito lang talaga. So, yun. And then, yun, nagkakamali ako. Automatic ako na ang magsasabi. Kunyari, sa chat, hindi pa nadidiscover ng boss ko. Boss, sorry talaga, ganito, ganyan. Tapos sabi niya, relax, gaganon yung boss ko. Kasi nga nung time na yun, isa lang, di ba? Pag natanggal yun, ay wala na kaming wala nang pagkain. So, tarantang-tara ako lagi. Pero nung time na yun, be open sa client. Pag kaya o hindi. Kasi, tsaka yun nga, backup mo bakit hindi kaya. Kasi kaya nga hinire tayo kasi they know that we are the experts. So, irason mo. So, nakikipagrasunan talaga ako nasa tama naman. Pero pag yun nga, then you find other na baka sila ang mas kayang mag-provide.
Those are good pieces of advice. And one thing that I see minsan is some freelancers, they accept jobs kahit they don't know how to do it.
Yes, oo. Yung skills mo hindi pa nami-meet yung gusto ng client. Kasi ang mahirap nun, magkakasakitan pa. What we did nung nangyari, 1 month lang kami. Tapos, not because of hindi ko na-meet yung expectation, but because yung nagkaroon ng problema isa niya, business. So, na-affect yung financial niya. So, he needed to let go of me, no? Pero dahil na-build yung ganong trust na nagchat-chat pa rin siya na, pag nag-perk up na yung sales ko ganon. Hope we can work together. So, yun. Maging open ka lang kung hindi mo talaga kaya kaysa pagpilitan. Tapos, yun. Malulungkot ka, malulungkot din siya. Hindi kayo happy both.
And mabad feedback ka pa sa Upwork, ganon.
Yes, one star. Yun, mahirap
Patay ka kapag 1 star ka. First month.
Totoo.
Pero yeah, the communication. Yung communication is very important. Ako din, whenever I've experienced naman din in the past yung mga clients na hindi ma-meet yung expectations. Pero yun nga, sabi ni Lina, you as the expert should be able to explain kung bakit ganon. And hindi rin, you don't set the expectations ng client na
Too high.
Too high, oo.
Ay,
Kailangan,
may isa pa. Pag hindi, kunyari, ang ginagawa ko kasi, yan, assess. Second is that, try mo, baka may course. Kaya ako nag-apply, ko sa'yo ng social media. Kasi baka may hindi pa ako nagagawa. Learn to upgrade your skills. Pero kung na-upgrade mo na, hindi talaga kaya yung gusto niya kasi suntok sa buwan. Ayun na. Di ba? Yun na. Yung third options na. Tell him, nagawa ko na lahat. It's on your hand na. Baka pwede mo nang babaan ng konti para mag-meet tayo. So, upgrade the skills. That's one of, pa pala. So, yun.
may mga courses dyan, sa WFHR or other
maging, sa simula, kung gusto nyo rin maging reyna ng, ng free courses, wala namang masama doon.
Marami
ako
namang free course. Doon ka na mag-start, diba? Doon ka mag-start. Hindi mo pa kaya
Yes. Oo, sabi ko talaga kay Miss Ana, hindi pa kaya, Miss Ana. 2 diaper, 2 gatas, hindi pa. Hanggang free muna ako. Nung medyo nag-perk up na, nag-enroll na tayo ng higher skills.
Oo. Glenn, Morning Province. Province namin dyan din po, Huban, Sorsogon. Huban?
Huban, sa Sorsogon.
Sa Sorsogon.
Next sa Albay. Traffic bahay namin.
Hindi ako magaling sa geography. Elibeth, good morning. Mark, you're stuck in traffic along Rojas Boulevard. Inspiring lesson. Nice to see na you're able to watch kahit sa traffic. Angelica, it's inspirational. It encouraged me to strive harder. Inspire ka talaga, Lina.
Thank you. Ayan, sana po marami kayo natututunan pa.
Si Elibeth is asking, any tips for introvert po? Introvert.
Ay, actually, napakaganda ng freelancing sa introvert. Di ba? Kaysa sa opisina, kailangan face-to-face. Sabi ko nga sa but guys, I believe everything can be learned. No? Kahit, sabi nga I don't know kung sino yung nagsabi, pero every one of us can influence. Kahit introvert ka, may influensyahan ka. No? So, prepare lang, practice. Kasi, huwag ka matakot kasi nga nasa computer lang, hindi ka naman kakainin. Usap mo. Sabi ko nga sa'yo nung una, pag may interview, nandun pa ako sa old mindset Kailangan naka-makeup, naka-full blast. Tapos after sasabihin ng kliyente mo, we're only interviewing you voice, sa voice lang. Tapos parang, okay. Pero yan, effort ka pa. Pero that actually gives an additional confidence sa akin. Kasi whether mag-appear siya o hindi, ako ready. So, ganon. So, even introvert ka ngayon, prepare. Bago, kunyari, kasi usually, kaya ka lang nagiging introvert kasi nandun yung fear na baka pagkausap ko na, maganto, ganyan. The preparation maybe can help, no? Then, pangalawa is practice. Kung hindi mo na sa mga client mo, katulad nito, kunyari, sila Miss Ana, practice ka. Ma'am Ana, chika nga muna tayo. Hi, Ma'am Ana. Bigyan kita additional work. Chika nga tayo sa Skype. Di ba? Para ma-familiarize ka na ganito pala makipag-usap pag computer. Diba? So, yun. Sometimes kasi yung personality natin nagiging siyang ginagawa nating excuse. Minsan, parang yun yung nagiging parang feeling natin, hindi ko ito magagawa kasi ganito ako. Then go beyond that. Mag-practice. Minsan ako, gagawin ko sa salamin. Kasi mukhang di ba? Yung sa Skype. Hi, sir. Ganyan. Titingnan ko yung mukha ko kung paano. So, ayan. Kaya mo yan. Kung para sa office naman talaga, di ba?
Oo,
No,
na.
okay na okay to sa introvert.
Oo, I agree, I agree. And well, hindi lang si Ana. Wag naman si Ana lahat, pero
Marami pa yan. Si
oo.
Miss Ana lang, ang ano ko, medyo close ko kasi. Kaya hindi kita dadagdagan ng trabaho. Hi, Ma'am Lilibeth. Marami pa dyan.
Oo.
Hindi ko lang sila masyado nakakausap.
Well,
Time to reach out to them.
kahit mga members
Ayan.
or mga members sa group or
Yes,
mga kaklase
classmates.
nyo, oo. You can find mga partners na
Mm,
sa students group may accountability partners na rin. So
right.
that really helps out talaga. And
Mm-mm.
yeah, I believe din na anything can be learned talaga. It might take more effort for
Yes.
introverts to learn yung mga people skills, ganun.
Mm-mm.
Pero it's important pa rin. Don't take it for granted. Yung mga conversation,
Right.
people skills. And yeah, practice talaga. Practice will really help.
Mm-mm.
Open-minded ka ba daw, sabi ni Honey, kay Ana? Ano ba, mga power, mga MLM na naman to. Jet Magallanes, I got my client also through prayers. What I'm struggling right now is time. How do you manage yours? I want to get another client, but really, how am I going to juggle between family and job?
Sige, that's a very good question. Kasi aside from 3 works, no, I have my pasok ko na Sir Jason. I have my offline work as a tourism consultant and lumilevel up si Mayora. Yun, sa LGU namin, dito sa sa aming munting baryo, sa Bakakay, Albay. So, doon ako natuwa kasi syempre that's my field, no? That's, kumbaga yung skills ko noon, na nabuhay siyang muli.
And
And
passion
then,
mo.
yung naging struggle was yung time. Yeah, passion ko talaga siya to really parang make something new to one thing. Kunyari, isang destination, mapaganda mo siya. It's, nakakatuwa siyang experience. So yun, aside sa 3 clients, aside sa pagiging nanay na may 2 toddlers, yun, meron akong, yun nga, tourism consultancy. So they get, usually puro meetings kasi nga, paano papaunladin yung aming turismo dito sa Bakakay. And then, ang pinaka-advice, learn to say no if you think na hindi siya priority. Ganon. Kasi tayong Pinoy, sa amin sa kultura namin, yan yung hindi namin naging ugali. Sa sobrang bait, sabi nila mga Bicolano, isa sa pinakamabait daw yung makikilala, they said pero pinakamatindi ring magalit. Parang bulkang mayon din. Oo. Na parang kahit galit na, malumanay pa daw ang salita. Totoo naman yun. That's why, one of the reasons na hindi nila nababalance is yung puro yes. Pag may invitation dito, yes. Invitation dito, yes. Kahit na alam mo nang ma-affect na yung mga dapat ma-affectan. Ako, for example, mayroon akong client na papasok, sasabihin ko agad, by the way, I have this kind of clients. Hindi siya pwedeng tamaan. So alam na hindi siya pwedeng magbigay ng schedules. Then sa consultancy naman, sasabihin ko sa kanila, while we're meeting, kung gusto niyo pa akong magstay, I'm working with my online. So I set the
boundaries.
The expectations. Yes, the boundaries and expectations na hindi lang kayo ang kliyente ko. I have also other clients. So if you can work with that, na I can only give 1 hour with you, then fine. No, yan, ganun. Learn to say no. It's that 2-letter word is can make your life easier.
I totally agree. Kahit yung mga commitments na hindi lang sa ibang tao pero with yourself din na parang gusto ko nito, parang ang ganda nito, gusto mong pumasok sa different stuff. Learn to say no to yourself din.
To yourself, yes.
Yung priorities, have the proper priorities and see, is this pasok ba to sa priorities ko? And if it's not, then you might want to say no to that.
Yes. Sa family naman, ako, minsan nanghihingi ako ng off sa client talaga. Kasi I explain to them, I have 2 kids. Alam nila, pag interview pa lang, I have 2 kids, ganyan. Tapos yung isa ko nga client, can you work on Sunday? No. Ganun ako agad. No. That's my family day. Okay, sure. So, di ba? Ang daming no. So, naging firm ka. So, hindi nila gagalawin yung Sunday. So, yun.
Yung priorities din yun, family.
Yes, family. Huwag niyong kalimutan, guys.
Oo. Oo. Don't get them messed up. Importante talaga yun. Johanna, very good management for you as a couple. One is full-time, long-term. The other is project-based because kids are still a priority. Tama.
Yes.
Hi, hello, Mesh. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for joining us. Estrel, nakaka-inspire po kayo. I just started the bootcamp last December and still studying. Oo. Take your time lang.
Yes.
Anna, ako din, Sorsogon. Sorsogon si Anna pala.
Mm-mm.
New inspiration, sabi ni Mary Beth. Kaway-kaway sa mga introverts. Ang
Yes.
daming ang daldal ni Anna tsaka ni Honey. Ignore ko na mga comments nila.
Ay, may ano po ako, may fans club. Kinausap ko na yan bago yung interview.
Oo nga, ang dami dito.
Na campaign manager. Hindi, joke lang.
Si Honey Davo, Honey Alfafara, tsaka si Anna, ang daldal nila. Si Mai Palma, just believe in yourself and ability, sabi nga. I'm excited to start
Yes.
working from home. Oh, nice. Nice. Mga Bicolano, agree daw si Gretchen, mga Bicolana.
Oo. Actually, guys, sa mga Bicolano, pwede ko ba i-shout out, no, Jason? Sa mga Bicolano out there, last December, we're planning sana ni Sir Jay, di ba, na mag-meet up, that I will initiate a meetup for every one of us. But sa sobrang, ng weather, weather and family occasion, hindi ko siya muna pinush through, no? So, but soon, let's start to get to know each other dito sa Bicol. So, wait for kung sino man ang gustong mag-join sa akin. Let's create the event for Bicolano, for Oragon. Or the Oragons. Ayan.
What's with mga Bicolano Oragon?
Yeah, when they say kasi Oragon, it has two connotations. The good thing is magaling. Pag sinabi, then the second is pag dinoblo mo yon yung Oragon, yung term na Oragon, parang mayabang, yung gano'n, yung parang tawag diyan, parang ano yun, parang sobrang yabang, parang gano'n, yung nangahamon, ganyan. Diyon. So, magaling. Pag sinabing Oragon, yung Oragonon yan, magaling yan. So, yun yung term na yan. Bicol.
Tapos, okay. So, mga Bicolano, which one are you? Uragong or Uragoragon?
Oragon. Oragon. Wag yung doble. Marami tayong makakaaway pag gano'n. Hindi ko alam kung sa Albay or sa iba, pero pag everyone knows, pag sinabing Oragon, Bicol yan. Bicol term. Tapos diba, we are parang sa sili. So, isa pa yun. Magaling. Di ba? Sino ba mahilig sa spicy food? So, yun. Kaya namin endure. Imagine mo na lang, di ba? Sabi nga nila sige, sir.
Mga Bicol Express.
Sabi nila kasi, highway kami ng Bagyo. Di ba? Yes, oo. Tapos yun, yung mga challenges nga namin, di ba? As highway ng Bagyo, sa buong taon, hindi kami pwedeng hindi hagilaan. Parang daanan. So, kaya naging Oragon, kumbaga, nakapag-adjust. Kaya natutong maging matapang sa buhay. That's it.
Bicolano pala. Pupunta daw sila Anna at si Honey sa
Bakakay?
meetup.
Akala. Sige, go.
Sige. It doesn't look like we have other meron pala dito. One more from Ariane. I have no knowledge nor experience about online business. Are there free courses that teaches newbies like me the ins and outs of this career, the skills needed to be developed, and how to be successful and get clients? I can't enroll because due to financial issues. Merong
mga free courses. Again, just log on to wfhr.io. And then, maraming groups. Join groups. Okay? Sabi ko nga sa inyo, doon ako nabuhay nung nagsisimula pa lang. Scholarship. Mahirap siya kasi ibang mga group talagang kailangan mo mag-send ng area mo, tas essay, para saan? Bakit ka gumigising sa umaga? Ganon. Oo. The big why. Bakit ka namin i-scholar? Totoo naman kasi di ba you'll be getting ililibre ka namin. Kumbaga ganon. So, mahirap siya na i-comply. Di ba? Sa college nga pag sinabi scholarship, sandamakmak na papel lang ibibigay mo and i-maintain. But it's worth it. Worth it lahat yung
Yung effort.
mga free courses. Marami dyan. Effort.
Oragon, never say die daw.
Yes,
Ah,
oo.
At Joy,
Never
48 years
say
na daw sa bootcamp. Huwag naman 48 years.
Grabe. Parang ano kayo, 50 years old. Ano yun yung golden ano ka na. Hindi, kaya yan.
Oo,
Kaya
tama.
yan.
See, so yeah, for those that are let's see, wala natang questions here. All right. It looks like we are just about to wrap up. So,
Yes.
Lena, what final advice, final tips do you have for everyone that's watching?
Yes. Okay. Ay, buti naging 1 hour lang, no? Sabi sa'yo. Nakaya.
Tama na.
Okay. Sige, guys. Handa ako dyan. Wait lang, ah. Biglang ganon.
Ipulot
Okay.
yung
So,
word.
okay. For the tips, no, I have 5 tips for you. Yung iba nasabi ko na, di ba? Yung unang-una is you need to make a firm decision of what do you want to have or to be. Na yung being na pag-usapan natin. Ano ba ang gusto mong mangyari sa buhay mo? And then when you decide, go, do it. Wala nang turning back. Yung sala sa init, sala sa lamig. The decision will make the difference. Sabi ko nga, nung nag-decide, everything just falls into place. Diba? Yun, decision. Then, pangalawa is, trust, sabi ko nga, trust not in your income. Especially dito sa freelancing natin. Akala mo okay na okay yung business ng client mo, tapos biglang, diba? Man, wala na tayong projects. Trust in God alone. Ayun, whatever your belief is, I know that you still believe on someone higher than you. You know, siya lang kasi yung ako siya lang yung firm foundation ko eh. Ano man yung nangyayari around, I'll always go back to him, no? Currently, sabi ko kay Sir Jason, nandito ako, mag-isa, nasa labas ako, guys. Nasa isang farm, nagre-reflect ako. Parang farm tourism siya, parang farm, tas may hotel, no? So I give 1 day to myself and really ask God, what's in it for me for 2018? So pag naka-anchor yung buhay mo sa isang solidong bagay or belief, kahit anong mangyari sa'yo, kahit anong struggles, sabi nga, parang barko, nakastick ka lang. Hindi ka give up. Okay? Pangalawa is, eto, ewan ko, every one of you, kaya siya cross, no? Every one of you has a Christian faith. Yung pag vertical daw, it's looking up to God. Pag horizontal, reaching out to others. So nurture relationships. Build relationships. Even remote tayo, even freelancers na dito lang tayo sa camera. Be sincere in everything that we do. Tapos palalimin natin yung relasyon na yan, yung mga meetups. That's a very good way for us to know each other. Then for us to build a relationship. Then 3, be proactive. Yun, wag na mag-procrastinate. Pag may natutunan tayo, go. Actually, nagkaroon ako ng feedback sa mga clients. All of their feedbacks is this. Napaka-proactive mo, ganyan. So yung mga increase ko, yun din yung reasons. Ang nangyayari kasi, kunyari customer service ako, di ba, chat, email lang. Sabi ko nga, yung mga natutunan ko kay Sir Jason, yung mga social media, i-apply ko yun sa mga free time ko. Tapos pag naisip ko, ay maganda to sa client ko, isasabihin ko sa kanya, uy, may idea ako sa ano mo para lumago business natin. Ganon. Tapos isasend ko sa kanya, sasabihin nila, oh, great idea. How do you, parang kailan mo to ginawa? Even on your free time, yung hindi kasi may tracker ako eh. Kasi di ba chat. Sabi ko, yeah, it's okay. Don't worry. You don't have to pay for that. Kasi guys, pag kumikita yung kliyente mo, hindi ka mawawala ng trabaho. Yun yung concept ko. If you help your client get their clients, di ba? May support na chat. Kung wala ng client, wala ng support. Ayan. Be proactive. Hindi porket customer service ka, doon na lang. Di ba? Yun na lang i-offer mo sa client. So, yun. Then, 4th is continue to, yun nga, upgrade your skills. Alam niyo na yon. So, bibigay ni Sir Jay yung mga links. Alam niyo na, nasa groups natin, doon sa read this first na maraming arrow. Basahin yung maraming links doon. Just and upgrade your skills. And then lastly, and ito yung gustong-gusto ko talaga iwan sa inyo guys, hindi po dahil sa makabayan ako or anything. I really have a dream, no, that soon, kasi ako ay anak ng isang, hindi man domestic helper, no, pero someone, ang parents ko ay laging malayo. And I know the results to the kids. I really do pray, lalo na yung mga freelancing mom, yung mga parents na maniwala kayo na kaya nating mabuhay ng disente sa Pilipinas. Na hindi natin kailangan lumipad para, magtrabaho pa sa ibang bansa. Believe in your country. Kasi ang lagi ko nang narinig, wala nang pag-asa dito sa bayan na to. From my own experience, guys, my dad, seaman yung dad ko, and dahil tourism grad ako, lagi niya sinasabi, lumabas ka, sige, popondohan kita. But this is one strong belief that I have, na Pilipino ka kasi may purpose sa'yo. So, hindi ko naman sinabi, kung yung calling mo ay talaga lumabas, mali mo dun ka talaga. Pero, yung kumbaga yung maniwala ka pa, yung wag mo naman bigyan wag naman ma-lose yung hope mo sa bayan mo. Ganun. Tsaka sa pagiging Pilipino. Sabi ko nga kay Sir, sa kanya ko natutunan kay Sir Jason na, hindi porket Pinoy ka, $3 ka lang. 'Di ba? Learn to charge, not to brag, but 'di ba your skills, your skills. Pero taasan natin kasi pang world class naman talaga tayo eh. 'Di ba? So, yun yung gusto kong iwan. Maniwala kayo na there's more in store. Hindi dahil nasa third world country ka papayag ka na na ito lang yung kita mo. Lawakan pa natin yung dream natin for us and for the country. Yun.
Nakaka-inspire
diba?
naman yung last yung last advice niyo. But I do agree. You don't need to, especially sa
parents.
you don't need to travel, you don't need to go abroad to earn yung dollars na sinasabi nila. There are a lot of opportunities here, diba?
Right.
And you're with your own people.
Kids. Yes, oo. Yun talaga. Kumbaga sa mga parents out there, sa sobrang teke ng mundo, marami ako nakikita na sa mga kids na, yun nga, dahil wala yung mga magulang. So, sila yung future generation eh. Parang, yun lang. Let's realize that. Sa mga single, sige go, magliwaliw kayo. Totoo. Kasi I really enjoyed when I was single. Talaga. That's your time to travel, to Pero sa mga parents, sana ma-reach niyo yung goal, kumbaga, financial capability para dito lang kayo na growing and you strengthen your bond with them, your relationship din.
Tama. Naiyak daw si Anna at si Joanna. Wow, naiyak talaga.
Yeah, totoo. Pag mommy, you can relate to me. So,
hindi pa ko mommy, so.
Sooner.
Ibang topic yun. Anyhow,
yes.
Thank you so much. I definitely agree with what you said. Thank you so much, Dina. Thank you much for spending this time with us. Thank you guys for staying here, listening to this interview. I hope you learned a lot and you were inspired by Lena's sharing and Lena's story. If you want to share her story with your friends, hit that share button. I'm sure there are people in your friends list, maybe family out there who can be inspired, who can learn more about working from home, and will get a lot of value from hearing Lena's story. So hit that share button, guys, so that you can inspire others as well in this manner. For those of you that want to learn more about working from home, head over to freevacourse.com. Anna provided some links there. So there's freevacourse.com. You can check out our free course. That's where you can get started, just learning the basics about working from home. And we have our Facebook group as well. Lena is pretty active in Freelancers in the Philippines. Our Facebook group, you can interact with her more over there. And once again, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Lena, and have a great rest of the day.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
yeah, good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us on this another episode of Just Success. Today we have one of our well-known freelancers in our Facebook group. We have Jason Dumana, who's otherwise sometimes known as J2, minsan in the group. And today he's going to share his story with us of how he went from pandesal vendor all the way to SEO freelancer. All right.
Yung pandesal vendor talaga nag-catch ng attention ng sa mga staff mo.
Oo. Pandesal vendor, you know, it's a very humble beginning naman, di ba? Kasi
Oo. Pero talambuhay na to eh.
ganun naman eh.
Biography.
It's about sharing your story, di ba?
Mm-mm.
Ganun naman talaga yung interview natin. Ayan. And by the way, guys, if you stay until the end, we have a special giveaway. Jason Dumana has prepared a special giveaway for you guys. Stay until the end of the interview. Okay.
Medyo nakakalito lang to kasi kausap ko si Jason, ako si Jason. Okay.
Yeah. Son yung tawag natin sa'yo.
Son na lang,
Son.
mas madali. Ikaw Jay, ako Son. Okay.
All right. Okay. All right. Once again, today with us, we have Jason Dumana, and he's going to share his story of how he went from pandesal vendor to SEO freelancer, and one of the most successful SEO freelancers that I know. So it's an honor to interview Son. It's an honor to interview today.
It's an honor, pleasure.
Last time we had an interview, but we didn't have the Facebook Live yet. So we're here with Facebook Live. And if you guys have any questions for me or for Son, you can just type it in the chat room, and then we'll answer them later on. All right, so why don't we just go ahead and get started? So let's dive into your story. Yung talambuhay mo, di ba? Sabi mo.
Talambuhay talaga. Sige,
how you went from your struggles, di ba? Kasi right now, di ba, parang okay ka na financially, but it wasn't always like that, di ba?
Sapat. Sakto lang.
Pero you know, before pandesal vendor, di ba? So I guess we can get started yet. Let's hear your story and how you got to where you are today.
Sige. Para magkaroon ng ng yung mga viewers ng context about sa akin, i-dissect ko na lang yung headline into two. Pandesal vendor muna, tapos yung sa SEO freelancer. Sige. Well, at age 9, ayun, ito talambuhay na. At age 9, doon ako nag-start na magkaroon ng interest na sabihin na natin sa ngayon yung sa entrepreneurship. Gaya sabi ko, at age 9, nag-start ako ng 3-man team na magbenta ng pandesal. Bali, ang ginawa ko noon, kinontak ko yung mga teachers. Galing ako ng public, so elementary, kung private kasi grade school. So elementary, kinausap ko yung sa mga teachers and pinayagan ako mag-distribute and magbenta. So isa sa mga goal ko kasi noon, nung 9 years old pa ako, magkaroon ako ng tri-bike o a sidecar para makaikot-ikot sa barangay. At the same time, makasama ko yung mga friends ko. So ang ginawa ko, kinausap ko yung isa sa mga teachers and pumayag naman sila. And then nag-start. And after that, medyo bibilisan ko na. After nung sa elementary, dating ng high school, nag-start ako na mag-service ng pagpinta sa mga church namin mismo. And nung high school, na-try ko rin mag-buy and sell mga cellphones, yung analog pa nun. So hindi pa talaga uso yung buy and sell nun, pero sige lang.
High school pa nun?
High school pa nun. Huwag niyo nang tanongin kung anong year, pero mga nasa na yun, mga early 2000s. So at age 19, ito yung first na nag-drop out Nag-drop out ako sa college dahil sa isa sa mga church responsibilities. Bali, pumunta ako ng Mindanao para mag full-time mission. And after 2 years, balik ako sa Pangasinan and nag-start ako ng junk shop. At the same time, bumalik ako sa school. So bali dalawang focus. Pero unti-unti na rin nawawalan yung interest mismo. Ang hirap i-admit kasi yun nga, school is yun ang pinakagusto ng mama ko. So sige lang. Pero isa sa mga naging regrets ko rin kasi kahit papaano, yun nga, nakapag-start ako ng panibagong venture which was yung sa junk shop nga, na mismanaged unfortunately. So doon nag-start yung sabihin na natin depression. Hindi naman depression na mag-lead to something else. And after ng dropout, nag-start ako pumunta ng Manila. Doon ako nag-start ng Manila. Lumuwas ng Manila. Tapos yun, doon na pumasok yung sa call center. Doon na yung sa 5 years. After 5 years, 2012, as usual, medyo naging bored kasi medyo matagal na rin and kahit pa paano hindi na nag-i-enjoy.
And we'll stop there for a little bit because that's like near when you were about to become freelancer, di ba? Call center ka. But if I can ask, why, at 9 years old, what drove you? Kasi like sabi ni Honey, negosyante na dati pa, Lodi. Sabi ni Mark Velosa, nasa dugo talaga. So like what drove you to start this entrepreneurial venture?
Well, simple lang naman yung sa akin nung bata ako. Ang gusto ko lang dalawa nun, sidecar and makalaro ng mga games, specifically Sega. Mortal Kombat. Medyo na-addict tayo doon. So, yun lang yung main motivation. Wala yung sabihin na natin tulad ngayon na kailangan magkaroon ng maraming pera, mga ganun. Yun, magkaroon lang ng 1K or maximum of 3K a week, okay na. Ayun yun, 1996 yun. So, at 9, medyo malaki na para sa akin. So, kahit pa paano, nakasurvive naman, pero babalik ako dun sa pinakatanong mo. Wala naman talagang as in gusto lang talagang gawin. And siguro isa na ring reason yung andun yung support system, especially galing sa mga aunties ko. Kasi sila naman yung may-ari ng bakery nun eh. So sila yung supplier, ako yung distributor. Tapos yung dalang kaibigan, sila yung mga resellers.
Grabe. 9 years old, may team ka na. That's very impressive. Parang may distribution parang system ka na.
Maliit lang naman, pero at least nga, nakapag-start and nagkaroon ng experience. Ganun din yung ginawa ko sa junk shop. 3 din kami. 2 childhood friends. Tapos, yun nga, gawa ng mismanagement na, yun, na-bankrupt nga.
Well, and you were just 19, 20 years old nun, di ba?
23, 24, in between 20.
Yung sa junk shop. So, well, that's the age naman na as if matanda na tayo. Nahalata na sa 30s na tayo, di ba? That's when we get yung first business, di ba? And that happens naman talaga. Pero you started at 9 years old. Yun talaga yung first business mo, di ba?
Ngayon ko lang talaga na-realize na yun talaga yung pinaka-business.
Oo, kasi may ka na, may mga tao ka na, may mga resellers ka pa, di ba? You really had a business at 9 years old. But would you, like, if we look at it nowadays, di ba, may anak ka right now, di ba? Is that something, yung experiences mo at 9 years old, is that something that you would say helped you become, ngayon, let's say you're successful ka naman, di ba? Parang
you're
Mm.
okay ka naman ngayon. Is that part of it? Did that contribute?
Oo. Mm. Especially yung pagkakaroon ng yun, self-confidence. Kasi number one naman yun eh. Para sa akin, number one yun. Kasi nga, especially kung hindi mo alam yung mga answers, mag-venture ka sa isang bagay like, yun nga, sa SEO, kung mag-venture ka doon, kung anong industries ka man galing, mahirapan ka talaga. So, kung wala kang tiwala sa sarili mo, mahirapan ka.
Even if you're new to something, and that's a very good point. Even if you're new to something, importante talaga yung confidence, because that's how you can learn more. That's how you can succeed in a certain area. And guys watching, especially if mga parents, this can be something you can teach your kids. Then, and yeah, if you want to share this with others, let's share. But guys, we want you to share this story with other parents or other individuals who would eventually want to be like Jason here. Yung idol ng lahat, no? Dami sa comment. Idol daw. Sige. All right.
Mabanggit ko lang din kasi napag-usapan naman natin yun sa tungkol sa anak. Isa yun sa mga ini-instill ko talaga, magkaroon siya ng yung sarili, kumpiyansa sa sarili niya. Hindi yung borrowed from us, sa daddy or sa mami niya, kundi yung sa sarili niya mismo. Kasi kahit ano man, kung sasakali meron na siya nun, kahit saan industry or kahit anong career or ventures na gusto niyang akin, makabangon siya eh. Sa tingin ko, kung sasakaling yun, kung itutuloy man niya yung gusto niyang gawin. May nakikita na ako, may glimpse na, pero hopefully ma-guide ma-guide namin siya ng wife ko ng maigi para magawa niya yung yung pinakagusto niya. Ang sa akin nasa parent, ang ginagawa ko lang mismo is yung may pwesto or mailagay ko siya sa pinaka-position para mag-succeed sa buhay niya. Kasi yun nga, yun naman yung pinakagusto ng parent.
And I think that's important. It's hard to strike that balance na parang you're supporting your kid, pero at the same time, you're not pang-controlling them, di ba?
Mahirap talaga mag-balance. Andyan yung kailangan mo disiplinahin, kailangan mo nang sabihin na natin magkaroon ng time na parang kaibigan mo lang. Pero kailangan pa i-respect niya yung ma-maintain yung respect para yun. O yung tatay, mga ganun. Hindi, joke lang.
Parenting tips na to.
Oo nga, naging seryoso ikaw kasi joke.
And you're a very you take your fatherhood very seriously, di ba? Parang priority talaga yan. So it's important din kasi ako naman future parent, and we have a lot of parents watching din. So and like these are very important lessons. Like kung sabi mo yung one of the most important things like in your own success, di ba? Yung confidence, yung belief sa sarili. That's where you can excel kahit saan ka pupunta, in whatever. If you're gonna work in an office, if you're gonna become a freelancer, if you're gonna start a business, no matter where you go, if you have that belief in yourself na kaya mong gawin, you can really succeed kahit saan, di ba?
And kahit anong situation na meron ka, let's say sa case ko, kasi nung lumuwas naman ako sa Manila, twice ako nag-drop out sa college, di ba? So, technically, undergraduate. So, yun yung mga times na as in it wasn't a struggle talaga kasi hindi ako matanggap-tanggap sa BPO eh. Nung bago ako makapasok sa BPO naman o sa call center mismo, yung English ko, sabihin na natin, diction, as in, hindi siya maganda. From D na real talk, from D na accent.
Mag-English ka na ngayon. Okay.
No.
Ayun na, may one word, may no.
No. Yun nga, so ang ginawa ko, andun na ako sa sitwasyon na yun. Undergraduate ako, galing ako probinsya. Wala akong wala akong experience, as in corporate experience. So, ang ginawa ko na lang, kahit na ma-reject ako 5 times in a day, ang masasanay din ako. Sinasabi ko na lang sa sarili ko, masasanay din rin ako sa rejection. So isa sa mga ginawa ko, nirecord ko lahat ng mga questions, draft it out, gumawa ko ng mga answers, and ang hirap i-admit, pero minemorize ko yun. Para lang makasagot agad, confidently. Kasi wala, as in, kung makikipagsabayan ako sa mga top 5 schools na graduate, nahirapan ako. So, para-paraan na lang, kumbaga.
Oo. Para-paraan talaga, di ba? And that's what you've done. Like when you were a kid pa, when you were 9 years old, you wanted Mortal Kombat. Di ba? So, para-paraan talaga. You had to find
Scorpion.
your own way. Scorpio at that time. Di ba? Si Sub-Zero, yung mga ganun. Anyway. Pero one thing I do want to ask, di ba? Kasi you talk about confidence, you talk about believing in yourself, and we see that in you right now. Parang right now, you have that with yung mga ventures mo ngayon, and your success. You have that right now. Pero when there was a time na parang nahirapan ka, di ba? Like the time when you started your junk shop. Sabi mo, you're starting with friends, tapos naging bankrupt. And it's not, di ba? Parang nakaka-depress. Sinabi mo, di ba? So how did you handle that? How did you handle that event and still maintain or regain your confidence?
Ang una kong ginawa, in-accept ko na lang. In-accept ko kung ano yung nangyari. In-accept ko, tapos nag-audit sa sarili. Bakit nangyari yun? As in detail. Na-mismanage ko ba ang cash flow, income statement, ano ba yung nangyari sa operating expenses, ano ba yung nangyari sa tao, may nagawa ba akong problema anong tawag dito? Yung sa factory, na pagbibigyan namin ng mga karton, mga bote, yun, as in audit, kung ano yung nangyari. And after ng audit, nag-move on ako ng paunti-unti. Kasi sabihin na natin mga 6 months, kasi medyo nagmukmuk. And after 6 months, yun nga, tinry ko naman yung pagiging employee, as in pagpasok sa corporate world para ma-experience din. Kasi kailangan, ang isa sa mga importante sa akin lang naman to, isa sa mga importante sa akin, hindi ko yung experience. Mahirap kasi sabihin na pangit yan, pangit to, pangit yun. Kung hindi mo naman na-experience, so why bother na magbigay ka ng comments or kung ano man yan. Yung magkaroon ka na agad ng judgment or verdict na wala kang ka-idea. So, yun. Acceptance, audit, tapos moving on.
So, ayun. Acceptance, audit, move on. You know, steps ni Jason Dumana. Acceptance, audit, move on. Let's remember that. And because we can't prevent bad things from happening naman talaga, di ba? Ganun talaga ng buhay. Sometimes good things happen, sometimes bad things happen. Up and down talaga yun. But what's important is that you learn from this experience. You accepted, you audited, and you learned from your past experience to apply to your existing ventures, your freelancing, your business right now. And you moved on, di ba? After 6 months. You took some time to grieve, di ba? Parang yung to go through the motions for mga 6 months. And then you went to the call center. Pero di ba, it wasn't that easy to transition.
Hindi rin. Honestly, lahat ng mga ginagawa kong transition, hindi siya madali eh. Ewan ko rin kung bakit. Siguro andun, nami-miscalculate ko minsan, pero I don't know. Siguro sa pride or sa ego mismo, na kung yun nga, isa lalaki, challenging ang isang sa isang venture or kung ano man yung gusto mong mag-set na goal, parang parang nakaka-challenge kumbaga. So,
Pero
yung sa call
that's
center nga.
that's what also I think that's part of that, diba? Yung perseverance or determination na kahit may challenge, you still go on, you still move forward, you still try your best. That's without that, I don't think you could have been where you are today kung wala ka na.
Siguro isa rin sa napansin ko sa sarili ko yung pagiging persistent. Kahit sabihin na natin 0% ang chances na maging successful, let's say yung sa freelancing nga, ginagawan ko pa rin ng paraan. Kasi para sa akin naman, lahat naman ng bagay may paraan. Kung willing ka lang mag-search diligently, as in pag-aralan kung ano man yung laro, or gaya ng sinasabi na understanding how the game is played. So pagka nalaman mo naman yun, pupunta ka naman sa next step and doon na yung medyo matindi kasi kailangan mo talaga i-put in yung work always. Wala naman shortcut.
And I think that's a very good point you mentioned. Yung sabi mo, lahat naman ng bagay may paraan. You just have to find it. Pero that's something. Gawa nga tayo ng poster. Lahat ng naman bagay may paraan. Jason Dumana. Ayun, pwede na. Motivational poster. Sige. So you went through the call center. I'm going back to your story. You went through the call center. And then parang you had that. It wasn't that easy then, diba? Kasi you didn't graduate. You dropped out from college. But you were able to get through. That was 5 years in the call center. Sige. Let's fast forward a little bit. What happened? Naging 5 years ka sa call center?
5 years na call center, tapos yun nga, tulad na share ko nung previous interview, napansin ko yung wife ko na may sinalihan na group. I mean, website. Yun yung Odes dati. So, nakita ko rin yung card, tapos naging curious, nag-check, and kahit walang safety net, and pamilyado na, ayun, nag-resign sa trabaho na 5 years. Tapos nag-start ako as a VA, related to sa dating trabaho na B2B, customer service, technical support, all around yun.
So yung experience mo sa call center, that's what you put in yung sa profile mo sa VA?
Yun na agad kasi mahirapan tayong makipag-compete especially kung wala ka pang reviews, hindi pa na-set up properly ang pinaka-profile mo. Nag-start ako sa Elance.
Wala nang Elance ngayon.
Wala na, binili na nga. So nag-start ako
ilang taon ka na ulit? Joke lang.
Tawag na, basta lagpas lang sa kalendaryo po.
Same naman tayo. Well, I started in sa Odesk. Ikaw, nag-start ka sa Elance. Ngayon, they combined it. Naging Upwork na siya. Elance bought Odesk or nag-merge sila. Tapos
nag-merge.
Oo. That was, around that, mga 2011 ako nag-start naman.
Una ng 1 year.
Una ng 1 year before Jason here. But I also started as a VA. And for those that don't know, baka may magtanong, yung VA is virtual assistant. So usually yung mga admin nga tasks, yung mga maliit-lit na bagay na yung mga business owners need help with, yung parang secretary. That's what the VA does. So depende sa expertise mo. And for those that want to know more about becoming a VA, because I started as a VA, Jason started as a VA, and now we're pretty successful in what we do. Pero dito kami nagsimula sa virtual assistant work. We do have a free course if you want to learn about becoming a VA. It's over at freevacourse.com, so you might want to check that out. It's freevacourse.com. All right. So here, diba, you started as a VA, pero hindi ka naman VA forever, di ba?
Hindi. As in, binigyan ko lang ng time frame. Siguro 1.5 years. Tapos, dun na ako nag-review ulit. Kasi nung nasa call center pa naman ako, dun na ako nag-start na magbasa-basa about sa SEO. Kasi may mga...
Ano yung SEO? May nagtanong kanina.
May nagtanong kanina?
May
Okay.
nagtanong kanina sa comments.
So,
Sorry. Ano daw yung SEO? So, can you explain what that is?
sige, search engine optimization. So, it stands for yun nga. SEO, search engine optimization. So, para ma-explain ko ng mas madali, ito na ang gagamitin ko. Bali, ang mga search engines, sabihin na natin isang mga commercial area sa mga yan or yung mga places. So, or real estate. Ngayon, ang pinaka-landlord is Google, Bing, and other search engines. Tapos, kami, or kayo, na mag-venture naman sa SEO, tayo yung mga broker. So tayo yung mga magre-rent doon sa commercial space, tayong tumutulong sa kanila gamit yung mga services with a discounted price. Kasi ang Google naman and other search engines, ang gusto nila magbayad yung mga nagre-rent sa kanila, yung nasa first page mismo. So ang ginagawa natin, yung sa discounted price yung sa service, tinutulungan natin sila mag-place kasi sa real estate, ang importante sa kanila, ang pinaka-mantra nila is location, location, location.
Oo.
Sa SEO, position, position, position. So, kung nasa top 5 ka, or sabihin na sa first page, may category din yun from 5 to 10 or 6 to 10. Sabihin na natin, yun yung parang sub-prime areas. So, medyo mahal ang renta doon. Pero yung sa prime areas talaga, sabihin na natin mga CBD or Central Business District area, nasa top 5. So, kung bakit mahal ang renta doon or kung bakit mahal ang services ng SEO, kasi nga, ang business or yung magre-rent, dinadala mo sila doon. And doon din maraming nagiging successful kasi na-figure out nila kung paano gawin at dalhin yung mga businesses papunta doon sa top 5.
Yeah, that's a very good explanation. Ang daming nag-comment. Galing mo daw mag-explain. But yeah, that's a good explanation. I haven't heard that before. Yung real estate. Yeah, that's
Ano yun ang ginagamit ko sa cover letter ko?
Sa cover letter sa mga clients.
Kasi technically hindi naman natin ma-expect na alam ng magiging clients mo yung mga terminologies about SEO. Isa yun sa mga siguro sabihin na nating differentiation strategy ko na ginagamit ko yung mga words na familiar sila compared dun sa words na ginagamit yung mga familiar ko. So, tulad nun, commercial, business, sigurado naman na familiar sila sa commercial, sa real estate, positioning, location, mga ganung bagay. Para-paraan lang din.
May paraan talaga, diba? That's one of your mantras in life. And yeah, that's a great explanation for clients, diba? Sometimes the work we do, hindi naman nila maintindihan, diba? They heard about it, diba? Like a lot of clients, SEO, ano to? We can earn money kung may SEO tayo, diba? But sometimes we have to explain like what you do in your cover letters, and that's a very good way of explaining SEO. So great job. It's good we asked that question. So that was Pau Juan Navales asked what does SEO basically do, and then somebody else asked what SEO was. But yeah, this is what SEO is really in a nutshell. All right, so going back, you were a VA for how long were you a virtual assistant?
Isa't kalahating taon. 1.5 years. Oo.
So you were a virtual assistant for
Oo.
1.5 years.
Oo.
And then you started learning about this thing na SEO, di ba? Search engine optimization.
Ang maganda rin naman kasi, sorry na cut kita. Ang maganda rin naman kasi doon sa experience na yun. Yung napuntahan ko na yung pinaka first gig ko, naghahanap din mismo ng SEO. So, yung timing ko na nag-aaral ako, pinag-aaralan ko na mabuti. At the same time, na sumusweldo na ako noon, tapos kailangan niya ng SEO. So ginrab ko yung opportunity kahit wala pang experience. May learning curve naman. So fortunately naging successful naman yung campaign. So yun. Nagkaroon naman na siya ng mga magagandang clients dun sa services. Bali free naman yung SEO ko noon.
Okay, so the client needed SEO service. Tapos you inexplain mo naman sa client na you wanted to learn it. Tapos you didn't know anything about SEO at the time, diba?
As in, alam niya. Naging transparent ako. Sinabi ko sa kanya kung ito yung alam ko lang sa SEO. And kung ano man yung gusto mong ipagawa sa akin, bigyan mo ako ng time, let's say 2 weeks para pag-aralan. Tapos i-execute na lang natin agad.
Wow.
And yun. Nagkaroon pa nga kami ng na-share ko to sa isa sa mga staff mo na competition. Bali kung yung isa sa mga videos yung marang ko siya sa page 1 in a certain period of time. Bibili niya ako ng course, yung as in paid na premium na course na SEO. So yun, sa awa ng Diyos na nanalo din siya kasi nakuha niya yung client na premium din. And dun na, as in nag-start na lahat. Nag-start na yung as in yung pag full-time kumbaga. Kasi after that, nag-apply na ako
As SEO. Kasi may experience ka na, may results ka na, di ba? May portfolio na ipakita mo sa ibang clients na you already have, these successful results. So, gamit mo talaga yan. Sige, so and I'm seeing a lot of mga questions here, but would you recommend, kasi ikaw, you just jumped into SEO, di ba? Parang the client wanted it and then you jumped in right away. Is that something you would recommend to most people?
Siguro, di ko rin masabi. Depende sa reason, depende sa why, depende sa mga questions na binabato nila sa sarili nila. Kasi ako, ang siguro narinig mo naman to, yung success mo ay didepende sa mga whys mo. Sa akin naman, ang success ng isang tao, didepende yan sa magiging reasons mo, kung gaano karami. So, lately ang lagi ko nakakita, yung sa isa sa mga commercials medyo nawala lang ako. Pero ma-share ko lang. Isa sa mga nakita kong commercial lagi ngayon sa TV, yung paano ka bumabangon or para kanino ka bumabangon. Yun. Sa akin, it's not the why, pero kung sino. Kasi mas ang dating lang sa akin, mas specific. Sa akin, ang bumabangon ako para sa daughter ko, para sa wife ko. Nasa pangatlo na yun. So, medyo tricky lang na i-suggest na mag-jump right into it. Especially kung wala ka pang experience. Pero kung sa tingin mo magagawan mo ng paraan para mapag-aralan in a short period of time, why not? Wala namang mawawala sa iyo. It's either para sa akin win-win. Kung hindi mo siya nagawa ng tama, it's either matuto ka doon sa experience na yon or magmukmok. As in, depende. Depende sa mindset ng tao.
And I think kasi I did SEO din. Similar tayo ng path, diba? VA and then nag-focus ng SEO. It's not easy, diba?
It's not easy, especially if wala kang technical experience. So that's why I think you really have to have your whys, your big why. Like for Jason here, his question is para sino ka bumabangon, diba? So
Para kanina.
para kanino. Sorry. Bisaya kasi wala akong yung grammar. Mali yung grammar.
Okay lang ba eh?
Okay na ba? Para kanino ka bumabangon? Sulat ko nga dito. Yeah, so that's very important. Because if you don't have that, if you don't have your whys, whether it's a person, whether it's a dream, you may end up giving up. Kasi mahirap to. Mahirap yung something like this, something like SEO is not that easy to do. It's pretty tough. Now let's transition a bit. Take a short break. Go ahead.
To piggyback lang dun sa sinasabi mo about sa SEO. Ang SEO para sa akin, in general, madali. Let me explain. SEO, fundamentals, basics, madali yan. Kung marunong kang gumawa ng mga social profiles, pwede ka nang gumawa ng mga listings, mga citations, part na yan ng SEO. Now, ang mahirap is mastery. Kasi kailangan mo sa SEO, general pa rin yan. Kailangan mo ng mastery para magkaroon ka or kailangan mong i-master ang isang technique or mag-specialize sa isang technique para ma-differentiate mo rin yung sarili mo. Positioning din. Kasi kung apply ka lang na apply, pero general naman yung pinaka-service mo as SEO consultant, mahirapan ka rin. Ang pinaka-result, mag-give up ka. Sisihin mo pa yung nagturo ng course. So
yeah, the basics are easy, but like you said, the mastery is difficult. And part of that success, diba? Yung positioning, right? How you position yourself as an SEO, hindi ka lang general SEO. And I think because today, diba, may giveaway tayo. And it's in line with that positioning yourself for success as a freelancer. You have tips there. So well, we're gonna give this giveaway away to you guys. Everyone who's watching right now, all you have to do is hit that share button, share this with your family and friends, and let us know in the comments that you've shared it, and then we'll give you a PDF copy of what's the freelancer SEO, positioning yourself, positioning your profile, whether in Upwork or other platforms for success. So I guess we can explain a little bit. Can you explain, I guess, a little bit about itong giveaway?
Bali, yung freelance SEO guide naman, applicable siya or pwede siyang implement sa mga freelancing platforms, specifically para sa Upwork and Freelancer. Kasi yun yung mga na-try ko na. Hindi ko na in-include yung Elance kasi obviously wala na siya. So sa Upwork lang. Bali, andyan yung mga list na kailangan na gawin para ma-implement yung SEO din sa pinaka-profile nyo sa Upwork or sa freelancer.com. So yun. Hopefully ang pinaka-reason naman kasi kung bakit na share ko to is ang Upwork naman is considered as search engine pa rin. So andun yung mga trabaho na na kailangan nating hanapin. So positioning pa rin yung mangyayari. So kailangan yung mai-position, kailangan natin mapunta doon sa top 30 para magkaroon tayo ng automatic invites. Sa top 10 possible na direct invites. So yun.
It's very important to position yourself talaga on Upwork. I found both as a client, I hire people on Upwork then as a freelancer. Yung positioning is very important. Your ranking and how you position yourself. So if you want that giveaway, it's a free giveaway. Jason created that for you guys, so thank him as well. Share this interview and then just comment, and then we'll be sure to send you a PM in the next couple of days with a link directly to that giveaway. All right. So a lot of people are sharing it over here. Oh, and for those of you guys who are asking questions, I am taking note of your questions. I'm just copy pasting them, and we'll get to them here. We do have a lot of questions. Sabi ni Phoenix, I want to position myself for more giveaways. So, iba naman yung positioning na yan. Well, attending these
At least
interviews.
implemented agad.
Oo.
Na-execute agad yung ano.
Share. Oh, may giveaway na agad. All right. Sige, let's go ahead and we have a lot of thank you guys for sharing this. We have a lot of questions here. Alan Antang, newbie here. How do we know na enough na yung skills namin sa SEO niche para makaland ng client? And I guess this is connected to Phoenix's question, which, well, English version naman to kay Phoenix. How much do you need to learn in SEO before you can say you're ready to advertise yourself parang as an SEO expert?
Well, para sa akin, ang mag-gauge mo kung mas maganda kung kung medyo kailangan mo talaga ng client mismo, client as soon as possible. Mas maganda kung ang pinaka route mo is maging local SEO kasi mas madali yun compared dun sa ibang campaigns na gagawin ng mga general SEO. So, local SEO ang pwede kong ma-suggest kasi ang mostly na kailangan ng mga local clients or local business clients, citations, meaning mga directory listings. So, doon pa lang, pwede mo na marunong naman tayong lahat na gumawa ng mga social profiles, mga Web 2.0 na profiles, yung mga profiles na nanggagaling sa mga website. So, yun. Pag-audit naman, medyo technical na yun kasi mag-fall siya sa on-page. So, sa akin kasi hindi ako nag-overthink ang hinahanap ko talaga na client, yung may kailangan ng gantong particular service. So sa case ko, ang kailangan nung una kong client na as VA is mag-rank ng video. So ang pinag-aralan ko, YouTube SEO agad. So depende.
Depende sa parang sa niche mo sa SEO, di ba? Kasi yung SEO has different niches din. So there's the general, di ba? We talked about the general SEO stuff, on page, off page, mga ganun. And then there are a lot of places where you can get that information. And then once you have parang the general knowledge, like I said, you can parang specialize in different niches, right? Whether it's local SEO, whether it's YouTube SEO, di ba? YouTube SEO ka din. Or even there's like Amazon SEO, iba-ibang different areas of SEO. So,
let's take that for an example. Let's say VA ka, tapos may experience ka sa mga paggawa ng mga Amazon listings. Pwede mong gawin para magkaroon ka ng experience na agad. Pasok mo yung SEO. Ngayon, ang napansin ko naman sa mga freelancing platforms kasi mas marami nangangailangan ng mga may experience sa Amazon. Kasi nga, as we all know, malaki yung Amazon and matindi yung competition. So kailangan nila ng mga may experience sa Amazon at the same time yung may knowledge about sa SEO. So andun na. So mag-fall din agad dun sa pinaka-experience mo as VA para hindi na mahirapan.
Okay, yeah. You can use that experience. Now, before you parang sell the SEO service or position yourself as an SEO service provider or expert, do you need the portfolio na may experience na ka-ranking a specific client?
Kung bago pa lang, siguro yung sa akin hindi ko pa pinost kasi siguradong madaming mag-grab yung mga competitors mo. Pero ang ginagawa ko, ina-attach ko na lang. Let's say yung sa YouTube SEO na ginawa ko. Ang ginawa ko after ng cover letter, may option naman doon sa cover letter page na mag-attach ng mga samples. So doon ko na nilalagay. Kung
Pero it's
walang option
important.
it's important, yes.
And I agree, it's very important to have samples of your results. Kahit hindi mo ilagay sa profile, but you should send yung, like, kasi diba, other competitors can grab it. But in your cover letter, you can include it there before you position yourself as an SEO expert. You should have may portfolio kahit isa muna. And
isa.
yeah, and Jason here, you did it, diba, with your client na you were still doing VA work for, diba? That's how you got the first one.
Ito is naalala ko lang. Kung kakaumpisan nyo pa lang sa SEO, sabihin na natin walang portfolio, walang experience sa previous clients, ang pwede nyo gawin, mag-rank kayo ng mga websites. Like, pwede nyo i-rank yung sa Upwork profile sa page 1. Pwede kayong, kung sabihin na may confident kayo and comfortable sa pagsasalita sa harap ng video or sa harap ng camera, pwede nyo i-rank yung mga YouTube videos nyo. Mas madali kasi yun kasi considered as shortcut na yun eh. Kasi andun na yung, sabihin na, medyo magiging technical na, andun na yung trust na binibigay ng Google sa mga ganong sites. So, Upwork profile, pwede nyong i-rank yan. Para mabigyan ko kayo ng examples, i-type nyo lang yung local SEO expert sa Google mismo. Makikita nyo na nasa top 5 mismo, may Upwork profile dyan na galing San Diego ata, na local SEO expert daw. So, yun. So, possible yung mga yun kasi yung trust value or trust and authority ng mga websites, Upwork, YouTube, Tumblr, Vimeo, matataas.
May from Greenwich, Connecticut yung #1 result. Nice. Oh, and that's a very good tip right there. Okay, let's move on to Phoenix's question here. While being employed, how much time should one devote to learning about SEO? And to what point will one be able to start executing what they've learned? Hirap ng tanong na to.
Medyo eh. Sa akin, at least an hour or 2. As in, walang distractions. As in, nagbabasa lang ako, nag-execute kung ano may strategies na naman ang punan ko. Tapos, ano yung parang pinaka-second question?
At what point will you be able to start executing what you learned? I guess, like, ilang months of learning or...
Ang ginawa ko, as in, nung nag-aaral ako, side by ini-implement ko agad. Kasi maraming pwedeng i-master sa SEO. So, ginagawa ko na lang agad para maka-move on ako from one strategy to another. Ine-execute ko na agad. Tinitingnan ko kung ano yung magiging labas or magiging result based dun sa experience ko mismo. Kasi madali lang mag-base dun sa experience ng iba eh. Ang mahirap na gawin ay yung mag-execute, and mag-base dun sa sarili mo. Pero ang maganda dun, kung sarili mong experience, mas mabibenta mo ng mas maigi and mas effectively ang SEO sa possible client.
And Clarissa has a good point here in a comment. Make yourself your first client. So rank your own website. Execute tapos document para may case study ka na. May proof na you know what you're doing. So good tip here from Isai. Okay.
Isai ba yan?
Oo, si Isai nag-comment dun.
Isai ah.
Angel John Kenneth Mendoza, thank you for sharing. How much can you charge if you are a newbie in the SEO niche?
Kano ba?
Baka
eto, as a newbie noon, Ang charge ko agad is 6 to 7. 650 to be exact.
650.
650.
And
No
I guess it
experience yun.
depends on no experience yun 650 or yung one experience mo, di ba? Yun 650. I think ako when I started sa SEO may mga portfolio na ako. I was still a newbie but I was able to do SEO for mga like VA clients and stuff. So I think I started mga 20 na or 15 or 20 somewhere there when I offered SEO.
Per hour ba?
Per hour, yun.
Fixed project yung
Mostly.
Nag-start ako sa 8.
$8 an hour. 650 yung ano mo. 650 yung project.
Pero pagka per hora, $8 agad. In lakasan lang ng loob. Kahit wala pang experience, wala pang portfolio. Ayun, dinaan na lang sa sa cover letter.
Sa confidence at cover letter.
Confidence and cover letter. So, nag-work naman.
Nag-work naman. Whatever works for you, di ba? Just, some of the stuff that we share, it won't work for you, di ba? Pero, if something works for you, tapos doesn't work for us, diba? Everyone has their own way of doing things. Ian Mariano, how would you know that your campaign was successful?
Meron naman tayong mga tools, yung mga ranking tools, may auditing tools, pati yung mga pang on-page SEO, may mga tools naman. So, yun yung mga tools ko naman kasi mga paid na eh. So, hindi SEMrush, agency analytics, yung naman, yung mga ranking nag-start ako sa 50, ngayon nasa $95 per month na yung ranking tool na ginagamit ko. So medyo
ano yung main tool na ginagamit mo?
Agency analytics.
Agency analytics. Okay. You're not using yung Raven or yung Moz?
Hindi.
Agency analytics.
Medyo late kasi yung bato ng mga data sa Moz. Sorry naman. So, medyo outdated. Medyo outdated minsan. So, yun. Tsaka mahal pa.
Oo, 99 ata yung starting. Okay. Tony Montaño is asking, can you work anytime as an SEO specialist or do you need to follow a client schedule?
Depende yun sa negotiation nyo. Kasi ako, ewan ko lang sa'yo, Jason, ako flexible yung mga schedules ko.
Ako din. Never ako na gano'n. Kasi what's important for clients is yung results, diba? Hindi wala silang pakialam how much you work.
Oo. As long as nagre-report ka, gumagawa ka ng mga, let's say kung per hour yung deal nyo, as long as nagsasubmit ka ng mga reports like EOD or kung ano man yung naging deal nyo or end of day reports, mas makakatulong sa iyo para magstay yung client kasi for naging transparent ka sa kanila eh.
Daily or ako weekly naman yung reports. Just letting the client
weekly
know.
Na ako. Kasi yan weekly na. Mahirap yung daily.
Oo, dami kapag daily. Weekly reports. I do weekly reports with my clients. Para may confidence naman sila na doing something, di ba? Minsan kahit wala kang ginagawa, you can still send weekly reports, di ba? Nag-rank pa naman si client. So, okay. Oscar Villacorta, how do you compete with other SEO guys since all of you aim to put your client on the first page of Google? Any tips on how you sharpen your skills and be more marketable?
Medyo general yung question na. So, depende sa pag-search mo. Let's say sa Upwork. Depende yun sa paggamit mo ng mga filters na available dun sa Upwork mismo. So, kung ang pinaka-niche mo is, let's say, mga local gyms, siguro i-relate mo yung yung sa headline, yung sa page description, para kahit kung sabihin na natin magkaroon ng automatic invites na gagawin ng Upwork, makikita nila yung headline mo agad. Let's say a freelance SEO with strong B2B background, mga ganon. Or SEO consultant that you can rely on. Ganon. Minsan, yung mga headlines na ginagamit ko, medyo cheesy and corny. Pero yun yung lalong nag-work. Huwag maging, wag kayong gumawa ng mga headlines or yung job profile mismo na napaka-formal.
Because you want to stand out, diba, sa competition. So, kailangan iba ka sa competition.
Isa rin ng pag-stand out sa competition is sa pricing. Yung per hour rate nyo. Kasi kung nagkakaroon ng impression ang customers, kung let's say, ang nilagay nyo sa rate nyo is 3 hours, low quality yung services mo. So, kailangan mong i-gauge para ang niche mo mismo, ang target niche mo mismo, para magkaroon ka ng yung komportable ka na rate. Si Jason, komportable siya sa 100 kasi may pinaka-niche siyang tina-target. Sa akin, nasa between 15 and 30. Doon ako naglalaro. So, di depende pa rin yun sa'yo. Kung mag-stand out ka.
And yung niche na specific sa'yo, diba? Like what you mentioned earlier. If you're focused on Amazon SEO, now you'll stand out versus parang general na SEO lang. Kailangan pala cheesy, sabi ni Mark. Yung free course na link, I may ask freevacourse.com. I think somebody typed that in. Phoenix, would there be a reason why you would say SEO is not for you? Or I guess when can you tell somebody na SEO is not for them?
Parang Miss Universe yung question. Ano? Na hindi para sa akin, ang question is
hindi naman, not for you, pero like sa ibang tao, like what I guess what can you see in a person na sabihin mo siya na SEO is not for you?
Kung impatient ka, kung impatient na sense na gusto mong mag-rank agad, ang lagi kong sinasabi kasi sa mga clients ko, bigyan nila ako ng 90 days straight. 90 days, pero no guarantees pa rin. 90 days, bigyan nyo na ako ng ganung time frame. Tapos try natin i-rank sa page 1 ang website nyo. Page 1 na hindi top 5, hindi top 7 or yung nasa pinaka-top. Sa page 1 lang. Kasi ibang magkakaroon pa rin ng magre-revisit kayo ng negotiation about dun sa top 5 na kasi matindi na yung gagastusin.
Yung competition masyadong tough sa top 5, top 3. Ganun. Yeah.
So kung impatient ka, gusto mong magkaroon agad ng results, siguro isang indication na yun na ang SEO hindi para sa iyo. Sorry.
But yeah, that's that's true. If you're impatient, one thing I would stress out then is you have to be somewhat technical to succeed sa SEO. Kung nahirapan ka sa computers, if you don't see yourself as someone who's technical, you might want to rethink if you want to get into this niche kasi masyadong technical yung understanding like how ranking works and ganun. So kailangan yung technical skills talaga. All right.
Kung sanay ka sa instant gratification na mga bagay, let's say coffee, mga ganun, gusto mo 3-in-1 agad, timpla kasi medyo tamad. Ako yun na. So, mahirapan ka.
Wag na kayo mag 3-in-1, di ba? Yun ang lesson. May something. Anyway, katulad ng sabi ni Phoenix, from pandesal to VA to SEO to coffee. May relation talaga. Anyhow, that seems we don't have any time for additional questions. I think I saw a few more. But thank you for asking your questions, guys. pag hindi ka kumakain ng pandesal, SEO is not for you daw. So,
Sino yung nagsabi?
si Mark Relosa. Ano ba naman to? Anyway,
Sige
thank you
lang.
guys. Thank
Sige
you for
lang,
your questions. But do you have parang any what's like the one key piece of advice or one takeaway that you want our listeners or audience to take home?
One piece of advice. Ayan. I-remain ko na lang yung laging sinasabi ng Sixers, Philadelphia Sixers. Trust the process. Yun. Kailangan nyo na magtiwala sa sarili. Trust kayo sa process na ginagawa nyo. Kasi at the end of the day, kayo lang din ang magbe-benefit sa lahat ng mga efforts na ginagawa nyo. And at the same time, kayo mag-gauge kung magiging successful man ang venture or hindi. Kailangan lang.
And for the Sixers, their process was 4 years. 4 years yung process nila. So
medyo nagdalawang isip na ako. So, yun. Believing na lang. Be believing na lang.
Pero okay, tama naman, di ba? The Sixers right now, parang magpa-playoffs na sila this year. So, after 4 years, trusting the process, they're getting... Wag naman 4 years, di ba? But yeah.
Pero hindi ako Sixers fan. Lakers ako. Na medyo matindi rin yung process na
okay naman yung process ng Lakers. Nandun naman si Kuzma, si Ball, di ba? So, yung process din silang dinanan. Pero yun, sa basket, sa freelancing, kahit sa Paul, trust the process. Yun.
Dami na napuntahan, kape, basketball, pandesal.
Oo. But that's I totally agree with that lesson you shared. Trust the process, guys, because I know some of you are struggling right now. Some of you want that instant results. Want to see, you want to get hired agad. You want to learn something, become an expert right away. But yeah, trust the process. Trust the process. Trust in yourself, and you can definitely get there. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you for staying on. Thank you so much, Jason, for sharing so many words of wisdom, so many quotables, and also, your guide, your freelancing ranking guide, guide to ranking in Upwork and freelancer.com. Once again, there's a PDF with a lot of great information. I've seen it myself, and there are it's 15 pages, something like that.
22.
22 lahat. Okay, 22 pages with some very valuable information. If you want that PDF, just share this interview and then comment as well, just letting us know that you shared it, and we'll send that over to you in the next couple of days. Once again, it's a free PDF for you to position yourself on Upwork and get the most success on Upwork and different freelancing platforms. Once again, thank you to everybody, and thank you, Jason. It's been a pleasure interviewing you once again, interviewing the idol, Jason Dumana.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And for everybody else, everyone who's still on, thank you for staying on. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. I know a lot of you guys were waiting for this interview because this afternoon we have Honey Eduque with us. Hi, Honey.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Jason. Thank you so much for having me here.
Well, thank you. Thank you for agreeing to this. We've kind of requested or the audience has requested for you to be interviewed. So I'm very glad
Audience.
to be. The live studio audience has requested for you to be interviewed. And if you know anybody who can benefit from learning how to work from home, from learning how to become a social media specialist, especially if they are in the BPO right now. Like Honey used to be in the BPO. That's the title of her interview today, is passionate BPO trainer turned social media specialist. So if you know anybody who is currently in the BPO and would like to start working from home, as either as a virtual assistant or a social media specialist, hit that share button, share this with them as well. Let's go ahead and get started. Now that we know everything's working, let's go ahead and get started with the long awaited story of Juanita. You've seen her in the Freelancers in the Philippines Facebook group. If you don't know her, just head over to our Facebook group, Freelancers in the Philippines, and you will see how active she is, how she's inspired a lot of people and helped a lot of people. She's very helpful. So she's here right now live with us. And as we go, and a lot of people have this question in mind, but how did you get started? I knew you before you got, well, we met online before you got started.
Yes.
But not everybody knows your story. So, like, what were you doing? We know you came from a BPO, but like, what were you doing? What was your journey in the BPO, in the call center, and how did you get into the wonderful world of becoming a social media specialist?
So I started out. I discovered Odesk back then in 2008. A friend of mine was already working in Odesk at that time, and then she told me about it, and I signed up. So when I signed up, I tried to apply for jobs, but then I didn't get any jobs. So I gave up on that account for the longest time. And then forwarded to 2011, I applied for a virtual assistant position in a virtual assistant agency. I worked there for 6 months, and then I missed the call center again. Mainly
What did you
because
miss about the call center?
you're going to laugh. It's because of my heels.
Okay, I can't relate, but can you explain?
Because I love my heels, and I have like I have different colors for different days of the week. So there's blue, there's red, there's pink, there's yellow, orange. So that's what I missed. I missed wearing them. I missed power dressing. I also missed the pay because as a virtual assistant back then, my pay was only 20,000, which was actually pretty good for a permit. What do you call this? Full time work at home job.
Yeah.
So I went back to the call center, and then in 2013, I stopped working because that was also the time that I kind of stopped working from the call center because that was the time that I was pregnant, and I'm one of those people that have a sensitive pregnancy, so I had to stop working first in order to give birth. So after that, I created a profile in guru.com. So I have a profile there, and I haven't actually touched it for a long time since then. I did research jobs there. And during that time, it was actually a struggle, to tell you the truth, because during that time, we came from Gensan. We just moved back from Gensan back to Manila, and we were starting from scratch again. So my husband was trying to find a job. I couldn't get a job because number one, I was pregnant, and then number two, I had a sensitive pregnancy, so I couldn't do both things at the same time. So what happened? We struggled financially. to tell you the truth. And the only thing that we depended on was the online jobs that I did, which I would get like a research job for $50, maybe come up with 50 names or 75 names of certain influencers or stuff like that. So that $50 went a long way
Oh yeah,
back then.
definitely.
So it helped us pay for the apartment that we were renting, food, and also my checkup. So after that time, I decided when I gave birth, I went back into the call center because we couldn't live like that anymore, especially with the baby on the way, and milk for the baby was very expensive, and
So you weren't earning enough with your online work to sustain.
no, not to sustain a baby that had huge demands. Maybe for me and my husband, yes, but not when there's a baby involved. So I had to go back to the call center as much as I didn't want to, because I didn't want to leave my baby at home. I had this separation anxiety. So I decided to go back into the call center, and then in 2013, I was back in the call center. But then come 2016, I started to feel like as if I was meant to do more, as cliche as it sounds. But I felt like as if there was more that I could do. Like I needed to move on. And also I kind of felt like as if I was feeling stagnant. Yes,
But
I
at this
love
time, you were already promoted, right? Because you went back in the call
Yes.
center in 2013. And you came back as an agent at this time,
no
2013?
ever since 2006 I've been a trainer
Okay.
since the time that I left. So it's always been trainer positions whenever I move call centers. And same with the latest BPO that I was in. And what I love training. Truly, I did. That's why I said I would call myself a passionate trainer, because I love meeting people. I love training them. I love seeing how I get them from point A to point B, and then seeing their success. Sometimes I see some of the trainees that I used to train exceed my position even, or surpass my position rather. One of them was absorbed by a client, and now she's like a client now. So it was actually awkward. Like, hi, I'm still a trainer, but I love it. So I didn't. At one point of time, I did want to get promoted, but then I saw how stressful it was. I did the training for to be a training manager, but then I saw that it wasn't for me. My place is in the classroom, and that's where I make a better impact, so to say. And
Yeah,
then
but like you said, you realized that you were meant to do more, right? Or you felt
Yes.
that you were meant to do more.
Yeah. So in July of I think June or July 2016, I started to think of going back to online gigs, and I looked around for different types of freelancing sites freelancing groups rather in Facebook, just to see which one I could join, and I saw several, and then I saw WAP at that time. So I thought that I kept observing it, and then I said, okay, this sounds like one that's for me. And I kept watching your videos, and I could relate because you were a trainer and you succeeded. So I was like, if he can do it, so can I, right? And it inspired me. Your videos really inspired me to go
Thank you.
into the freelancing industry and rethink the whole freelancing process, because what I used to think before is just just a side income. Now when I saw the videos, it's like, okay, it can be a career. It can be something that I can make something out of. So
Yeah, because in 2013, you were more like you were getting online jobs, but it was like $50, and like in
Yes.
1 month you'd earn how much usually?
Like maybe in a month, like $100, give or take.
Mhm.
Honestly, that's
Yeah, so it's not a lot.
no, it's not. But we survived on that. I mean, um, we really we really scrounged up coins and whatever, just to survive. um, and then so in December, I finally decided that I would take the leap, and then I already informed the company that I was gonna resign, and and that I would be doing freelancing. And I received a lot of negative feedback from my friends, co-workers, and them telling me that it's not something that I should be looking into because it wouldn't be right, or it wouldn't give me the kind of money that I'm already earning in the call center.
Mhm.
So I took that into consideration as well, which was why it took me from July to December to finally decide.
December
So
2016, right?
yes, it took me that long.
But it's a valid point, because at that time, you were a trainer. You've been a trainer for several years, and you were earning for, if you think about corporate earnings, you were earning a good amount of money, right?
Yes, I was very good. In fact, I mean, it was good enough. Although if I were to compare it to now, I'd say this one is way better.
But you didn't know. You didn't know at that time, and most
No,
people,
no.
they don't have any idea that you can earn a lot more, actually, from home, right? So
Yes.
that's what they were concerned about. But what, it took you like 5 6 months to finally decide, after doing research for 6 months, watching videos, participating in the group. What was like the turning point, would you say, that you finally said, na, okay, I'm gonna submit the resignation and go do this?
I there was a lot of whys that I answered myself. Why? Because I believe I read one of the blogs from WFHR about finding out why you want to do this. So I wrote that down, and one of them was, number one was of course my son.
Mhm.
Number two, I did not want to go to work wet from the rain. You know, when we have like hurricanes coming in, and you step out of the jeepney or the FX, you walk the distance from the jeepney or FX to the door of the call center building, and your shoes are wet, your jeans are wet, your clothes are wet, everything is wet. And then when you enter the call center building, it's cold. It's freezing cold. So I did not want to experience that anymore. So that was another reason. And of course, there were other reasons. I wanted to just be at home and see my son grow up and be able to sleep normally, and to be able to play with him, not to be like a zombie when I'm playing with him every day, because it was really difficult. And the thing was, in when I decided to take the leap, December 2016, um, I applied in a for a virtual assistant job, and I managed to close the client, and he was actually very good because he paid me $8 per hour, so I was really happy about that. But at the same time, I was also working in the evenings in the call center, so I did those two jobs simultaneously. It
Mhm.
was a struggle. It
How
was
many
really a
like
struggle.
how many hours were you working for the client every day?
Every day I would try to put in at least 4 hours.
4 hours plus your full-time shift plus
Yes.
travel time.
Yes. Plus yaya duties because I did not have a yaya.
Yeah, so that is tough. And this time, when what month did you enroll in? Because you enrolled in the boot camp at
Yes, I
first.
did.
What month did you enroll
December.
in? December. Okay, that's when
December
you
was
decided and you decided to leave.
yes. So I what I did was when I enrolled in the boot camp, I also tried to apply for jobs at the same time. So I was trying to do everything all at once, thinking that I'm superwoman, yeah, supergirl. So
Wonder Woman.
uh, Wonder Woman mixture. Anyway, so yeah, I tried to do that, and something had to give, something suffered, and definitely, yes, my client relationship suffered. Well, not between me and him, but the business part, working with him, suffered, because I was sluggish. I was slow with tasks. I delivered, yes. The only problem was sometimes, when you're drowsy, you're sleepy, and all that, um, you tend to not be as attentive as you should be,
Oh yeah.
and you don't perform. So I failed. I failed a lot, in that job, in that role. I even went to the point of booking him a flight in an airline that he hated.
So you're probably mad at your client. He was thinking that you're mad at him. That's why you booked him.
I think
That's
so.
right.
Because the problem was it was December 23. His schedule was December 23. And you know how
In
bookings
time for
during that
Christmas.
time.
So.
Yes. And he was just like the day before. Like maybe let's say December 22. He goes, "Oh honey, I want you to book me a flight to da da da." And I'm like, it's very difficult to find a flight right now that fits within your budget. So
So
I got him the cheapest flight, yes.
but with his most hated airline. And did he fire you at that point? Or?
No. Luckily,
Okay.
no. But he didn't speak to me the following days.
So it's like you had an LQ with the client.
When he came back, we had a good talk.
And from there, so this is like December. You were trying to juggle things around your trainer role, your mother role, your freelancing role. You probably weren't getting a lot of sleep, no? Like how many hours
Yeah,
of sleep each day were you getting?
two or three, two or
Yeah,
three
2 or 3
hours.
hours. Yeah. So definitely your freelancing is gonna get affected, or you make mistakes like that.
Yeah.
But that's you already decided at that point, right, that you're gonna leave your job.
Yes.
And so what happened next?
Um, I started from that point on, he started to tell me that this is not rocket science and all that. He was really lecturing me, but he was actually nice. I mean, I could take it. It was I wasn't offended. I knew it was my fault.
Mhm.
So I took it, and but then during that time, I knew then that my job with him was at risk. So I started to look for other freelancing jobs, and I found one, and I found this other client through Facebook. So in my desperation, I started to really venture out and risk things because I was desperate. Um, so I found one client and I started with her in January. And just at that time, my client that I booked in the wrong flight fired me. But the thing was, when he fired me, he told me that he would keep me still as a research assistant. So it was kind of like he
Demoted or
yes, he demoted me to research assistant. But here's the catch. I could work for him, and even if I don't have anything or any task for that particular week, he would still pay me a fixed amount.
oh wow, nice.
Yes. It was still nice. So that happened until like April, until he said, okay, so now there's actually he never even gave me any task during that time frame.
He was just paying you for 3 months
It was just
or 4 months. 4 months.
yes. So that was actually a good situation for me.
Wow.
During that time, I also managed to get other clients at the same time. The second client that I got, that I found through Facebook, was fortunately a social media strategist. And I entered her agency as a virtual assistant in training, actually. I asked if I could be trained by her, and even if it's free internship, I would be willing to, even if it's just like for a month or two, as long as I could get the experience in her agency. So, but then the good thing was that she said, no, I'm gonna pay you. So she paid me for the time that I worked with her. And yeah, so that's how my freelancing journey came to be. And then in February, I completely retired from the call center, and I have never looked back since then.
Nice. And how has you left in February. That was February 2017, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's almost 1 year. It can't be 2018, it's still January. That was almost 1 year ago since you've left. And how has it been? How has your journey been?
You know, the common mistakes I would say I've noticed when it comes to newbies, like when I was back then, is that you don't expect the hardships to hit you that hard. Um, because I thought that I was like soaring. I felt like I was going up, up, and away, and it was gonna maintain that way. The only problem was when stuff happened, and then I started to lose clients one by one. Um, mainly either because the client didn't have a budget anymore, or our work had ended. They didn't need my services anymore, or the major one that I experienced was when my internet started going crazy on me. So I kept ranting about it in Facebook. But anyway, I lost uh, one client after another, and the savings that I accumulated during those months depleted. So I started to worry. That was my main concern. I worried because where was I gonna get my next pay from? Also, my husband's work didn't exactly cover the current lifestyle that we have. It's nothing demanding though. I mean, he works. The typical salary of an
Corporate.
average, yes. So that was one of my worries. So I eventually lost almost all of my clients except for one, and she was paying me $8 per hour. The only problem was I only worked for her 3 hours per week.
So that's not a lot of money. And but this was a time you also where you had internet problems, right?
Yes. It was intermittent. Yes. So it was a big challenge during that time. I honestly can see that I started to get depressed. I was really low. I lied low, and Anna knows this because I always went to her about it, and I told her how hard it was during that time. And then after a while, I said, I told myself, I shook myself. I said, no, I can't accept this. I feel like if I accept this, then I'm defeated, then I'm done. So a lot of prayers went into this, and I'm like, I really wanted to do this. I wanted to work from home, and also during that time, it was also after the master class.
Yeah, right after the master class, you had internet, or during the master class, you already had internet.
During.
Yeah, that's right.
And I felt like I really felt like such a failure because you're a master class graduate, and you're expected to perform and all that. So, and I felt like I couldn't be part of the other classmates because they were succeeding left, right, and center, and I was like going downhill. So I felt sad, but then I was happy for their success. I was sad for myself because of what was happening. But then like I mentioned in one of my posts in the student group, what you mentioned about something about anything worth having is worth fighting for. So I thought to myself that this is something worth fighting for. So I fought. I took my sister's extra internet service because she has two. She has PLDT fiber and she has smart. So
Nice.
I took the other one. It's like, move it here because you're not using it. So I discarded the globe. I discarded the globe for the time being, and then I took smart. And then when I took the smart connection, I started applying like crazy. Like literally in a day, I would send like 10 proposals or even more.
In different
And it
platforms.
wasn't only in Upwork. Yes.
Yeah.
I would go on online jobs. I would go in Upwork. I would go in Facebook. Those were my 3 platforms that I would go into. And I would send, even if people did not reply to me, or if I see in Facebook that they did not read my message, I'm like, okay, fine, apply again. So I kept on applying. I didn't give up because I was fighting. I was like, yes, I have to fight for this because I want this. So until finally, I started to get one client slowly, one after the other, and then just when I thought that, okay, this is it, this I'm getting the sweet taste of victory again. Just when I thought that that would happen, they would pause the contract. They would say, oh, we have to pause the contract for now because, of some certain reasons. I'm like, oh. They're like, okay, fine. So, and then I would have to start all over again. I would try to apply. And then by didn't want to jinx it, but I started to get clients once again, and these clients eventually became weeks long client, and then a month long, and then I'm like, oh, this is good. And some of these clients would just send me invites. Some of them would just all of a sudden hire me. I would one time I woke up to an offer, and that was like a sweet victory for me. A small, even house, no matter how small it was. And then after that, I started to get the same number of clients that I had before. Everything went downhill. I got 4, and then eventually I got 5, and then one after the other. And the great thing was what really I consider a miracle was that these clients came in like maybe a day after the other, or a day or 2 after another.
So and that's
And then it,
amazing to hear. It's like one after another. It just had a domino effect. Um, what what changed though? Because
yes.
just a couple of months back, like if you look like 3 months before this, you were feeling. You said you were feeling depressed. You were you weren't getting any new clients. You were losing your existing clients. So what was different this time?
Um, this time it was different because I took it more seriously. I mean, I did take it seriously before, but then, when you reach a success point or a success level and then you plateau, you
You become
tend to like
relaxed.
be stagnant. Yes. So that's what happened to me. I was like, oh, this is great. This is fine. And it'll stay like this. So um, that's what happened. I started to be, let's say, overconfident, or stuff like that.
Mhm.
Not knowing that eventually something does happen. Like they say, life is like a roller coaster. It goes up, it goes down, and
Mhm.
I wasn't prepared for that. When that happened, I started to review what my processes were. I started to review how I spoke to clients. I started to review how I presented my rates. I went back into the master class, and then I started to review um, the the lessons from there. And then I was like, I need to change something, because if this worked before, fine, but we have to improve something still. It shouldn't
Mhm.
just stay like that. Like for computers, you get the sometimes it's not computers. I mean, for operating systems, you get the version 1, version 2, or something like that. I'm not techie, uh, but something like that. You level up.
Mhm.
Uh,
Mhm.
so, so that's that's what I did. I leveled up. I started to change the way I did my process. So I have like a separate folder for everything, how I what questions to ask the clients, how to speak to clients, and other stuff like that. And I also brainstormed with a lot of people. I watched a lot of uh, I watched a lot of educational things just
Mhm.
to add some more knowledge to what I already have.
And right now, because right now, so you went through that down, and then you recovered. Um, right now, like how are you doing? If I were to ask, how are you doing right now?
I would say, I would say I'm up there. Uh,
Like
you
better than
know,
better
and
than before,
and
or
way better than before. I've doubled my clients. Right now, I have 8, and I'm currently working on 2 more.
wow,
So hopefully, pray.
wow, congratulations, yes.
I actually just went. Thank you. I actually went through a discovery call just last night, and so I'm hoping I would be able to close that client. But we'll see. If not, then that's fine. I'll move on and I'll try and get some more clients still.
That's a great attitude to have. You always try to improve. It reminds me of a quote, because like for those that just tuned in, Honey, she went from the call center. She was a trainer, and then she became freelancer. She was very excited. She had 4 clients, and then things happened. She lost clients. She lost her internet. And like you said, a big reason was because you became too comfortable. You became too
Yes,
relaxed. You became too confident that you're doing well. Um, and
yes,
then that's when things started to fall apart, and now you're better, you're stronger, you're doing much better compared to before, with 8
yes,
clients and more coming. It reminds me of a
yes,
quote. I forgot who said that, but if you're because like in this changing world, if you're standing still, it's like life is like you're walking reverse on an escalator, Because if you're standing still, it means you're going backwards. And then if you're just walking normally, it means you're not moving. So you have to really put in the effort if you want to improve, if you want to move forward. I guess that's a good reminder. Your story is a good reminder that we shouldn't be too relaxed. We shouldn't be too confident. And we should always look to improve ourselves, look to grow ourselves.
That's true. I definitely agree with that. I would say that probably a factor that I was comfortable was because I really thought that I could get clients anytime I want. But then the reality of the fact is that you have to put in the hard work. You can't just get the clients just like that. You really have to put in the hard work. So as Gary Vee says, hustle.
You really have to hustle, and you really have to work for things. If you want to reach your goals, you really have to work. But I think one thing that we can, because before you went, before you went through your ups and downs, you weren't earning as much as you were right now, right? Let's say you're earning a lot less. So if you never went through the struggles and the obstacles and the challenges, because at that time, like, you were okay earning this amount, but when things went down and now you're earning a lot more. But I think one thing we can take is that if you didn't go through those struggles, you might never have improved. You might have not reached where you are today, right?
Yes, I would agree with that. I can see that happening. If I didn't go through the struggles that I went through, I wouldn't have, fought so hard to improve. I wouldn't have valued how much the lessons that I'm learning, that I'm taking from all the mentors, as seriously. So yes, I definitely agree.
So, and we're going to continue, and we're going to move on a little bit to the Q&A portion of this interview, where we have questions from our live studio audience. So guys, if you have questions, feel free to ask them in the comments section. And just as a reminder, please share this with your family and friends, those that used to work in the BPO, those that, moms like Honey, that's why she left, and that's why she's focused on freelancing. She got reminded of that. And those even freelancers who have been struggling, who have been going through ups and downs, because it's not always smooth sailing in this kind of business. Right? So please ask your questions, and yes, hit that share button so we can share Honey's story with other people who she can inspire. Were you guys inspired so far? Have you guys been inspired? A lot of people are talking about your laughing and your English, but are you guys inspired? Let us know so that we can see if this is working. Cat, OMG, I can relate. I am still at this point for such a long time. Kudos to Honey for not giving up. Wow, just wow. So yeah, it's important to not give up and to really push and keep moving forward. Josh Escalon, I'm not sure if I understand this question, but he's asking, how long did she apply to get a client? I guess how long before you got your first client, or how long it takes for you to get clients?
Okay, I'll answer both questions. So for the first time that I got my first client in Upwork, it took me about a week or two, something like that, before I managed to get that first client. And now when applying for a client, I'm very particular or picky when it comes to clients applying. So I pick my clients. I apply to the right type of client that I feel I would work well with. So and no matter how long it takes, like maybe in Upwork, I could go on for 2 days without applying, or even a week without applying. But then from time to time, if I see one job that I think is right for me, or I feel like the client is right for me, then I would apply for that job. So maybe it would take me a day, sometimes even a month. I have a current client that I applied for in I think September or October, and she only hired me in November. So that's that long.
Yeah, it also depends on the clients, right?
Yes.
Not all of them are responsive. Sometimes they're busy. Some clients need things right away. So yeah, it would vary depending on the client. Riel Gregorio, Anna said she's perspired. She's not inspired, but otherwise a lot of people saying they're inspired. Mary Chris, Joanna, Josie, Rel, Charlie, Jackie, are inspired. Real Gregorio, I used to work as a manager in a BPO company. I just resigned November last year, and currently I'm working and finishing the accelerated module. It's great to hear. I just want to ask for tips on how we can have our Upwork application approved, especially for those that come from the customer service side. Thanks and God bless.
Upwork. Honestly speaking, when it comes to getting Upwork approval, I'm not really well versed with that because remember, I've had my Upwork or Odesk account since way back in 2007 or 8. So right now, I know that the Upwork is really strict. So the tips that I would offer you is try to look in other platforms as well. I know Upwork is like the what do you call this? The like the number one leading authority when it comes to the platforms for freelancers, but open up to other platforms as well. It doesn't hurt because I know there are some freelancers that get their clients and high value clients as well, either through other platforms or even direct clients.
Yeah, there are a lot of other platforms, and if you're in the VA Bootcamp, which I think you are, then we also have the guides for other platforms, not just for Upwork. Even though Upwork is there, while you're trying to get the approval, you can always explore those other platforms, like Honey also mentioned. Margarita, be
Yes.
confident, accept challenges, continue learning. I learned from Honey. She wants you to be her mentor. Well, you're an online mentor in this way as well. Lena, very, very, very inspired and very uplifting, especially the laughter you share with all of us. You're very it's very contagious. That's what the people are saying with regards to your laughter and your joy. Now, while we're, if you guys have questions, please shoot them in the comments. But while people are still typing their questions, I see we have a couple of here. But I do want to ask you, like, if you were to go back to your early freelancing days, like, what would you do differently, or what would you change?
What would I change is my attitude towards how I take things for granted. I would honestly say I took things for granted earlier last year. The reason I say that is because, like I mentioned, I I I didn't take things seriously. I felt like I could easily get things. And another thing is that maybe I felt like I had an edge. I mean, I could understand clients. I could joke with them. Maybe it's because you were a trainer and you felt like, oh, I have all the confidence in the world. But that is not true. Just when you think that you're way up there, something happens and God teaches you that you have to humble yourself. Don't be too what do you call, what's the word for that? I running out of
Arrogant.
Yes, don't be arrogant. Just because I came from a call center just because I can speak English better than anybody. I've had my struggles. I've had my failures still. Even if I had those that background, I still struggled. I still went through terrible things. So don't take things for granted. Always maintain. Always be humble and help out. One of the things that I promised Jason a long time ago was that whatever I learned from him, I would always pay it forward. So what I'm doing is that I'm also helping out other newbies, try to get through what they're struggling because I completely understand what they've gone through. And my voice is getting shaky because I feel it. So I understand what you're going through because I've been there. So I just want to help out as well.
Yeah, and thank you, honey, for being very helpful. You're in the students group. You're helping a lot of people there, even in Flip. You're very active as well, and we do appreciate that, right, guys? You guys appreciate honey being inspiring and honey being helpful to our members and the students. One very strong support group is really our students group. Like if you're a student right now, it's please be part of our students Facebook group. We find like a lot of students find support there, and you need to have that support system because it's not easy. It really isn't easy. It really is a challenge, and you will go through challenges. So support system is very important, and it's hard to find in person. Like honey, with her office mates, they were discouraging her from doing this. So we can find them online and then meet up in person. Like honey and Anna are very close right now.
Yes.
Rixay has a question here. What is your main niche?
My main niche is social media. Although I still accept virtual assistant jobs because a lot of my clients have both tasks rolled into one. Especially when they find out that, oh, you do social media, okay, great. Could you also do my Facebook for me? I'm like, okay, fine. So I mean, I don't mind. I do like to give them the value for what I can offer them, and I really love helping them out and seeing how I also get them from point A to point B, and so on and so forth.
So a mix of clients as well. Relj, Miss Honey, have you tried applying for any customer service phone support jobs in Upwork?
Phone support. I I've I've been in the call center for so long that I try to I try to avoid the phone support. Although I've done chat, yes, and that's as far as I'll go when it comes to customer service. I'll do chat. I've done chat, yes.
And I do know there are some students who do like phone support. I think it's more familiar, especially those from the call center who have experience. It's more familiar to them, so they start off like that. So there are people in the students and in the Flip Facebook group. Okay, let's see. There's some more repeat questions here. Michelle Azul is saying, thank you for sharing your story. I need an extra push to go on since I lost a good client. Your testimony gave me just that. God bless you and Sir Jason. So
that's good.
You've inspired Michelle here. Mary Chris is asking, how do you manage your time? You're a mom, you have 8 clients. How does your typical day go?
My typical week, Monday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, I jam pack all of my major tasks there. Mostly by Tuesday, I get all of the major tasks done. By Wednesday, it's the semi major tasks that I have to complete. Thursdays, I do the minor tasks. And Thursdays also is my gym day. So I go to the gym as well. Fridays, I check if there is some more tasks that have been assigned to me, or if there's something that I forgot to do. I try to go back with everything. And then Saturday and Sunday, I'm free. But then sometimes, when I think I'm addicted to my laptop. So I tend to go back into my laptop and I look like, okay, nothing. And then I turn it off again. And then later on, I go back to my laptop. I turn it on, It's that.
Yeah, you need help for something like that. And we're all kind of addicted to our laptops and cell phones, which is not a good thing. It's not.
No.
It's not very good. But I do like that you take care of the hard stuff first, right? Rather than procrastinating
Yes.
and doing them like at the end of the week. You try to get all the difficult stuff first, so that you know that the rest of your week is relaxed. Rather than
That's true.
procrastinating and doing the easy stuff first, and then say I'll do it on Friday. The thing is, like, it's always in your head. You'll always be thinking, oh, I have to do the hard stuff later, and it's very stressful. I've experienced that, so I like your way of trying to get the
That's
hardest stuff done first. Very good practice right there.
Mhm.
Let's see. Tracy is asking a few questions. One, which courses did you take in WFHR? So you can answer that, and she has a second question.
I've taken the VA bootcamp and the master class.
The Road to
Oh, and
100K.
also the HTML. Yes, and
Oh.
the basic HTML course. I took that too.
The basic HTML, the technical lesson right
Yes.
there. And two, what steps and risks did you take to transition from part-time freelance plus being a mom and working in the BPO to now full-time freelance? For most of us, that would be a very big leap, but nonetheless possible. But nonetheless possible, as you have testified. You're a testimony to that. Thanks for sharing your story. So I guess this is a long question, but like what steps did you take before you quit? What were the things you did to prepare yourself for that transition?
Whatever I earned from my clients back then, I did not spend it. Instead, I kept it. So what I only spent was my salary from the call center. So I pretended like as if I didn't have that Upwork money and my direct clients' money, and I saved it up until I saw that it was a good enough amount for me to finally let go of the call center, which is the reason why I only let go of the call center late in Feb. Actually, end of Feb. That's when I finally resigned from the call center. It was enough time for me to have saved up.
Would you be okay like sharing how much would you recommend people save like before they make that shift?
I saved up. Back then I think I saved up around 80,000. It lasted me up until somewhere around, I think, June, something like that. Yes, somewhere around June, and then it started to deplete.
So yeah, 80,000.
And
that's a
those
good...
were, yes, those, yeah.
You were saying those were...
That was during that time when my funds started to deplete. It was also the same time that things started to go downhill for me.
You know, the challenges that you face and the obstacles that you face. But like I believe that you also believe in God, right? And I believe that God sometimes just puts that to wake us up. When we get to relax.
That's true.
Yeah. And we become better. We become better after going through that. Riel Gregorio, on point. In everything that we do, there should always be humility. That was my attitude during the first few weeks of my journey. Since I was part of the leadership team, I had that feeling of I can do everything.
yeah, so Riel also went through that. I took it for granted and was overconfident. I thought I could easily get a job, but months have passed and I still haven't gotten anything. That's where I started to learn the roadmap and enrolled in the boot camp. Just happy that I found a new family in this group. Oh, yeah, we're glad to have you in the family, Riel. Yeah, that overconfidence makes us make mistakes sometimes. Workaholic ka daw, that's it.
That's true. Yes.
Anna, paparehab kita be. Vaughn, let's see here. For newbies like us, Vaughn Bentley is asking, for newbies like us, any tips kung paano mo malalaman kung anong niche mo and when to decide to focus on that skill?
Wow. As early as like a newbie, I don't know whether even I would have to refer back to Jason on that, because personally I don't think you should already niche down already. You know, it's better if you get a grasp of the whole freelancing thing first, and then that's when you identify which one you can relate to or which one you'd be happier doing. It's better to do something that you would be happy doing. In all honesty, when I started out with my social media strategist client, I didn't start out as a social media specialist. I started out as a VA, and she kept telling me, "Go, come on, let me train you to be a social media specialist." But I kept pushing her back. The only time I became one of her social media specialists was when it was in, I think, May. So I started work for her in January, and then only in May did I decide that I want to be a social media specialist. So it took me that long because I wanted to get comfortable. I wanted to know how it works.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with that. You do, like, that's why, and this is basically what I teach. You should become a VA first before you focus on a niche, because like a VA exposes you to a lot of different things, and then you can choose from them, because you don't really know. Like if you see like in the Facebook group, in the interviews, you see like Honey's social media, and then we have like Anna who did bookkeeping, we have Jason Dumano who did SEO, and then you see all these successful freelancers like John Pagulayan who does copywriting, but if you're on the outside looking in, like you're just looking at it from another perspective, but you've never experienced it, it's very hard for you to say, I can do that. You know, it's very hard to say, I'm going to have fun with that.
Yeah.
In most cases, you think that you'll enjoy it, but when you try it out, you won't. So VA is a very good starting point, because you do a lot of things. You end up doing research, you end up doing social media, you end up doing SEO sometimes, you end up doing web design a little bit. And when you're experiencing these different things, you can compare them. You can compare, oh, I like this better than these other areas. And then you can just grow from there. So definitely agree with that. And a lot of the students, especially, I've mentored lots of students, and after a few months or after a year, most of them have found their niches, but they've only found it because they went through the process of being like a VA first. So yeah, definitely agree with what you said. Yeah, emergency fund first. People agreeing, yes. Yodge or Joy. So we're gonna wrap up pretty soon, guys. That's so true. Being humble is the key to keep the blessings coming in. That's right. Thanks for the wonderful insights, Honey. It makes me decide to focus on looking for another job as a home-based employee. Wow, you're inspiring a lot of people today, Honey. And that's right. Pride is it's like
good.
Pride is like one of the 7 deadly sins. So we want to be careful about that. Raj, can you have asking for a personal mentorship, but that's a different thing. A lot of people who you've inspired today, and yep, okay, that seems to be it for our question. So let's go ahead and I'll go ahead and ask you, what what's like the number one tip or advice that you want to leave with those who are watching? We know you've inspired many people. There have been a lot of questions coming in, but like, what's the one thing you want them to take home from this interview?
One thing that I'd like everyone to take home is, you know, never ever give up, no matter what happens, no matter what happened in the past. You know, no matter how much you were struggling, no matter how much you are struggling right now, you know, don't give up. Find something to fight for. I found something to fight for, and um, find that. Find something to fight for. Find the why. Find the reason why you're fighting that fight that you're fighting. You know, find the purpose. Because honestly, life is tough. It's not easy. You know, it's not always just, you know, just cakes and all that. It's you have lemons. You have those things, and you have your ups and your downs, and it's not always gonna be ups. It's gonna be downs as well, and that's the reality of life. And you know, all you need to do is get through that. There's this thing that I've been hearing in the preaching. I heard in the preaching in a long time ago. The only way for you to be propelled forward, like an arrow, is when the arrow is like slung back, and then when once the person that's you know, the archer lets go of the arrow, that's when they get to be propelled forward. I don't know if you catch that analogy, but that's something that I believe, that sometimes life takes us back, but then it always propels us forward as long as we don't give up. Just don't give up. That's all I can say.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with what you said. Don't give up. There are those who you see successful, like those, for those that are watching, people like Honey, and those, yeah, the success stories you see, even myself, we've all faced challenges. But the way, I guess, what separates those that are successful from those that aren't, is that those that successful didn't give up. They fought through the challenges, they fought through the obstacles, they felt discouraged, they could, you know, they felt depressed. I've been there. But you just have to keep moving forward. You just have to keep going, keep pushing, and not giving up. Like the arrow, but you know, it's like when you bounce a ball, when you throw a ball down, it bounces up higher. So that's something that you can remember. If you're falling down quickly, you can bounce up a lot higher more easily. So thank you so much for that message. I want to thank you once again for sharing your story. You've inspired so many people. Thank you for being that inspiration to many, in our students and in Flip. And I'm sure a lot of people owe you their thanks as well. Thank you guys for watching. If
Thank
you
you.
found this inspiring, oh, you're very welcome. If you guys found this inspiring, if you found anything, if you learned anything in this, you know, one way you can show your thanks is hitting that share button. Share this with family and friends, people in the call center, mothers, so that they can learn, they can be inspired as well, and they can be, you know, where they'll see Honey and say, I want to be where she is today. So hit that share button and just go ahead and share that with them. Next, yeah, they'll end up where, you know, they'll see you and say, I want to be. You'll ask like, how to be you. They'll want to be where you are right now. Oh yeah, where you all are right now. Yes, next. So tune in again, guys. Don't forget to keep watching. And like Honey said, I'm really excited for LJ. Classmate in the 100K, that's right. And yeah, don't give up. Whatever you're facing right now, whatever you're struggling with, don't give up. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Honey. And you have a great rest of the day. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to another installment of Just Success. Today, we're going to have special guest. Enteng Vincent Enteng Nabablit, and he's going to share with us his story. His story is, believe it or not, he used to be a seminarian. I'm not sure if that's if you believe that, he used to be a seminarian, but then he changed his career path and is now a YouTube channel manager. He's a video guy, pretty much dedicated to video and media right now. So thank you for agreeing to be interviewed today. And
Yeah, thank you also for having me here.
And as a special treat, guys, we're gonna announce a special treat for you. Enteng, he's a nice guy. He's prepared a special something for you. He's prepared a YouTube optimization guide. Is that right, Teng?
Yes, YouTube optimization guide. Ito yung mga step by step or yung mga kung paano ni optimize ang YouTube. Yung ginagawa ko mismo sa channel ni Jason, yun yung bibigay ko.
Yeah, so how he optimizes YouTube videos and gets them ranked, gets them more views, tama ba? Parang ganun. Gets more subscribers. So if you're interested in exploring YouTube, YouTube advertising, YouTube marketing, YouTube channel management, this would be a great resource for you. Or if you have your own YouTube channel. So the way that you can get this YouTube optimization guide is you have to share this video. So hit the share button and then just comment saying that you shared it so that we know that you shared it. So hit that share button and comment saying that you shared it. And Enteng's going to send you that PDF, the YouTube optimization guide. All right. Okay. So Carl Vincent, yeah, we see your full name there. And then
Enteng lang.
Okay, Enteng. I'm sure you have an interesting story for us today. So why don't we go ahead and get started? Like, what we want to know is what you were doing. We know you were a seminarian, but how was it? How was it as a seminarian, and how was your transition? Like, what was that moment when you decided to shift to freelancing? So,
Okay.
Anyway.
Okay, so yun nga, seminarian ako dati. Then, right after high school na graduation, summer, bakasyon, so napag-isip-isip ko, gusto kong pumasok ng seminary. So, pasukan na. Sa seminary nga ako nakapasok ng college. Tapos, syempre, gusto ko magpare, kaya ako sa seminary, di ba? So yun, sa seminary, ibang-iba yung mundo dahil routinary yung schedule, tapos laging nagdarasal, lagi kayong sama-sama ng mga classmate mo, laging sama-sama sa pagkain, sa pag-aaral, lahat ng mga classmate mo, pati ng buong community. So, ganun sa seminary. Tapos, at lahat yun, sa isang venue lang. So, lahat nandun yung classroom, nandun yung playground, nandun yung simbahan, nandun yung kainan, nandun yung nandun yung tulugan din. So, nandun lang lahat. So, wala yung biyahe-biyahe. Di ba? Alam natin yun.
Nag-stay in kayo, di ba? Like,
nandun lahat. So, nandun yung library, nandun yung computer laboratory, nandun lahat. Kumbaga, nandun na lahat. Wala ka nang hanapin pa. Mag-aral ka lang, magdasal at magpakabait at ituloy yung formation. So, yun yung setup doon. So, sa 4 years kong pag-stay sa seminary as a student, yung tinitake up namin is AB Classical Philosophy. So, for sure, yun din yung natapos ko. Then, sa formation na yun, may mga offices kami at yun yung parang offices kung for example, ako ay magaling sa technicals, nasa computer ako. Then nandun kung ano yung skills mo, doon ka nila ilalagay. Minsan inaalis ka nila para ma-explore sa iba, ganun. So sa computer, then sa graphic design. So high school, marunong lang ako ng konting editing sa Photoshop, then na-enhance nung nasa seminary ako. So lahat ng events, pati yung mga paraphernalia sa ID, ganyan sa events, sa yung mga yearbook magazines, yan. So ako yung nagde-design, sila lang lahat ng contents. Tapos sa mga events, yung mga kailangan sa events, yung mga PowerPoint, sa tuwing Sunday, sa Simba, yung mga PowerPoint naka-flash, ako yung nagagawa ng background and everything, pati yung mga lyrics ng kanta, nilalagay ko dyan para may makita every Sunday kahit sa parishioners or yung mga mass goers. So yun. So sa seminary doon ako. So nandun rin ako sa computer laboratory dahil marunong ako maggawa ng computer, magsira din ng computer, ganun, ng connectivity, ganyan, network, ganyan. So hindi na sila nag-hire ng computer technician. Ako na lang.
Ikaw na.
Oo. Tapos ako din yung sa website namin doon sa seminary. So
Which seminary, if I can ask?
Kasyaco Recoleto Seminary sa mga Recoletos. Kung baga sa Cebu, sa San Jose.
San Jose, oo.
Sa Manila, San Sebastian, sa Cavite. Sa Bacolod, University of Negros Occidental. So iba-iba. So yun siya. Then doon, so sa technicals ako magaling. Sa 4 years, nandun ako sa camera, sa mga video. So yun yung parang naging playground ko every free time namin, mga ganun. So syempre, live a balanced life din dun sa loob. Kailangan mo rin balance sa play, sa community life, sa prayer, ganun, sa pagkain, sa pagtulog, pag-aaral, importante. So yun, so Photoshop, yan sa akin. So paghawak ng camera, video, pati nga sa sounds kasi may intrams din kami doon. Tapos humingi sila ng tulong yung mga ibang grupo, pati yung grupo namin na mag-mix ng mga songs. Ginamit ko yung video editor, pero walang video, mga songs lang. Export to MP3. Pinagkagawa ko lang mga songs doon. Parang ganun, may mga third year na ako, fourth year na. So tumataas yung mga responsibility sa website, pati nga sa Friendster dati. Sa Friendster ng seminary ako rin yung parang community manager. Pero nag-ano lang, tinitingnan ko lang doon. Ang ginagawa ko lang, update sa events. So dati pa yun na yung ginagawa ko. Then graduate ako mga 2010, graduate ako ng seminary. At first, bala ko lang sana mag-rest ako for 2 years, then babalik ulit. Pero along that rest period, na-realize ko yung life ko not for priesthood.
For priesthood. Pero normally, like, what's the path kapag, if you want to become a priest, diba, parang you go into seminary, tapos parang siyang college, diba?
College.
And philosophy, sabi ni Mark, philosopher ka pala. So college, it's like college yung seminary, and then you parang masteral, and then
pagka sa amin sa formation sa Recoletos, 4-year college, then after college merong exposure ng 1 year, then enclosure ng 1 year, so 2 years parang pahinga ka sa pag-aaral, more on yourself, your community. Yun, parang tawag sa pre-nob tsaka novitiate period. Then after ng novitiate, theologate na. So 4 years na yon na doon ka na magma-master sa theology.
And hindi ka pa priest nun?
Hindi ka pa pare nun. So dadaan ka pa ng deacon, then saka ka pa So total na 11 to 12 years, minsan nag-extend into 13 years. Bago ka, formation talaga ng isang pare is talagang mabigat at mahirap, hindi lang dahil kailangan alam mo na dedicated ka din.
Sige. Yeah, and that's good to hear. I don't really know that, but that's good to hear. At least dedicated yung mga pare, those that make it. And we know na parang after the first 4 years, ikaw parang na-realize mo na it isn't for you. But what made you change your mind? Or what did you realize na ano?
Feeling ko yung character ko, yung attitude ko, yung pag-uugali ko hindi pa para doon. Basta ganun, para hindi na lang dumagdag. So, ganun. So, ganun. So, siguro mag-excel ako sa ibang bagay, hindi para doon. So, I chose not to continue.
Oh, okay, and that's totally okay. So, you realize na ano ka, na you're not for the priesthood. And then what happened? Diba? Parang ito 2 years na break.
Nag-work ako, tatanggap ako sa isang printing press. So doon naman na-enhance yung skills ko sa InDesign, din yung mga pre-press editing, sa mga libro, yung mga papel ng libro, alam ko yan. Tapos yung kung ano yung masasuggest mo sa mga, for example, gagawa ka ng libro, yung mga cover, i-design sa cover, pati yung layout yan sa loob. Parang yan yung na-enhance sa akin sa printing press. For 6 months, nag-work ako doon. Malayo, parang sa Manila yon, tapos sa Cavite ako nag-stay, then sa Manila ako nag-work. Then that time ginagawa yung expressway sa Cavite. So sobrang traffic, parang 2 hours papunta, minsan 3 hours pabalik, 3 hours na naman. So ganun. Parang na-burnout ako doon. Wala. Tapos yung transition pa, di ba, galing sa parang few minutes, few seconds, ka na sa classroom mo, nandun ka na sa kitchen, nandun ka na sa dining room, nandun ka na sa shop. Tapos biglang gano'n, ang hirap. Parang hindi ko kinaya. So yun.
So Cavite to Manila, you woke up, like anong oras yung trabaho mo nun?
8, gano'n. So umaalis ako ng 5, gano'n.
Oof. So gumising ka mga 4, 4:30.
Oo, mga 4, gano'n. Ang hirap kaya. So hindi ko kinaya siya.
4 o'clock, tapos 5 alis ka, tapos uwi ka, like what time ka uwi usually?
Hanggang 5 lang, mga 9. Wala. 8, pinamababa, na yung 7.
Tapos tulog ka na agad.
Walang magkain lang tapos tulog. Parang wala kang life nun.
Oo.
Ganon. So, after 6 months, nag-resign ako dun. Then, naisipan ko mag-aral ng programming. Mag-aral ng programming kasi nung high school ako, magaling ako mag-config ng bot, parang automatic na naglalaro sa, alam mo yung online na Ragnarok. Ayun, kasi tapos merong yun parang bot na automatic siya naglalaro, nagle-level up, kumukuha ng mga items, gano'n. So nagko-config ako. Feeling ko, sabi ko, nag-ano ako noon nag-program, nagko-config ako ng bot sa Ragnarok. So akala ko madali lang ang programming. So after isang sem, hindi na ulit ako.
1 sem.
hindi na ulit ako pinagpatuloy. At least tinry ko.
At least tinry mo, di ba? At least you gave it a shot. Di ba? So, and that's something that a lot of people can do. They can give things a shot. Sabi ni Mark, kapag tumibok ang puso, that's why you left the seminary.
Yung iba.
Iba din yun. Sige, we're not yet there in the story. And guys, if you have questions for me and Enteng, please ask them in the comments as well. Just type if you have any questions, and we'll be sure to ask them in this interview. Okay, so going back, you didn't really last long in the seminary. You tried out programming, and then after this, is this when you became teacher ka?
Hindi pa kasi after hindi na ako nag-continue sa programming, parang nag-try naman ako ng business ng mga t-shirt printing, yung mga heat press na t-shirt, tapos mga silk screen na So parang 6 months, tinry ko yan yung ginawa ko. So after nun, natutunan ko naman, tapos at least nagamit ko siya hanggang ngayon, nagagamit ko pa rin. Tapos pati yung mga designing noon, yung mga kailangan na colors na about sa silk screen, kung paano siya mas madali kung is silk screen or kung heat press, ganun. Lahat ng requirements na natutunan ko. Then saka nag-apply na ako sa school. So dun sa pinag-enrollan ko ng programming, dun rin ako nag-apply as campus ministry staff. So sa campus ministry, yan yung yata yung pinakamatagal kong work naging 3 years ako dyan. So, diyan, nag-organize kami ng mga events, yung mga religious events ng school. Inaayos namin, pati yung sa misa. So kung ano yung mga natutunan ko sa seminary, dito ko naman ina-apply. Nagbibigay ng formation sa mga estudyante, sa mga organization ng under that office. So, yun yung mga ginagawa ko for 3 years. Then, after that, may program ng school, kailangan na, parang magta-transition na magkakaroon na ng program ng K-12 program sa education system din sa Philippines. So, kailangan na nila mag-adjust. So, ako, nag-work ako as campus ministry. Paminsan-minsan, mga at least once a month, meron akong offline freelance na design, ganyan. Design ng yearbook or magazine or something ganyan. At
For the
least
school then, you were doing mga freelance graphic design work?
Oo, pero hindi outside school siya. Sa parang may mga kilala lang sa akin, pinapatawag ako or yun, nagde-design ako. Usually, template lang yung pinapagawa nila. Then, lahat ng materials, sila na, right after, sila na para i-change lang nila yung materials, yung content, tapos yung template sa akin. So, yun, yung ginagawa ko. Then, after nun, sa campus ministry, mga 3 years, may program nga ng K-12. So, nagbigay sila ng mga training. So, ako, parang gusto kong bumalik sa graphic designing. Nagpa-accredit ako sa TESDA ng Visual Graphic Design, NC3.
Mm-hmm.
So, yun. Tapos, meron pang isang training na dapat mong kunin, yun yung Trainer's Methodology 1 ng TESDA. So, nag-training din ako doon. Yun, binigyan ako ng certificate para makapagturo sa senior high school sa TPL Strands livelihood program nila. Vocational livelihood. 1 school year lang yung nakapagturo ako. Then yun. Maganda naman yung experience na makapagturo sa mga senior high school. Sa first year college sila, di ba? Merong parang bata-bata pa iba mature na yung Pero maganda experience na nakapagturo ako sa senior high. Yung about naman sa freelancing, na-discover ko siya or natutunan ko siya noong May 2016. Mag-start na siya ng another school year. Yun na rin yung mag-start ako ng maging senior high teacher. From that, na-discover ko siya. At least, nag-effort akong matutunan kung ano yung industry ng freelancing, umattend sa mga webinars, nanood ng mga interviews, mga meetups. Tapos nakilala yung mga iba't ibang mentors. Nandiyan pa ako sa Manila. So sa mga meetups dyan sa Manila, umattend pa ako dati. Kilala ko yung mga mentors ngayon, doon. Tapos yun, ang dami kong natutunan that time.
And that's the time, hindi pa tayo nag-meet. 2017 pa tayo nag-meet.
Oo, 2017. 2017 yung nag-meet up ka sa mga students mo doon sa Makati.
Oo.
Yun. 'Di ba nasa school ako noon, staff ako noon, then nagtuturo ako pag after ng duty ko. Then pagka September 2016, nag-resign ako doon sa regular job ko. Nag-focus na lang ako as senior high. Then nag-start na ako ng freelancing.
So yeah, you quit. So because you had two jobs halos, 'di ba? Yung parang media, para kang media specialist and then teacher. So you quit the media specialist to do freelancing. And when you started as a freelancer, ano yung niche mo? Ano yung area mo?
As usual, graphic design. pero as BA siya, kung ano yung mga pinapa-design, lahat yun.
So VA, parang VA with na specialize on graphic design.
Usually sa mga course, yung mga cover ng course, ganyan. Tapos yung mga announcements sa Facebook, o yung mga design sa Facebook na pinopost. Usually yun yung mga ginagawa ko din.
Okay. And so you started with graphic design September 2016. And then you kept on doing this, diba? Parang you focused on graphic design for a while, no?
Lahat na yung pati yung pag pag-layout sa libro, lahat na yun. As in, graphic design talaga.
Lahat ng libro, you were doing yung mga graphics sa videos.
Sa videos, like
that. And like, but right now as a freelancer, like what's your, because what I noticed sa story mo, and I'm sure a lot of people can relate to this. Enteng's the kind of person na parang, what do you call that, na he can't, hindi mo pakali, you know, he moves from one place to another, di ba? Parang seminary, and then you started a t-shirt printing business, and then you did that for a bit, and then you tried programming, and then parang di ka magpakali, and but right now you've been doing freelancing for 1.5 years na, tama ba? Or
almost ganyan. Parang September siya hanggang ngayon. September 2016.
So mga 1.5 years you've been freelancing. Is this something that you think na magtagal ka ba sa freelancing?
Yun talaga na magtatagal ako sa freelancing. Parang yan na rin kasi yung pinili ko na masaya ako nagagawa sa computer, tapos iba-ibang lugar. Yun. Then, yun nga, continue natin. No? Then by May, tapos naghanap ka ng YouTube channel manager. Nag-apply ako sa iyo. Then nag-enroll na rin ako sa Road to 100K niyan, di ba? Student mo na rin ako sa Road to 100K niyan. Hanggang ngayon, yun pa rin yung ginagawa ko. So nagpo-focus ako diyan. Then may mga slight na graphic designing, pero konti lang. Parang ang major work ko pa rin yung major job ko pa rin is YouTube channel manager.
And when it comes to, kasi ikaw, di ba? Like sabi ni Anna, may bulate ka daw, kaya di ka makapakali. As somebody who's very restless, sa English restless yung term na yun, is this like parang, is this something like yung video, like, you've been doing graphics but for the past ilang years you've been doing graphics, you've been doing video media, like what's your favorite niche, because you've been working around these different media areas?
Yung sa YouTube nga, yung sa video, kasi if naisip ko yun dati na sa graphics na ako, then ang dami nagsulputan na graphic designer ngayon.
Oo, ang dami.
Ang dami. Marunong lang mag-click sa Photoshop graphic designer.
Kahit sa Canva, di ba, graphic designer?
Oo, sa Canva, graphic designer. hindi pa Photoshop yun, Canva pa lang, graphic designer siya. So, yun pa lang, parang ang dami na. So, naisip ko na mag-iba, parang inline pa rin siya, nasa industry pa rin siya ng designing. Pero, nag-level out siya into video, then the whole YouTube channel, yun na yung i-manage ko. Yung thumbnails nun, yung mga banners nun, yung video nun, yung lahat yun as in yung sa SEO part nun, itatackle na ng as channel manager. So another challenge sa akin, another ibang matutunan, ibang work, ibang mas na gamay ko siya. Mas nagustuhan ko siya. Kasi nandun lahat.
Oo. And that's an area na is not very common. No? Wala ka masyadong competition sa YouTube channel management. Kasi it involves a lot of different skills. May graphic design, may video editing, may SEO ng konti, yung management of the channel, may analytics pa ng konti. So it is a good, para sa akin, I think it's a good niche to be in. Ikaw, would you recommend this niche to mga ibang freelancers?
Yeah, maganda siyang simulan dahil ngayon parang video na yung thing ngayon
Oo.
Parang video na yung naglalaro sa Facebook, sa YouTube, sa marketing. What more pa kung nandyan ka na, nauna ka sa mga iba at nag-switch ka na dyan na sa technicals ka, tapos interested ka sa mga videos, sa mga pictures, tapos marunong konti mag-edit ng mga posters, ganyan, why not i-try mo yon? Pag-aralan mo konti, then mag-try ka ng channel na i-maintain mo. No? Yun siya.
And I agree, YouTube is grabe yung growth lately sa YouTube, di ba? Ang dami ng vloggers.
So, dumami nga bigla, tapos nag-iba na naman yung rules nila sa monetization. Naging kailangan 1,000 subscribers, then kailangan nasa 4,000 hours watch time nila.
So,
nag-level up na naman bago
think,
ma-approve yung monetization.
And kahit yung mga big companies, diba, they're going into video na rin. They're going into video marketing. Kahit sa mga local, diba, lately.
Pati nga sa real estate, pumunta na sila ng YouTube kasi, di ba, ang first search engine is Google. Then ang second is YouTube. Tapos, we all know naman na the same company lang sila na pareha sa Google. Then, malaki ang possibilities or may possibilities talaga pag nag-search ka sa Google, lumalabas yung sa YouTube. So, parang nag-aano lang sila, nag-intertwined lang sila.
And I want to ask the audience. Like, what? I'm sure you use YouTube, diba? Let me know if you do, and if you don't use YouTube. And like, how do you like? Is it? Let me know how often you use YouTube. Do you use it every day, multiple times a day, or do you spend like the whole day on YouTube? Because I know some people do. So let us know so that we can kind of get like an informal survey going on here. And thing is focused on YouTube. I agree. It's a really good area. Actually, when we talked before, the coaching kami sa Road to 100K, I recommended him to stick to YouTube because it is malaki yung potential sa YouTube. And I think it's just gonna grow. It's really just gonna grow in the coming years, especially na parang yung internet's getting better. Sa Pilipinas, may third telco na daw. Sana naman. Sana naman okay yung third.
Sana okay.
Oo. Kapag yung third telco ganun pa rin, di ba?
Wala lang. Dumami lang sila.
Sana okay naman yung competition. And and we've been seeing even mga local celebrities nagba-vlog na rin sila.
Yung mga artista ngayon nagba-vlog na sa YouTube.
Oo, ang dami. So
dami na.
It's going to grow. It's going to keep growing. And I think it's, if you're a freelancer really looking for your niche, like Enteng, hindi siya mapakali, he moved from one area to another. Hindi lang sa freelancing, pero sa buong buhay niya. But right now he's stuck with YouTube because it's interesting, it's challenging, and you can use different skills. I do recommend checking it out, checking this area out. If this is something you want to explore, Enteng does have his YouTube optimization guide that will walk you through like channel management and how to best handle a channel. If this is something you want to explore, and all you have to do is share this video, share this interview, and type in the comments that you've shared it so that we know, and Enteng's going to send that to you. Aisha, you want to find out a new recipe? I also do that. Gusto mo, grabe ka naman, Ana, lahat na lang inaaral mo na. Aralin niya din yung YouTube daw. Bong, every day, always in YouTube every day. When I first watch every day talaga. Like everybody's on YouTube every day. Diba? Facebook.
News nandun na yun.
Oo, yung news nasa YouTube na rin.
Nasa YouTube na.
And Facebook is also trying to push videos. Pero, di ba, parang ayoko yung hindi siya optimized for videos.
Hindi pa. Malayo pa.
Layo sa YouTube. So YouTube is very divine. Well, Divine said na, sabi ko na nga, Mentor Enteng, I knew it, you were a brother. Wow. And pero tinanong niya, do you intend to teach YouTube management pag enroll daw siya sa'yo?
Tingnan mo yung guide. Baka malaking tulong na yun sa'yo.
Sige. We'll check out the guide muna. And if you have any additional questions, we can explore that later on. Pico, mas prefer gamitin ng YouTube kaysa magbasa ng mga blogs, diba? Kasi nakakatama na pagbasa. Especially mas gusto ko makita yung actual arts and crafts. Yeah. I totally agree.
Kasi yung mga vlog ngayon, kino-convert na yun to YouTube.
Oo.
Para lahat ng ng SEO, nandun lahat.
Tamad, and tamad yung mga, mga tao ngayon tamad na, di ba?
Basta, nandun na. May subtitle na, mayroon pang tagabasa.
May subtitle, may kompleto na. So it's the world of marketing is changing, and video is a huge part of it. It's just gonna keep growing. Hindi ko alam ano yung next video, parang holograms na, pero right now it's videos, and especially YouTube, that is a growing industry. And I'd recommend you check it out. So we're a little bit past halfway with this interview, and well, I do wanna talk about really quickly. And have you done your taxes?
Yung hindi pa eh.
I'm just spotted. Oh well, I've and one of the di ba parang hassle yung taxes, hassle siya. And that's very common. People don't do their taxes because they find it a hassle. Even when they want to, when they want to do their taxes. And especially once you start traveling. I know, Teng, that you want to travel then. And getting a visa requires having an ITR. So for those of you that are in that same position as Enteng, na parang, you didn't do your taxes, ang hirap, especially if you're not on numbers. If you're tamad, like Enteng. I recommend you check out Taxumo. They're one of our partners, and Taxumo can do your filing, your computation, and they can help you with paying your taxes. So it's very simple, very easy if you're tamad like Enteng, or if you're a media person. If you do with videos and graphics and things like that, you probably don't want to deal with taxes and percentages. So if you're that kind of person, I recommend you check out Taxumo. And if you use the coupon code FLIP when you sign up for an account, you can get your first month for free. And then if you sign up for a paid plan, you get 500 pesos off a paid plan. All right. So that's taxumo.com, and use the coupon code FLIP if you want to get those specials. All right. So
Patry nga yan. Hindi, tsaka importanteng may tax, kasi yung ibang company, lalo na yung mga nagawa ka ng agency, minsan naghanap na sila, may tax record ka ba, or may nagbabayad ka ba ng tax mo. Pag wala, minsan tinitake down na nila yung mga freelancer. So minsan talaga, at least magkaroon ka ng big time na client na biro mo, big time lang naman yung nagkakaroon ng kaka-required ng tax to. So, kailangan ba tayo ng tax?
Kailangan talaga. And parang legitimate talaga yung pag-freelancer mo once you have that. So yeah, check it out, taxumo.com. Use the coupon code FLIP. All right.
Flip. Yeah.
FLIP.
Ito, yan yung code.
Okay. We are around a little bit past the halfway point. If you guys have any questions, thank you guys for sharing. A number of people have shared this. I'm seeing you comment, and we are going to send you that guide. But we're about a little bit past the halfway point, and if you have any questions, please let us know in the comments. Now, what I want to do is I want to go through a lightning round question. We haven't done this in a while, but we have lightning round. So just answer the first thing that comes into your mind. All right. Enteng, what's your favorite day of the week?
Sunday.
What's the most boring thing the most boring thing according to you? What's the most boring thing that ever?
Ever. Ano ba? Wala.
Everything's exciting. What's your weirdest hobby?
Maglakad sa park.
Hindi naman weird.
Mag-isa?
So, what's your comfort food?
Lechon de Cebu.
Lechon de Cebu. Oh, that's good.
Kaya nga ako nandito.
For the lechon talaga. All right, and one thing I want to ask you, it's not lightning round issue, but what's like because I know a bunch of seminarians then, because I went to school in Don Bosco, and they say like there are mga funny stories in the seminary. So I want to ask you, what's your funniest memory of being in the seminary?
Nako, Siguro kasi yung nasa seminar ako, napaka-bait ko. hindi, hindi ko nagawang tumakas, hindi ko nagawang mag-girlfriend. Tapos, siguro game period. So, game period, schedule yung game period. Pero ako, nasa computer ako, naka-rubber shoes, naka-pang-basketball, naka-game period attire. Pero, nasa harap ako ng computer. parang, parang gano'n.
Nerd. Parang nerd.
Instead of mag-game period ako, computer lang.
Nagko-computer lang. Naku.
Ganun.
Mga nerds.
Wala naman ako nandun.
Sige. All right. Let's go ahead and take a look at the questions. So if you guys have any questions, please let us know in the comments. Where did I go off last? Abigail, thank you daw sa pagtulong kahapon. You helped her out.
You're welcome.
Joe, wala kaming TV sa YouTube lang nanonood.
Na ngayon bagong TV actually. Yung TV is medyo pawala na. So in the future, YouTube na lang. Or yung computer na lang, internet videos na lang.
YouTube always comes in handy when it comes to learning. May course ba sa WFHR na YouTube management? Not yet. Baka gagawa si Enteng.
Pwede din.
Pwede natin gawin yun. Mavi shared na may YouTube channel kids ko. Wow, yung kids mo may sariling YouTube channel sila.
Wow. So tulungan mo. Tulungan mag-grow.
Oo. She's gonna get your guide definitely. Wait ko yung guide, done sharing, Divine, and Josie, April, Bernard, thank you for sharing. Done sharing this interview. Aisha, thank you. Jeff, W2 or 1099? Do you do well? It's different because we're W9, I thought W8 or W9. What's the correct form if you're working for a US client? We don't really have W2 or 1099. For those of you that don't know, because I've kind of worked I've worked in the US, and I'm familiar with the US payroll taxes. W2 is if you're an employee of a company in the US. 1099 is if you're a freelancer or a contractor. But if you're outside the US, it doesn't really apply if you're living outside the US and you're not a US citizen. You would fill up a W9 usually if the client requires it, but most clients don't really require it. JB, thank you for sharing. Jacqueline, how do you make a video get more views, especially when your client just started out a new channel? Do you want to answer this? Jacqueline's asking, how do you make a video get more views? Or kasama ba yun sa guide mo? Sa guide?
Kasama sa guide ko. Pero kailangan, technique lang sa video is yung interesting talaga. Na meron kang target niche na ino-target para yung audience mo ma-attract ng video mo na engaging siya, attractive, tsaka interesting.
Engaging, attractive, and interesting. That's the rule number one of Enteng na public, especially when your client started a new channel. Christine, TV namin YouTube every day and have my own channel na rin. A lot of us have YouTube channels. All right. Bernard, ask ko lang po, what's the best video editor ngayon? Mahirap ang tanong yun.
Depende. Sa akin kasi, na-recommend ko kung saan ka sanay. Diba? Kahit sa OS, kung sanay ka sa Mac, sanay ka sa Windows. Pag Windows ka, ganun din sa video editor. So, ang ginagamit ko is Adobe Premiere. Yun yung ginagamit. Doon kasi ako nasanay na. Pero dati, Cyberlink Power Director, Filmora. So, ngayon, yung ginagamit ko is Adobe Premiere. Yun na yung ginagamit ko. Kasi doon ako nasanay na.
Adobe Premiere. I'm trying out like Lightworks, ginagamit ko minsan kasi free yung Lightworks. Pero baka like Camtasia, comfortable ako sa Camtasia, sign up sa Camtasia. So I've been using Camtasia din for video editing kahit hindi it wasn't really made for video editing. Pero ganun, yeah. Saan ka sanay? Saan ka comfortable?
Saan ka comfortable?
Pero features wise, parang yung industry standard ngayon is Adobe Premiere and After Effects, di ba?
May mga iba rin eh. May mga Sony Vegas,
Oo.
free naman, may mga paid din. Basta ang ano doon, kung ano yung gusto mong gawin sa video mo, magagawa mo at sanay ka. Doon ka.
Yeah. Okay, good advice. Kikos, thank you for sharing. Hi, Cynthia. JV, and you can choose not to answer this anything, but how much daw kikitain? I guess how much a YouTube channel manager makes.
Hindi ako sa exact na kikitain, pero yung paano yung pakikitungo mo sa pag-deal is mostly ang gawin mo is monthly basis, tsaka minimum of 3 months. Kasi sa YouTube channel, hindi mo makikita ang result overnight. So kailangan siya ng months, at least 3 months to 6 months, saka mo makita yung result niya. Kung may pagbabago o yung kung success ba kayo or bumababa yung subscribers, yung watch time, yung views, or tumataas. So parang SEO din yan na hindi mo siya makikita yung result within a week or overnight. So at least makipag-deal ka ng mas mahabang panahon at monthly basis.
Yeah, monthly fixed na ano.
Monthly fixed.
Like you like Enteng's handling our YouTube channel and we pay him parang a monthly rate. And ano mo yung parang yung numbers like you right now we're at 10,000 subscribers, so thank you.
10,000.
10,000 and ilang months? Like how many months did it take you to get to 10,000?
Nasa 6 months.
6 months from
7.
From
Wala pang 1K.
from less than 1,000.
Less than 1,000 yun.
So that's a good.
But at least nakikita natin yung result.
So good results there, and yeah, YouTube, very important. But yeah, monthly rates. Normally, can you share like normal parang ranges for monthly rates ba?
Sa siguro at least $500 to $1,000.
500 to 1,000 a month.
Depende na yan sa sa pag-uusap niyo. Dahil yung rate na yon, meron pang mga yung nakalist yung mga gagawin mo simula sa keyword searching, research, sa paggawa ng YouTube thumbnails, sa descriptions, sa tagging, sa metadata niya, at yung mga editing kung sa'yo pa rin yun. Usually iba yun eh. Tapos sa pag-schedule, sa pag-promote sa ibang channels, meaning sa mga ibang social media, ano yung mga gagawin mo, yung mga pakulo, ganyan. So, nasa iyo lahat yan. Parang ikaw yung mag-iisip kung paano magiging patok yung channel, paano magiging patok yung video, paano mapapanood, paano madidistribute sa audience mo yung video. So, lahat yun ikaw. Tapos, yung extra nun sa maggawa ka ng reports or something after ng ilan months na ganito yung result nyo, what if mag-try ka ng bago para malaman mo kung ano yung effective sa YouTube channel. So,
okay. So good advice right there. Oh yeah, W8 Ben, yeah, for non-US taxpayers, thank you for the correction. W8 Ben is what you need to fill up, not W9, sorry. But yeah, thanks for the correction. Jace Flores, thank you for sharing. Pico, Flannery, anong PC spec requirements para sa mga interested matutunan yung ganyan work? I am thinking lalo madami editing task. So I guess this is 2 questions. What are the good specs, tapos how many hours po na consume for editing?
Yung sa akin kasi, yung specs muna, sa ngayon yung old computer ko yung ginagamit ko, yung i5, tapos 16 gigabytes yung RAM niya. Then, yung video card niya is 4 video card niya, 4 gig. Then, so yun, medyo smooth na, pero pag matagal na yung computer mo, minsan bumabagal na siya. Then, yung may bagong computer ngayon, yung gaming laptop. So, yun yung parang medyo powerful siya for editing talaga. Since Adobe Premiere pa rin yung gamit ko, medyo mabigat siya. So, kailangan talaga ng mabigat din na laptop. Pero,
Mabigat as in
Mabigat physically. Malaki kasi. Then at least sa mga hindi hardcore na editor ng mga video, at least yung kaya lang mag-produce ng video na hindi sobrang tagal. Sa editing process ko naman, ngayon kasi magbe-venture na rin kami sa podcast. Ang ginagawa ko, inaayos ko muna yung audio niya, ina-enhance ko, then tapos kinakabit ko sa video, then video, tinatanggal ko yung mga technical errors, yung mga unnecessary sa video, then kinakabit ko yung end screen. Tapos kino-convert ko naman ng handbrake para maliit lang yung i-upload sa YouTube. 4 gigabytes kasi into 6 gigabytes yung the whole interview eh. For example, itong interview na ito, yun. So, kino-convert ko siya para lumiit yung size niya sa YouTube. Nagiging 500 MB na lang siya. 400 to 500 MB. So, mas madali siya. Pero matagal yung process. Ngayon, umaabot ako nasa almost 1 hour yung video. For example, itong interview, 1 hour yan. So, inuulit ko siya from the start. Tinatanggal ko yung mga unnecessary. Nasa 4 hours ako to 5 hours. Kasama na yung pag-produce tsaka pag-upload.
4 to 5 hours of editing. For parang a 1 hour.
1 hour interview. Interview lang yan. So, tatanggalin mo lang yung mga unnecessary.
Pero kapag let's say mga vlog, di ba masyadong
yung mga vlog, medyo tumatagal yan dahil maraming galaw yan eh. Ikakat mo yung mga hindi talaga kailangan, tapos pipiliin mo yung mga interesting, tapos ikaw pa magagawa ng storyline nila. Ibibigay kasi sa'yo ng client yan. Lahat ng video nila ito, gawin mong interesting travel vlog yan. So, lahat ng sinasabi nila, gagawin mo ng story. No? So, tapos ikaw pa mamili ng mga background music, mga nakakatawang mga sound effects na gano'n. Tapos yung basta matagal ang process ng travel vlog. Then usually nasa 2 to 3 days. Minsan pag hindi ka sanay, nasa 1 week pa yan. Pag sanay ka na, alam mo na yung mga usual storyline ng mga clients mo. Alam mo na parang gamay mo na yung gagawin mo ba? At least bumababa yung time na ilalaan mo sa pag-process. Sa una lang talaga mahirap. Tapos pag kaya mo na, gamay mo na, madali na, parang routinary mo.
Okay, yeah. So it can take really long if you're not used to it pa, especially. Bernard's asking, how long po para matuto ng video editing?
How long? Usually, dati pa kasi ako marunong nito eh. Pag matututo ka ng isang bagay, mag-focus ka lang dyan at wala kang ibang gagawing iba, kundi yan lang, magbasa-basa, manood sa YouTube, how to edit video. Tapos kung anong program yung gusto, how to edit video using Filmora. Yan, then, yun na. Pagkatapos mong malaman, panoorin ng isa, mag-try ka na ng sayo. Then, guide pa rin yung video sa YouTube para pag may nakaligtaan kang process, madali mo i-rewind lang siya. Then, the rest, yun na yun. Editing. Usually, yan. So editing, kailangan parang pag-aralan yung or storyline yan. Usually, naman kung ano yung pinakauna hanggang sa pinakahuli, yun lang. Basta laanan mo lang ng time na tsaka persistent ka rin at gusto mo talagang matutunan mo yan.
So I guess it also depends on the person, no? Kung anong existing knowledge niya. So you can't really say how long, but is it I guess is it easy? Is it hard to learn video editing?
Kung depende sa interest. Kung interesado ka talaga, mahirap sa una pero madali na rin. Pero pag parang hinihila mo yung sarili mo, kailangan ko mag-video editing, parang matagal kang matututo. Ganun rin yan sa pagtututo ng pagiging VA kasi kung ang daming distraction, hindi yung focus mo sa maging VA ka, matatagalan. Minsan years, minsan months. Yung iba, 1 month lang, di ba? Meron na kaagad. Iba, weeks lang, meron. Kasi, focus sila doon at yun talaga yung gusto nila. Kaya nila nagawa ng madali.
Oo. Makes sense. Makes sense naman. Okay. Let's see. Ano pang ibang questions here? Bernie is asking, kaka-create ko lang ng YouTube channel ko.
Congrats.
Nag-a-apply ako ng YPP. Mahigpit pa lang ang requirements ngayon.
So, mahigpit. Tumaas na ulit siya.
Oo.
Kasi sobrang dami na.
This is for me pala. Sir Jason, do you monetize already your YouTube channel? Yes, pero hindi naman significant yung earnings actually.
Oh, correct.
Parang wala lang. Pang pamasahe lang.
Pakapin.
Oo. Pang restaurant. Ganun, di ba?
Parang yung channel kasi hindi siya priority for monetization.
Oo.
More on education, free education, pagiging how to become a VA, mga tips how to become a VA. Parang tips on freelancing. So yun, like nyo nga pala yung subscribe pala kayo sa YouTube channel ni Jason. Invite mo sila.
Yeah, you can go to jason.ph/YouTube if you wanna
Okay naman siya.
jason.ph/YouTube if you wanna subscribe to our YouTube channel. So you can check it out there. Okay. But yeah, it's if you go into YouTube, you shouldn't do it for to make money on YouTube unless kung may parang 1 million subscribers ka. Ganun. But otherwise, it's like the WFHR. We're using it to do spread the interviews and so on. And we're not really making money from YouTube. We're making more money. Well, we're making money sa bootcamp and stuff like that. So it shouldn't be your primary motive to make money because you really can't really make a lot of money unless a million na yung mga subscriber mo. Chris, thank you for sharing. Rich, nagsabi daw hello sir and
Hello.
Israel, bye. Yeah, focus and motivation talaga to succeed. And I think this is an area where you really need focus on your study if you want to learn this. No? Hindi siya madali to learn video editing. Okay. Bernie, curious lang kasi ako dahil nakikita ko earnings ng mga YouTube channel. Pero yun nga, you have to have a lot, as in like million talaga to make significant money.
Yayaman ka talaga.
Oo. Kapag millions na yung mga subscribers mo. Pero it's hard to get there. It's really hard to get to that point. All right, it's about time to wrap up. So let's go ahead. Richard asking, Sir, dayon ka dito sa Davao?
By March siguro, first week.
So si Enteng.
Yun rin yung gusto kong yun rin yung parang light side ng or perks ng pagiging freelancer na kahit saan ka pwede. So, nandito ako sa Cebu for 7 months, then by next month, nasa Davao naman ako. Hindi ko alam kung hanggang kailan ako doon. So, na-try ko na rin sa ibang bansa, like sa Brunei, 14 days ako doon working as freelancer. Kahit saan, at least na, minsan overnight sa isang bahay ng friend ko as long as may internet siya. Nakapag-stay ako doon at nakapag saan punta-punta as long na may internet. Yun yung gusto ko. Parang yun na rin yung sabi sa akin, di ba? Parang hindi ako mapakali. At least sa freelancing. Hindi talaga ako mapakali sa lugar. At least, di ba? Ilang months dito, another cities na naman.
Oo.
Diba?
That's one of the very good benefits of freelancing. You can just move around. You can do whatever you want. Di ka magpakali sa lugar, you can change. Di ka magpakali sa trabaho, you can change din, di ba? Ang dami. Change niche or change client, di ba? It's very quick to make those for people who are like Enteng and even myself did. All right. Enteng, do you have any final pieces of advice that you want to share? Or what's like the one thing that you want people to take home from this interview?
Sa mga newbie, sa mga gustong matuto pa ng freelancing, ang i-advise ko lang or kahit sa mga old na nag-freelance na ngayon, i-advise ko lang na kung gustong mong makamit ay isang bagay, kailangan or maging ganito, maging ganyan, maging freelancer, kailangan mo mag-put talaga ng hard work sa isang bagay na yon. Hindi lang hard work, kailangan mo rin ng consistency and persistency. No? Lahat yun, hard work, consistency, persistency. Kailangan yon sa isang para makamit mo yung success mo. No? Katulad din sa YouTube, kailangan ng consistency na kailangan every week meron kang another episodes, another release ng video para makita ng YouTube na persistent ka sa ginagawa mo, na ipopromote pa rin yung channel mo ng YouTube, isasadya sa ibang video kasi every week may nakikita silang bago sa'yo. So, ganun din sa pagiging freelancer or pagiging VA. Kailangan, for example, merong new task na yung client mo sa'yo. Kailangan magbigay ka ng hard work na matuto ng isang bagay na yan, matutunan yung bagay na yun para magawa mo ng ayos. Then, consistent sa paggawa, ibibigay mo ng ayos at persistent na kaya mo yung bagay na yan, na kaya mong gawin yung bagay na yan dahil sa hard work and consistency. So, sana naintindihan niyo.
And that's good. It's simple advice, no? Pero it's very good kasi a lot of people still take it for granted. Even though it's something that like we hear it often, but not many people really understand and do it. Na yung consistency talaga, yung persistence and consistency of you doing work, like and like Enteng was saying in YouTube, we find it very important na consistent yung videos. Diba? At least once a week. May video.
Meron kang bagong video.
May mga break minsan like yung Christmas time break. Pero you should have the consistency almost yung throughout the whole year.
Meron ka.
And as a freelancer, you should also have the consistency to create. You should have that habit to create a routine na you're consistent, like every day, every week. You're doing your work consistently, and that's really the only way you can get success. It's not like today, you have all the energy, tapos next week wala na ulit. It's all about consistency, no matter what. So yeah, I definitely agree with what you said. Oh, by the way, someone was asking if they can message you.
Oh, sure. Just PM nyo lang ako, may questions kayo. Kahapon nga may nagtanong, so matulungan ko naman siya. So, PM nyo lang ako kung may mga questions about YouTube, then happy akong tulungan kayo.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and things nice about he's very generous. So yeah, feel free to PM him. Just don't PM him too much. Biglang may 100 PMs guy. So, but if you have questions about YouTube, he's very glad to help. So thank you, guys. Don't forget. Enteng has, we talked about YouTube a lot and the potential for video and how YouTube channel management is a great potential niche for people. So if you want to get Enteng's YouTube optimization guide, and this is, he brought WFHR's channel from like less than 1,000 to 10,000 in 6 months. If you want to get those tips there, just share this video so that and then let us know that you shared it, and Enteng's gonna send this to you. I will see you then. Thank you guys so much for staying. Thank you, Enteng, for your time and sharing your knowledge with us. Good evening, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us this afternoon for another episode of Just Success. And today we have a special guest with us. We have Eric Aquino. Hello, Eric. Thank you for joining us, Eric.
Hello, Jason. Good afternoon na, no? Thank you for having me here
Oh,
and thank you for inviting me to talk and share my story. And, and I'm willing to uh, get inspired people from my
Hopefully
story.
we can inspire others. And
Yeah,
you have a great story to share. You have a
yes.
great story. We know that you have a great story to share. So we're glad to have you here. And we also have with us Anna Soriano. Hey, Anna.
Hi everyone. Ako po ang clown for the day. Ulit.
And so clown talaga. And Eric's gonna talk to us about his story of how he started off well as he used to be a vendor, diba? He used to be a vendor, and now he is a cartoonist. So if you've seen the cartoon drawings of Marv De Leon, of Liberty, Mami Liberty Baldovino, and others, then you'll see his work there. And, he's the guy who drew all those cartoon drawings of those other successful freelancers as well. Good afternoon, Jing. Good afternoon, Emmy. Thank you for joining us. Good afternoon, Honey. Um, Antonio. Good afternoon, and Joyce. Good afternoon. All right. Great. And guys, we're doing this for free. We want to with WFHR, we want to inspire and educate Filipinos, teach them about freelancing so that they can be successful, just like Eric is. So, if you can do me a favor and hit that share button, share this with your family and friends so that they can find out about freelancing. They can maybe you never know they might become a cartoonist like Eric as well, or they can explore the different areas of working online. So hit that share button and to share this story and get other people inspired as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. Eric, let's jump right in. You have a great story to share. So so can you tell us how you got started before you went into freelancing, and how do you find out about freelancing?
Okay, let me tell my story first. Bali kasi una, I'm Eric Toons. Hello, good afternoon again, and you can call me Eric Toons. So that's my name now. I will share to you what happened to that name, and then yun, isa lang akong batang mahilig manood ng cartoons. Lahat naman tayo dumaan doon, di ba? Ayan.
Oo.
And then, nahilig sa mga cartoons nung bata pa. So happen na may nangyari sa sa buhay namin na naging dati kasi nung kid ako, nung bata ako, medyo may kaya din kami. Sa Saudi yung father ko, may business yung mother ko, and then magbabakasyon tuwing summer sa Jeddah, parang ganun yung buhay namin. And then, may time na talaga na, yun yung time na naging mahirap kami. And then, bumalik kami sa Ilocos, starting with a small kubo. And then, as a kid, siyempre, mahilig tayo, yun, nagtuloy pa rin yung pagkahilig ko sa cartoons, ganyan-ganyan, manood, Looney Tunes, Mickey Mouse, and then, naging anime, yung elementary days na. And, doon ko naranasan yung hirap talaga na from Manila boy to Ilocos na naranasan ko yung yung discrimination kahit nasa sariling Pilipinas kasi Tagalog, ganyan. Mahirap mag-adjust lalo na pag bago ka, and then mahirap mag Ilocano noon kasi biglaan lang as in wala akong kaalam-alam na ba't yan ito nangyari sa amin ganyan. And then
So parang nalugi bang what happened with in that situation na
may time na yun, parang nalugi din yung business and then nag-stop yung father ko sa Saudi. Kasi panahon yun ni Saddam ng war, parang natakot siya. Then umuwi na siya agad. Nagulat lang ako, dumating na siya agad. And then yun, to make the story short, from marami sasakyan kasi may jeep na boundary na business kami noon. Tatlong jeep, 5, parang gano'n, 5. Bigla na lang nawala and then pumunta sa isang kubo na tinayuan doon basta-basta lang. May lupa doon yung father ko and then bakit ganito nangyari sa amin? Pero nung iniintindi ko na rin nung bata ako. So yung around grade 3 ako noon. And then
So mga 8 years old.
Mula noon, alam ko na yung status ko. And then alam mo yung bata na gusto mong magkaroon ng t-shirt, gusto mong magkaroon ng laruan, yung mga ganong bagay. Hindi ko na hinihingi sa kanila na instead, nag-work ako nagtinda ako ng pandesal sa bakery ng friend ko, kalaro ko noon. Sabi ko, instead na gumagawa ako ng dito, but di ko try mag-work. As in, nag-work ako na sa gabi, gumagawa kami. And then gigising kami ng alas 4, magtitinda. Tapos yung sa lugar kasi namin, hindi ang hiwa-hiwalay. The more na mas malayo mas liblib yung lugar, the more na mas makakabenta ka kasi liblib. Hindi nararating ng tinapay. Tapos mas maraming bukid doon sa lugar na. So nakabike kami, siguro mga ilang kilometers din yan. 6 kilometers, 7, mga ganyan, 8 na binabike namin. And then uphill and downhill. So tapos plus plus 1,000, nasa 1,500 plus na tinapay yung karga ko.
Wow, ang dami.
Ganun kaliit na na bata. Kasi ganyan yung buhat namin sa Pero nakalagay sa bike. Kargadera ang tawag namin. So yun, tinda-tinda, ilang taon, elementary. Tapos, hindi pa kami nakakontento ng kaibigan ko. Nagtinda pa kami ng balot sa gabi. Oo. Nagtitinda pa kayo ng balot sa gabi para kumita ng malaki. Kasi gusto namin ng sandals, sapatos, t-shirt, laruan. Lalo na laruan, gustong-gusto namin yan. Hindi kasi namin alam ko na sa sarili ko na walang may bibigay yung parents ko, and then nakikita ko sa mukha nila na ang sama na loob nila dahil hindi nila ako mabigyan. So ako na nag-push kasi ako na lang mag-work. Pinayagan naman ako na mag-work. So yan, nagtinda sa pandesal sa umaga, balot sa gabi. And then sa gabi ulit magtutulong kasi pag tutulong kami ng paggawa ng pandesal sa gabi, may bonus kami 10 piso. So sayang din yun So yun, natuto akong yung process ng paggawa ng pandesal na which is mahalaga sa akin. Yun nga, marami akong natutunan as kid. Ganun. And then yung sa freelancing nahinto na rin ako noon dahil high school na. Pinotokso-tokso na ako, ganyan. Pandesal, ganyan. Balot. Binubuli ako ng mga classmate ko noon, high school. Doon na ako na medyo nahinto na. And then, at college, ganun pa rin. I took political science, AB Political Science. Layo. Ang layo. Ayun na maraming sinasabi sa akin, bakit ang layo?
Oo nga, ba't malayo?
Tinapos ko yung political science na yun dahil wala nang choice. Kumbaga, parang hindi ako pasado sa education. So yun lang yung pinaka-available nung panahon 2002. 2002. So yan. Natapos ko naman, awa ng Diyos, nakapasa naman. And then, pero fourth year ako noon, nag-Jollibee crew ako noon. 1 year.
Oh.
Ayun. Ganun na naman, tulong sa pag-aaral, tapos allowance din para maka-menos sa gastos ng magulang. Ayun, natutunan ko na naman yung paggawa ng chicken joy, burger, spaghetti, halos lahat. Ganun ako ang tawag kasi nila sa akin noon, ang tawag na, nung bata ko, ang tawag nila sa akin, Steve.
Bakit?
Steve. Kasi nung nagmimika-mekaniko yung uncle ko noon sa jeep, ako noon, pakialamero. Pinapakialam ko yung mga tools niya, habang nasa ilalim siya. Umalis ka nga dyan, Steve. Yung Steve kasi, ang Ilocano nun, is Tibis. Ibig sabihin, pakialamero. Siguro, doon na umiikot yung pagiging, curious ko sa mga bagay-bagay. Kaya marami akong natutunan sa pagtinda ng pandesal, balot. Natuto ako mag-bike. Ayun, natuto akong mag-play ng instruments, guitar, drum, piano, and then doon sa
all around din.
And then doon sa sa Jollibee, sa kusina. Kasi ang una kong station doon is Chicken Joy. Fryman ako noon. French fries and Chicken Joy. Eventually, natutunan ko mag-burger, mag-spaghetti, stockman. Ayan. And then, nung pagkatapos ko ng college, napunta na ako sa Manila. Kasi yun yung purpose ko nun eh. That time, nakalimutan ko na yung pagiging artist. Kinalimutan ko na ang goal ko nun is mag-abroad sa Saudi. Pero nag-apply muna ako ng sales utility clerk sa SM Makati. Nung panahon na may sumabog doon na Glorieta. Andun ako noon, pero artist na ako noon. And then, dumating na sa point ko na nagtatrabaho ako sa SM na parang sinapadpad ako sa Glorieta noon sa mga gallery, mga painting. Parang doon na uli nabuhay yung pagiging artist ko. Hilig ko sa art, painting. Lagi-lagi nagpupunta ako doon pagkatapos ng duty ko sa SM. And then sabi ko, paano kaya ako makakapasok sa ganitong larangan, sabi ko. Wala akong experience, wala akong kilala. Ginawa ko, kinapala ko yung mukha ko. Gate crasher ba yung tawag doon sa mga, pag may exhibit, yung may handaan. Ayun, pumasok ako doon. As in, 20 years old, 21, mga ganon. Tapos, nakapolo, tapos nakasandals, galing SM na makikihalubilo sa mga artist doon. Tapos paano ko makapagsimula. Ganon yung mindset ko noon. Sige, kapalan ko ng mukha ko kasi ito yung gusto ko eh. And then, dumating na sa point na, ayun na, napapabayaan ko na yung work ko sa SM Makati. Lagi na ako late. And then, punta na sa termination yung yung status ko. Pero pinag-resign na ako noon. Dahil dun sa pag-art ko, yan, bumili na ako ng paunti-unting gamit sa art, sa painting. Ganyan. And then nung naging...
Pero since bata ka, parang has this been your passion and interest talaga yung art?
Yes. Kasi nung bata talaga ako, mahilig talaga ako sa pag-drawing, lalo na sa cartoons. Habang nanonood ako ng cartoons, alam niyo yung mga theme song, lalo na sa anime, yung mga
Opus 5.
Habang kumakanta yon, meron akong papel at saka lapis sa harapan ng TV. And then dinodrawing ko sa sinasabayan ko. Kasi para sa akin, nakakagana yung ganong feeling na drawing mo siya habang kakanta. Nakakapag-drive kasi yung music din minsan kahit hindi mo na maintindihan. Di ba? Parang ganun. So, yun, yung napunta ako sa Glorieta, may namit akong, sa MOA pala, may namit akong portrait artist na siya yung nagpumupkup sa akin, parang nag-train sa akin na maging portrait artist. Yan na yung may kinalaman sa pagiging Eric Kunz ko ngayon. Dahil, di ba, ginagawa caricature. Kumaga, ilang taon kong inaral yung ganong style para makuha yung resemblance ng tao. Convert it to cartoons. Yun yung
Ilang
dahil
taon
sa
nga?
pagiging portrait artist ko nun. Yung realistic. Katagal?
Ilang taon ka daw, sabi ni Bossing?
32. Nung time na yun, nasa 22 na ako nun. 22 years old. So, totoy pa.
And then how long mo pinag-aralan yun, like to get that, yung features, yung caricature?
Nung sa portrait ko, months din yung kasi maraming step by step na kailangan gawin. Lalo na pag traditional portrait. Yung charcoal. Charcoal. So pinagtiyagaan naman ako ng master ko noon. Kasi ako yung kinuha niyang tagabantay ng pwesto doon sa Glorieta. Then eventually sumabog na yung Glorieta. Nandun ako nung sumabog siya. Oo, nandun ako, nasa third floor kami, talagang as in, boom! Gumanon yung floor sa taas namin. And then, pagkatapos ng incident na yon, kasi nasa circle na rin ako ng painters noon nung time na yon. Kasi nasa painting industry na yung master ko noon. May nag-refer sa akin sa animation. So, ikwento ko kung paano ako napasok sa animation. Which is, pangarap ko pala dati nung bata ako yun. Yung animation, yung cartoon making. Kasi nga mahilig yung cartoons.
Bakit hindi ka nag-fine arts na lang instead? Mas mahal ba? Pagka
Hindi. Kasi ang issue namin noon nung magka-college ako, hindi kaya ng magulang ko.
Maraming kailangan bilhin, no? Pag fine arts.
Mahal daw ang gamit. Pangalawa, hindi ka suportado. Hobby lang yan, fine arts. Lalo na sa probinsya, alam niyo naman doon pag nega ang tingin nila pag art. Yes.
Hindi ka kikita, hindi magandang
Yes. Yun yung naging Kaya nga nakalimutan ko yung pag-drawing noon dahil ganun yung ikot ng mundo doon sa amin. Parang, wala lang yan. Wala, hindi practical. Ganun yung tingin nila sa fine arts.
Mayaman lang ang fine arts.
Yes.
Walang magawa.
Ganun yung tingin nila.
Pero passion mo talaga ever since you were a kid na mag-animate, no? Cartoons, ganun.
So yun, nirefer ako sa isang animation studio ng isang master na painter. Hindi ko alam ano ibig sabihin ng animator noon. Basta alam ko, ang gagawa ng cartoons. Yung pala yung animator noon, mataas na pala na posisyon. Yan pala yung, siya na pala mismo yung magpapagalaw ng characters. Which is, nung nag-apply ako, ang unang bumungad sa akin guard. Sa studio na yon. And then, sabi nila, ano yung, patingin ng work mo, pinakita ko. Sila mismo, dalawa sila. Parang tingin nila ng ganyan. Hindi ko. Ang tanong muna nila, taga saan ka? Ibig sabihin, taga-loob ka ba or taga-labas? Ganon kasi yung kalakaran nun. Pag sinabing taga-loob, may connection ka or nagwo-work ka sa loob. Or pag sinabing taga-labas, not connected anyone else. Parang wala. Sinabi ko, wala po akong experience nung sinabi ko na yun. Pagtingin nila ng artwork ko, hindi ka pwede dito. Sabi nila sa akin, hindi ka pwede. And then, siyempre ikaw, as artist, as aspiring animator, excited ka dahil nakita ko na yung studio, oy, may Mickey Mouse, merong ano, Disney, Disney yung gumagawa. Sila pala gumagawa ng ano, ganyan-ganyan. And then, bigla kang pipigilan na hindi ko pwede. And then, nalungkot ako, syempre. Umupo muna ako sa isang gilid hanggang sa may dumaan na project manager. Galing break yun eh. Kakain lang nila. Sabi, sino yan? Mag-apply the animator, sir. And then yun. Swerte dahil dumaan siya, tinawag niya ako for interview. Yun pala, kailangan nila that day ng mga trainees for animation. Kasi may free time na yung foreigner na taga Disney na mag-train. That day, ginagawa nila yung Little Mermaid Part 3 movie. Medyo patapos na yun. May free time na yung trainer ko. Yun na yung si Scott Peterson. Taga Disney siya. So yun. Make the story short, nag-animator ako 2008. 6 months training plus 3 months actual na training sa production na mismo. Papagalaw na ng animation. After 2 years, doon na nagkaroon na transition between digital and traditional. So, 2010, doon na nagra-rise yung mga digital animation. Tapos yung mga traditional animation kami, wala na. Akala ko noon pero wala na. And then, dumating sa time na nawawala na yung mga artist doon. Kumukonti na lang sila kasi naghahanap sila ng ibang work kasi wala na pumapasok na projects eh. Kasi nga nag-digital na. And then, doon na ako nahinto sa animation ng almost 1 year eh. And then sabi ko, hindi pwede to. Kailangan matuto ng digital. Sabi ko ganyan. And then, may nakuha akong college student na kailangan nila ng animation sa project nila. And then, kinuha nila ako as artist. And then, binayaran ako. Yung binayad nila sa akin, pinabili ko ng computer, Photoshop. At doon ako nag-aral ng nag-self-study ng Photoshop. Kasi maraming work bukod sa animation eh. May illustration, designer, di ba? Maraming work din eh. And then, nag-practice ako mag-Photoshop, mag-drawing through Photoshop. So yun, mag-training muna ako, nag-self-study, YouTube, and then apply na sa job street. Siyempre una, mahirap. Mahirap yung una kasi nga, Polsay ka. Tapos, yun lang yung pinanghawakan mo, yung Toon City lang, yung animation. 9 months, almost 1 year. Yun, naging naging may isang, yung nag-interview sa akin, yung supervisor, open siya sa no experience, basta magaling sa drawing. Publishing yon. Doon ako naging...
Pero may experience ka na dun, di ba?
Sa traditional animator. Cartoonist na ako nun. Pero yun nga lang, ang problema, kailangan marunong ka mag-digital. So yun, nag-aral muna ako and then natanggap na ako dun sa... Doon ako nagkaroon ng break talaga sa publishing na yun. And then, ayun na. Lumipat sa publishing, 1 year, iba't ibang publishing, almost 5 years na lahat. And then dito ko na kita na yung freelance career. Bago pala yung freelance na yun, sabi ko, 3 years na ako sa isang office. 28 years old na ako noon. 28. And then sabi ko, wala akong naiipon 3 years, wala akong naiipon. Kasi mahal ng upa dito sa Maynila eh. Ang mahal-mahal, di ba? Expenses, ganyan. As in, wala. Zero talaga, kumbaga. Ni makatulong sa magulang, hindi ko pa magawa. Makabigay ng pera, ganyan. Then dumating sa point na, ayun na, nag-search na ako ng online jobs sa office.
Wala
Google lang. Habang nasa office ako, kunyari nag-research, pero naghahanap na ako ng trabaho. Totoo yun. Kasi nga medyo frustrated na ako. 28 na, 30 na eh. So, hindi ko pa alam yung mga Upwork, yung mga online jobs na hindi ko pa alam yan. Basta ang tinype ko lang sa Google, illustration jobs online. Pero that time, naka-ready na yung CV ko, naka-ready na yung letter.
Portfolio mo.
Letter, tapos yung mga portfolio ko. Kasi naipon na yung mga portfolio ko eh. Digital art. Tapos, sige.
So,
apply na apply.
So
and then may sumagot na isa.
Mga questions. So kasi curious din ako sa story mo eh. yung Disney pala, hindi ko alam yun. Yung Disney pala, dito pala ginawa yung iba? Sa Pixar?
No, yung kasi, ang pangalan ng studio dito is Stone City. Hindi nyo kasi alam na yung ibang project dito na 2D animation, dito rin na-outsource.
Parang subcon, ganon?
Yes, subcon. Kumbaga siya yung studio na may karapatan lang gumawa dun kasi isa lang yung may kayang gumawa ng standard nila. Parang gano'n. Bukod dun sa anime, kasi may anime side pa. So yun, western.
So malaki pa lang yung market for artists sa Pilipinas, no?
Yes.
Mga animation and digital.
Maraming dito, work animation.
Anong can you share ba what movies you worked on? Pwede ba yun?
TV series lang kasi ako noon. Dahil baguhan pa, TV series lang yung napasukang project kasi pag sinabing featured animation na yun, may mga movies na, mga veterano na yung gumagawa. So yung first project ko doon as animator is Curious George. Curious George. Monkey na may kasamang nakadilaw na lalaki. Pambata yun. Maganda yun.
May mga anak ka. Dapat.
Hindi ko alam.
Curious George. Under siya ng Universal Studios.
Oh, wow.
Nakailang season na ngayon.
May tanong si Rix, kung nag-pay ka daw ba sa training mo dun sa portrait artist? Or did he train you for free? Sabi niya.
Saan po?
Dun, yung di ba nag-training ka for portrait artist?
Yes.
Kung kung libre daw ba yun na tinrain ka or nagbayad ka?
Libre akong tinuruan kasi ako yung taga-bantay din dun sa pwesto eh. Kasi yung boss ko, siya yung nagbabantay naman ng gallery, ng may-ari ng gallery doon sa MOA. Nag-open siya ng shop dito, yung parang pader lang, may mesa. Ako yung kinuha and then, ako nagbantay. Walang yun, walang sweldo, allowance lang. Allowance lang ang binibigay sa akin pag may tanggap. And then, nung natuto na ako mag-portrait, 50-50 na kami ng boss ko. Kunyari, yung portrait na coupon band size is 1,000. Sa akin doon, 500 na pag nagawa ko na. So, yun. Ayun yung naging work ko din. Pero struggle din. Alam niyo bakit? Nung panahon na nag-i-start ako as artist, yung sa family ko medyo kumontra na sila eh. Parang sideline lang yan, maghanap na ng permanenteng trabaho. So yun, naging medyo lumayo yung loob namin noon. And then, mahirap kasi nga hindi mo ma-defend yung gusto mo kasi nga wala pang result eh. Wala ka pang sinasahod na maayos. Ano ba yung ginagawa mo? Parang wala namang nangyayari, parang ganyan.
So, parang yung kinikita mo noong umpisa, enough lang para makasurvive ka. Talagang,
yes. So, parang hindi ko pa nga sila matulungan sa expenses eh. Parang, hanap ka ng mag-call center ka, mag-bagger ka sa Pure Gold. Importante eh. May work ka. Ganun sa amin eh, lalo na pag mga Ilocano. Pag Ilocano ka, dapat may work ka kahit anong work, huwag ka mamili ng work, ganyan. So yung struggle na yun, talagang dinala ko rin. Pati sa mga parents, ganyan. Pero na-overcome ko naman.
Oh, and that's great kasi right now parang medyo okay ka na sa pagiging full-time artist, di ba?
Yes.
And actually, di ba, parang may ano yung bagong contract mo? I-share mo nga.
Bagong contract.
Yung bagong ano mo.
Client niya.
Yung nasa yung nasa
sa
TV.
Sa TV?
Si
artista.
Nakalimutan.
Nakalimutan mo. Grabe ka naman.
Ganito kasi yan. Parang nag-post na ako sa IG, through IG. Parang nadaan lang daw niya, and then nilike niya. And then nagustuhan niya. Pinalo niya ako, doon ako nagulat. Pinalo ako ni ano.
Name mo kasi Eigenman, diba?
Si Ryan Eigenman.
Ryan Eigenman.
Si Ryan, si Mr. Misterio. Meron siya nung Misterio na show noon sa GMA. So yun, nakachat kami, oh bro, ang ganda na gawa mo. Pwede mo ba kaming gawan? Ganyan. So doon na nag-start. And then yung nagawa ko na siya, nilike ni Jeff Eigenman, nila Gina Alahar, sila Mike De Mesa. And then, nag-like na ito yung ibang artista. And then, sabi niya, and then, siyempre, nung pinalo ko na si Jeff Eigenman, diniem ko na, nag-DM na ako, sir, gusto nyo rin po magpagawa. Parang ganon. Dinaretso ko na
Ikaw nag-PM sa kanya.
Ako na nag-PM, pero and then, nag-DM siya, nag-reply, and then, bro, i-DM sana kita inunahan mo lang ako sabi niya. Gusto ko rin magpagawa, sabi niya. Kasi nainggit ako kay Ryan Nainggit daw siya doon sa yung gawa kasi nila is yung Marvel team na family. Thor doon si Ryan, asawa niya si yung witch doon sa Avengers, Spider-Man yung anak, yung Black Widow yung So yun, doon na nag-start, and then umorder si Jeff Eigenman ngayon ng dalawang order. Ang kulit nga isang villain, puro Joker sila. Yung asawa niya si Harley Quinn. Tapos yung pangalawa gawan ko daw ng hero naman. Marvel heroes naman yung gusto niya. Si Wolverine yata yung sabi niya kanina. Gagawin ko pa lang ongoing pa lang. So yun. And then, sabi ko, sir, i-print ako na lang mag-print and then I will deliver it to you. Sabi niya, sige. And then yun, soon, may papaano ko, malalaman niya kung kailan ko ma-deliver. Makapagpa-picture sana ako sa kanya. So yun, ayun.
Oh, share mo sa group. Pero sa IG lahat yun, no?
Oo, dahil sa IG yun
Instagram.
Sa Instagram. So, mula noon, nagpo-post na ako sa Instagram. Nagaling pala noon. Parang hashtag, yung tamang hashtag. Yun, dami nag-like, ganyan-ganyan. And then yun. Doon na yung...
Oh, parang out of nowhere, ba? Piniem ka ni Ryan?
Nagulat ako Sino tong itlugin man na to ka ako? Tapos nung zinumin ko yung picture niya, si Ryan nga. Na-overwhelm. Nakakatuwa. Ayun.
Oo. Ano pala? May mga comments dito. Sabi ni Joycelyn, favorite niyang mga kids na yung Curious George. Pinaulit-ulit. Oh, parang lumabas din ata sa Disney Channel yun. Sa Pilipinas, yung Curious George.
Disney Channel. Yes,
Oo.
meron yan. Maganda kasi yung pambata. Kasi
ang powerful.
Ang story nun, isang unggoy na laging nakikurious sa lahat. Sa una, nakakagawa siya ng mess dahil curious And then sa huli, natututunan niyang, natuto siyang, mga bagay-bagay na, mga ginagawa rin ng...
Google ko nga yun mamaya.
Curious George.
Parang Parang story mo lang, di ba? Parang ganun.
Oo. Kasi curious siya and then may ginawa siyang mess and then gulo and then sa huli naayos niya. So parang ganun yung story niya hanggang sa tinanggap na siya ng community kasi nasa isang community. Kasi adopted siya adopted pet. Yun. Kinuha siya from the jungle and then naging curious siya sa city. Yan. Naging curious siya.
So, aside from so you have right now you're doing well now with your cartoons, diba? Pero it was a struggle at first, diba? Parang
Yes.
sabi mo nga you had to originally parang you've always wanted to be an artist pero dahil like sa pressure sa family, dahil sa ganun you had to put it aside. Pero hindi mo talaga napigilan yung sarili mo, no? Na
No.
you had to do it. Oo. Oo. Ano yung parang advice mo kasi that's something that's very common talaga, 'di ba? Na sabihin sa parents, "Oy, mag-accounting ka, 'di ba? Or mag-ano ka, medicine ka." O, 'di ba? Yun naman palagi, 'di ba? Or ano pa, or mag-engineering ka kasi may pera doon. Huwag kang mag-fine arts, huwag kang or whatever ang mga courses na passion
Wala kang
ng
pagkakakitaan ng malaki.
Oo. 'Di ba? So what advice can you give to those people na may passion sila na hindi nila na pursue dahil sabi ko lang pera.
First, ang unang point ko dyan is pursue what you love. Yun lang naman yan do. Go there and do it. Kahit anong mangyari. Kailangan ito yung gusto ko, gagawin ko. Sa una, mahirap. Yan yung natutunan ko kasi sa arts Sa una, mahirap. Sa una, training ground ka. Sa una, magpapalakas ka muna ng skills mo. Kasi nung may time na naging frustrated ako sa painting noon, ang mindset ko lagi bumenta. Alam mo yun, sa mga galleries, mga painting. Ang mindset ko nung bumenta, which is nare-reject ako noon. Sabi ko may mali. Kailangan kong ayusin yung mindset ko. Kailangan practice. Huwag mo muna isipin yung pera. Hayaan mo muna. And then, eventually, pag na-practice ka na, and then, tao na mismo magsasabi sa'yo, galing mo, marunong ka pala, and then, they will pay you for your skill. So, yan. Pangalawa is, pursue what you love, pero yung love mo na yun, dapat alam mo. Kunyari, sa akin, yung love ko is art. Sa parte ng art. Sa painting ba? Sa design ba? Sa cartoons ba? So, pinili ko yung cartoons. Kasi yun talaga yung love ko Love ko manood ng cartoons. Love ko mag-drawing ng cartoons. And then, yun na yung ginawa kong bridge through success. So, training, yung love mo, kailangan alam mo. And then, don't skip basics. Yun nga, kailangan huwag shortcut. Pag magdodrawing ka, di ba, pag sa drawing, magdodrawing ka muna ng tao, bilog muna.
Alam ni Bossing yan.
Ayun, bilog muna. Ihahamping natin sa construction. Pag maggagawa ka ng building, may blueprint muna, may bakal muna, fondasyon. So yun. Don't skip basics. Kasi pag nag-skip ka, tutumba ka, madali kang matumba And then they will found out na yun nga, hindi ka totoo. Hindi totoo yung ginagawa mo. And then, learn every day. Be as fun.
Pakinggan mo yan, Bossing, kasi frustrated artist si Bossing.
Frustrated. Hindi. Alam ko naman.
Diba?
Accepted ko naman na na wala kang future sa pagiging.
Bilog-bilog lang.
Di ba bilog-bilog ko? Bilog-bilog daw.
Kahit
tinawanan ako ni Eric.
Kahit nga bata. Yung anak ni Miss Ginger, si Zika, naturuan ko siya kahit napakabata niya, 4 years old. Pero marunong na siya mag-drawing
Mas magaling na yun sa akin.
Basic lang yung ano sa una. So don't skip basic and then learn every day, be a sponge. Sinasabi nga nila, huwag kang magmamarunong-marunong. Yun nga yung ano nila eh. Kasi pag nagmamarunong-marunong ka, mawawalan ka na ng space sa'yo eh. So, magkakaroon ka na ng pride sa sarili mo. Wala nang papasok na new information. So, pag ngayon, kahit may alam ka na, kahit professional ka na, huwag mo tanggalin yung be a sponge, learn every day. Kasi once na tumigil ka na sa career mo na mag-aral, doon na rin mawawala yung ano mo eh. Kumbaga yung analogy ko rin nun, kung ako tumigil sa pag-aaral today, napakaraming millions of people na araw-araw mag-practice and then baka maunahan ako. Ganun yun eh. Ganun yung ano natin ngayon, trending yung ano natin, buhay natin ngayon. Lalo na pag digital.
Ibig bang sabihin, Eric, pagka gusto mo mag-drawing, hindi lang siya pure talent, talagang aaralan mo din. Kung may isang tao gusto maging artist pero wala naman siyang talent,
Yes.
pwede talagang aralan yun. Talagang gagaling din siya eventually. So, kasing meron ka pang pag-asa.
May pag-asa pala.
Hindi, ang talent kasi pag sinabi nating talent kasi hindi naman born in na pinanganak kang may talent ka eh.
So, kailangan pa rin i-enhance.
Oo, kailangan pa rin i-enhance eh. Lahat tayo may talent na kailangan i-enhance. So, alamin lang natin kung ano yung mga gusto natin, yung mga natin na yun. And then, yung maliit lang na yun na effort na yun, ay yung na talent na yun, pinakamalaki yung effort. Doon yung bridge to success mo eh. Kasi kung may talent ka, kung hindi mo naman pinapractice, wala din. Maliban na lang dun sa mga prodigy na tinatawag nila. 3 years old, ang galing na. Ganon. Iba na yun. Yun talaga ang talent. Pero yung sa ating mga normal na tao na marunong ka lang, and then pag willing ka, pag love mo yung ginagawa mo, andun na yun eh. Ang kulang na lang sa'yo effort. Effort na lang. Pero sa effort na yun, kailangan mo magtiis, kailangan mo mag-aral. Struggle talaga yun. And then pag nalampasan mo yun, okay na. So yun.
So yung like what you're saying, 'di ba, struggle, pag-aral, yung practice na yun.
Yes.
How many hours or how many months or years of practice did it take you to get to where you are?
Nag-start kasi talaga ako bata pa eh. So hindi ko mabilang eh. Siguro in my professional career siguro kasi may fundamental na ako ng bata ako. Sabihin na natin sa animation industry, I took 9 months para lang makapagtrabaho doon sa studio na yun. So ibig sabihin, ang daming technical na kailangan mong matutunan bago maipalabas yung gawa mo sa TV. So 9 months.
9 months.
9 months, diretso.
Yung traditional. Tapos yung
Yes.
nag-aral ka pa ng digital, no?
Digital, wala rin akong tigil nun eh. Araw-araw, Photoshop.
Until now, no?
YouTube. Sabi ko nga sa'yo, istibis ako. Curious ako sa mga ganitong bagay. And then, aralin ko nga. Ganon. Subukan ko nga. YouTube. Yan, malaking help sa akin yung YouTube talaga. I'm more on observing muna bago execute. So, watch, observe, and execute. Yan yung ginawa ko noong time na nagte-training ako.
And parang sa tingin ko, no, like what you're telling me from what I see is even though you're continually learning, parang masaya ka, di ba?
Yun ang magandang part sa pagiging artist. Kasi gusto mo na yung ginagawa mo, ayan, nagkaka-income ka pa. Ayan. Unlike before, nung hindi pa ako freelance, although artist ako noon, illustrator, gusto ko yung ginagawa ko pero parang hindi pa kompleto yung pagiging artist ko as employee. Kasi 8 to 6 sa office ka, paulit-ulit yung routine, drawing, ang na-stress ka na eh. Then, kailangan gawin mo yan. Palitan mo yan, gawin mo yan. So medyo burnout ako nun sa ganun. So yun, I decided talaga na mag-freelance. Kasi bukod dun sa digital work ko, hilig ko pa mag-paint eh. So nung employed ako, hindi ako makapag-paint kasi pag uwi, pagod. Pagod na. Nandiyan na, naka-ready na yung mga gamit ko eh.
Wala ka ng lakas.
Magpa-paint ka na lang eh. And then, sabi ko, siguro kailangan ko ng freedom na yun, nag-resign na ako and then, yan, freelance. Nagagawa ko na yung gusto ko. And ngayon, nakapag-aral na ako ng photography. Nag-take ako ng short course photography kasi hilig ko rin yun eh. So, napakahalaga ng pag-freelance sa atin kasi handle natin yung oras natin.
Oo. Pero you're also freelancing online, di ba? Sa mga Upwork, sa mga...
Yun yung hindi ko na gagawa sa Upwork. Medyo hindi
pero
na ako na-Upwork kasi...
Yung ibang ano?
Regular yung client ko. Before ako nag-resign, sinigurado ko muna na magiging regular ako dito. Kasi mahirap eh.
Tama din.
Kung nakita mo regular siya, kasi ang business niya is cartoon clip art. Cartoon clip art yung business niya. So, ang binibenta niya, puro cartoons. So, hindi siya nauubusan ng cartoons. And then, yung client ko, hindi siya nauubusan ng idea ng mga characters. Kunyari, 5 businessman, 9. Puro 9 yun eh. 9 businessman, 9 basketball players. Minsan may sasakyan siyang pinapagawa, gagawin kong cartoons. So yun, doon ko na na-practice yung pagiging Eric Toons, yung nagpapagawa siya ng tao. Doon ko siya i-cartoonize. Through that, na-market ko na ngayon as Eric Toons yung mga ginagawa ko sa inyo ngayon. Dahil doon sa 3 years kong client. 3 years na kami ngayon.
Wow, nice.
Then, continue na.
So, isa lang yung client mo. Pero, naman siya, regular talaga na.
Yes, regular. Kumbaga...
Pero may mga side jobs ka ba? Di ba? Mga project lang.
Meron.
Katulad kay Ryan Eganman.
Doon na nag-start. Pwede ko kwento, no? Yung kung paano nag-start si Eric Toon. Nag-start yan kay kay Freelance Blend.
Okay, Marv.
Kay Sir Marvin. Kasi curious ako eh. Na-curious na naman ako doon sa pinost ng isang art group namin. Yung admin ng art group namin. Meron daw meet-up, entrepreneur and creatives. So pwede ako doon sa creatives. Rin ako eh. Business-minded din. Kasi, di ba, nagtitinda kami pandesal, nagbalot, ganyan. Doon, napunta ako doon sa group na yon. Doon ko nahanap yung Eric Toons. Before that, yun na. Meron na akong pangalan pero hindi pa lumalabas doon. After that, yun, nakilala na nila ako. And then, freelance fair. Isa freelance fair si Ma'am Ginger. Si PM me na, "Oy Eric, mayroon kaming free slot ng booth. Baka pwede ka." Doon na ako nag-start as Eric Toons. Gumawa na. 1 week lang yung preparation ko noon. Nag-print ng mga samples, calling card, tarpaulin. Ayun. After that, ayun na. Eric Toons na. And then, daming tao noon eh. Oo, daming tao. Dami na nagtatanong. Through Facebook. Doon na ako nag-start. Hanggang nakilala ko kayo. Ayun.
Wow. Nice.
Pumasok na ako sa freelance world as Eric.
Kita namin yung trabaho mo eh. Good work naman talaga. Well, may lang tanong si Bernard Asia, paano po mag-artist? Kasi gusto ko po maging katulad nyo. Idol ko po kayo. Paano po maging artist? Okay lang ba? Kung passion lang, yung drawing ko po, pang caricature?
Yun nga, sabi ko, love, alamin mo muna kung ano yung gusto mo talaga. And then, practice it. Dapat yun yung unahin mo. Kung passion mo is puro caricature, sketch. Draw every day, sketch ka lagi. And then, try to, research. Maghanap ka ng influencer din na magaling mag-drawing. Maghanap ka rin ng inspiration din kung
Si Eric Aquino.
paano gawin yung caricature. So that, yun, magagawa mo na yun. Basta practice lang. Parang magbabike ka rin eh. Parang magbabike sa una, mahirap, di ba? And then, pag sanay ka na, sisiw na lang. And then, people will say na, oy, ang ganda yung gawa mo. And then, babayaran ka na nila. Ganun yung mangyayari.
May nang tanong, kasi parang ngayon, in this area of cartoons, caricature, parang ikaw ang nagiging influencer dito. May there are people na curious. Ito si Angelina din nagtanong, gusto niyo magpapaturo daw sa'yo? Nag-ano ka ba? Nagturo ka ba ng lessons?
Actual, nagtuturo ako, pero I can give tips online through Facebook siguro. Ganyan. Kung okay, mahiya magtanong sa akin. Hanggat pag may time ako, ayan, mare-replyin ko kayo. So, I will guide you kung gusto niyo talaga tahakin yung ganitong career. Pwede ko kayong tulungan through Facebook. Kasi kung malayo tayo, hindi tayo makakapag-meet. Hindi tayo Pero kung may dyan ka lang.
Mag-schedule na ako ng
Schedule na siya. Pabook ka na.
One-on-one. Sige. Pero PM lang or?
PM, pwedeng PM.
PM how?
Kasi ngayon kaya hindi ako makakalabas-labas gaano. Pero through PM, pwede ko kayo matulungan.
Sige. Or baka gawa na tayo ng drawing course.
Yes!
Guide natin.
Choose na natin yan.
Sabi ni Jing, passion pays because you know how valuable your art is. Tama talaga. Hindi ako mamimigay ng sample daw kay Eric or sa akin. Sample kay Eric, marami naman sa Facebook page. Sabi ni Maricruz, love it. Wise men know they don't know everything. Love ka na ni Maricruz. Honey, let practice makes perfect talaga. Ano tong mga comments dito. Si Honey, that sa YouTube natuto yung kids niya, diba? Tapos may books din, how to draw manga. Eric has a really inspiring story. You know that he is a real artist at heart. Yung passion niya talaga andun. And para sa akin, is yung success ni Eric is sa pagtiyaga talaga, no? Oo, like it's not na biglang piniem siya ni Ryan Eigen out of nowhere na ganun. He's worked on it for years beforehand.
Pinagtrabahuhan niya.
Oo, ever since he was a kid, tapos nagpapaturo siya even though, di ba, parang at the start, walang pera at first, di ba? You weren't really earning a lot of money, pero you were doing what you love. And now, nag-earn ka naman, may parang kumikita ka na sa pagiging artist. But yun nga, it took you a lot of hard work to get where you are talaga. Mm-hmm. Hindi siya instant kasi a lot of people they see like when we go to yung Facebook page ni Eric Toon, ang galing ni Eric, paano maging ganito. They just see yung result, like right now, ilang minutes pa naggawa ka ng isang caricature or ilang hours.
Sa isang tao, 1 hour.
1 hour. 1 hour lang. So, mostly, like a lot of people, they're gonna look at it and see, 1 hour lang. Ako din, gawin ko yun, 1 hour din.
Okay.
So, ako nga, try ko nga. Ako, feeling ko, kaya ko yun.
Mga one day. Joke lang.
One day, hindi pa rin eh. Parang
yung technique ko na yon, yung cartoonize. Kasi yung typical na caricature natin is parang trinace lang, di ba? Parang yung caricature sa mga mall, kung makikita nyo, totoong tao yung mukha. parang dinrawing na parang realistic and then pinaliit yung ulo. Which is para sa akin dahil nasa industry ako noon, alam ko na yung industry na yon. Ginawa ko yung Eric Tun style. Ang tawag ko doon Eric Tun style eh. Gumawa ko ng cute art style na kailangan na magiging kamukha mo. So yun, years ko rin yung pinag-aralan yan kung paano ko makuha yun nga, yung ganitong mukha, gagawin kong cute cartoons na hindi realistic. Na pag titignan mo, ang cute, diba? Pero, oy, si ano ba? Parang gano'n.
Sayang pala late natin nakilala si Eric. Yung gift namin sa'yo, bossing, dapat kay Eric namin. Caricature nung yung face. Next time.
Next time, meron
Alam na natin.
Next year. Next Christmas na ulit.
So yun.
Check nyo lang sa Facebook din, Eric Tunes. You'll see him there. You'll see his work there. You can PM him. Sabi ni Rick Say, sasabog yung messenger mo. Marami magpa-PM. Pero I guess we're about to wrap up. Pero itong may tanong, sir, ano pong magandang pa-motivate sa 10 years na son ko para magtuloy-tuloy siya sa pag-drawing?
Depende kasi sa kanya yan kung gusto niya talaga mag-drawing. Since tulad sa akin, naging love ang cartoons, naging passion ko rin yung pag-drawing. Pinag-combine ko lang and then yun na. Pre-practice ko na.
Pag may magpapaturo sa'yo, Eric, pwede. May pagbabayad. Parang ganyan. Magka-train ka.
Kapag pag home service na paturo, yun. Merong value.
Anak ko, si Sean. Kasi medyo
saan po kayo?
Dito sa bundok ng Taytay, Rizal.
Pwede naman meet up eh.
Pwede, sige.
Pwede
Sa summer.
Kasi may mga naging client ako sa Starbucks lang kami nagturo.
Ay, okay. Sige. PM ko na ikaw.
Minsan sa McDo.
Sige.
Minsan sa McDo.
Sige.
Pwede. Oo, PM. Parang feeling ko, ang dami mong mamaya.
Madami nang naka-line up din.
Oo.
Usually, yung mga videos natin, nasa thousands yung views. So,
ngayon, 1,200 views na kaya. Ang dami
makita.
ngayon.
Nakita. Nasa thousands yun. Sasabog talaga yung messenger.
1-2 views na tayo ngayon. So, maraming mag-PM sa'yo. Good luck.
Thank you.
Abot pa to ng mga 3,000. Siguro. Sa mga replace. Marami din yun.
Hahabol.
Pwede magtanong, Jason? Curious ako eh.
4,000.
Siya naman daw magtatanong kasi.
Nasa bahay ka ba?
Nasa bahay ka ba? Secret.
Nasa coffee shop. Kasi
Coffee shop. Kasi nakita ko yung cartoon na tiger sa likod mo eh. Nakikita na ko eh.
Ang nag-drawing yan.
Ako yung nag-drawing.
Basta cartoons.
Hindi nasa
Basta cartoons Ay, isa pa pwede magdagdag pa ng isang tip kung bakit cartoons yung kung bakit cartoons yung tinahak kong career sa side ng art. Kasi yun nga, nakaka-gain siya ng attention. Right? Bakit? Una, sa logo. Pupunta kayo sa labas, may mga logos dyan. Julie's Bake Shop. Mga ganyan. Diba? May mga cartoons logo. Chick Boy. Mga ganon. Tapos, bukod sa logos, marketing. Nilalagay din sa mga marketing, sa web. Diba? Napakalawak ng market. Hindi lang siya pang personalize, pwede rin pang wedding, pwede rin pang regalo sa mga clients nyo. Diba? So, kaya yun yung dahilan kung bakit I practice talaga yung cartoons, itong Eric Tun style. Kasi ang dami niyang pwedeng gawin. T-shirt, yan. Printing. So yun, that's why I like doing this career.
Baka na daw ng course, sabi ni Rix.
Iniisip ko pa lang. Meron akong pinaplanong project. Gusto kong gumawa ng for startup coloring book. Coloring book.
Nice.
Ngayon,
si Shoden may may balak din si Shodan sa area na yun.
Si Shoden noon, nag-usap nga kami minsan about doon. Storybook yung sinasabi niya. Yeah.
Oo. Well, if gusto mong gumawa ng course, sabihin mo lang ako. Ano, para collab tayo doon. Kasi yun ang isang area na di ko maturo.
Yun na lang ang
Wala akong pwede.
Magaling ka
Di
naman.
ako qualified doon. Di ako qualified to drawing. Gusto din ang daming parang
Summer workshop.
maraming potential na mag summer workshop, sabi ni Hanilet, summer workshop. So sabi ni Holly 4.6,000 na yung views na pala.
Oh, talaga?
Dami na.
Dami.
Ilan?
Oo.
4,000.
4,600. Nasa 4,000
Oo
na.
nga, for lunchtime. Diba? Ang
Oo.
dami.
Lunchtime
Marami.
Oo nga eh.
Hindi ko marami.
Kumain na ba kayo?
Ako hindi.
Pero ngayon bumaba na yung viewers natin, parang tapos na yung lunch break nila. Yung sa lunch break lang.
Back to work ulit.
Oo. Anyway, well, we're just wrapping up this interview now, and I do love Eric's story. I know what you guys think, the audience thinks. Let me know. Let us know what you think about the story. But as you can see, Eric is a guy of passion. He's an artist. Kita naman yung long hair niya, di ba? Pang artist talaga yun.
Kaya nga.
Oo.
Artist.
May ponytail pa. Pang artist talaga siya. And he's successful because of his passion, his hard work. Even though he had his passion, even though parang he had an idea of where to go, he really worked hard. He worked for years to make money from his passion, and that's what I want you guys to take home. That's the lesson I want you to take home. Na, it's not, like he said, it's not so much talent. It really is hard work. It really is learning. And even Eric, you can look at his cartoons right now. He's really good at what he does. Pero like he said, he still learns every single day. He still learns something new every day. He's still improving himself because he knows that he can still improve na someone as good as him in his area. And that's what I want you guys to really learn from this. Okay. Eric, Anna, do you have any last one-liners you want to leave?
Inspired lang din ako kay Eric kasi yun nga, nag-start siya sa pinaka-simula na nahirapan siya and then bumangon siya. So dapat yung mga katulad na ibang mga newbies, ganun din yung gawin. Kung ito yung gusto nilang gawin, dapat pag sinimulan nila, tapusin nila, and kung gusto talaga nila, aralin nila.
Ikaw, Eric, do you have any last sentences to leave with the audience?
Yung last na lang, yun nga pa rin, whatever happens, do practice.
Practice
lang.
Talaga.
Practice.
Practice
Draw. Kung sa writing, write, sulat lang. And then hanggang sa yung ginagawa mo is parang na lang, hobby na lang. Mag-i-enjoy ka na lang. Right? Mag-i-enjoy ka na lang sa ginagawa mo. And then, stress-free. Parang, wow, saya, di ba? Parang ganun. So, and then, pinakahuli sa lahat, don't forget to pray and praise the Lord for
Amen.
what He've done for you. Mga blessings na binigay niya sa'yo. So, pasalamat ka dahil He gave you life para to inspire din sa iba. So,
yes.
It's
that's one of the biggest lessons. Always pray and be thankful to God for what He has given you. All right, thank you so much, Anna. Thank you so much, Eric. You've inspired thousands already with this interview, and we know that you can inspire more people in the coming years, as you grow in your career. Thank you guys for staying on. It's the lunch break. Some of you haven't eaten yet. Kami wala pa kaming lunch. So we're gonna go to lunch. If you guys were inspired by this, if you learned anything from this, please share this. Please share this interview. You've seen Eric's story. You've seen where he's come from, his struggles, what he's been through, and how he's been able to be successful today. So
if this is something you think can inspire others, especially mga Filipinos who are struggling, who are facing difficulties, hit that share button. Share this with them. Share this with your family and friends as well. All right. Thank you for staying, guys. Thanks, everybody. And you have a great rest of the day.
Bye. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Miss
Bye.
Anna.
Thank you,
Thanks, Eric. Thanks,
Eric.
Anna. Bye.
Bye.
Yes.